Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Skyborn Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shoyuta sighs softly as he swallows a sip of coffee, humming under his breath as the blessed caffeine starts to work its way into his system. While he hadn't liked the idea of the dorms, mainly because he'd have to move his apartment, he has come to appreciate the fact that having Yaoyorozu as a student meant a supply of high-quality coffees and teas from the girl who preferred them over the cheap stuff. He'll put up with his health spawn if it means he can have the coffee he normally only buys as a treat once in a while all the time. He glances tiredly at the time and sees it's still 45 minutes to the start of training. Time enough to enjoy a second cup before he needs to head to his office and get ready for the day training his health spawn. His usual tiredness clings to him from staying up late going over his notes from yesterday's training. They'd finally started the students on creating their ultimate moves after a few days of getting settled in and getting the dorms supplied for their extended stay. He hears the scuff of a foot and looks up to see Uraraka standing in the doorway with a faint frown on her face. "Sensei," she says softly. Aizawa wants to sigh tiredly because he can already feel how this will make more work for him, but he knows Uraraka wouldn't come to him with a look like that for nothing, so he stifles it. "You've got 45 minutes until training, Uraraka," he reminds her. I know, and I'm getting ready," she says with a nod. I'm worried about Midoriya-kun," she admits, fidgeting with her hands. "Oh," Shoyuta says, feeling a bit of unease curl in his gut because anything to do with the problem child can't be good. "Yes, well, all this week he's gotten up early, and he and Ida-kun have started doing morning runs. But Ida-kun said he never came down, and when I knocked on his door he didn't answer. He hasn't seen any texts I sent, and he said he wasn't feeling really well last night. He hardly touched dinner and went to bed early, and I think he might be sick." Uraraka finally gets out in a rush. Shoyuta lets her words sink in, parsing from the word vomit she just spewed at him and taking in the important information. "Alright, I'll go check on him, and if he's not feeling well, I'll take him to Recovery Girl," Shoyuta tells her, and she sighs in relief like a weight has been taken off her shoulders. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention," he adds, and she smiles sunnily at him. "Go finish getting ready," he reminds her, and she nods before running off. Sighing, Shoyuta swallows the last few mouthfuls of his coffee and sets the cup in the sink, already guessing he won't have time for a second cup now. Leaving the kitchen in the common area, he aims for the elevator and heads up to the second floor. He's learned two things from being the homeroom teacher of one Midoriya Izuku. 1. The boy is entirely reckless, often throwing himself into situations beyond his abilities with such regularity that Shoyuta would think he's suicidal if not for the boy's determination to become the first quirkless hero. And 2, the problem child has an incredibly high pain tolerance that has Shoyuta wondering and worried over just how someone could have become so accustomed to pain. So if Midoriya, who has been known to shrug off broken bones like it's nothing, said he isn't feeling well, it can't be good. The elevator door opens and he steps out, walking down the hall until he reaches Midoriya's door, a small sign hanging on the front with his name on it. He pauses for a moment, listening, but he can't hear any sounds of someone moving around in the room. So with a frown, he taps lightly on the door. "Midoriya, you have training soon and need to get up," he calls out loudly and waits for any sign he's been heard. When there's no sound of frantic movement or any vocal response, he frowns a little harder. "Midoriya, I'm coming in," he calls out, wondering if Uraraka's claim of him being sick enough to not be awake is true. There's still no sounds of life, so with a sigh, he pulls out the master key to all the dorm rooms and unlocks the boy's door and opens it. It's dark in the room, the curtains shut tight against the morning light, only a faint crack showing near the left and on top of the curtains. He can just hear the muffled sound of breathing and catches the faint scent of something acrid in the air. Reaching out, he flicks on the light and finds the room covered in hero merch of multiple heroes. On the bed, the cocooned form of one problem child is obvious. Shoyuta feels his heart rate pick up as he notices the puddle of vomit to the side of the bed and a half-pulled-out trash can, as if the teen hadn't been able to pull it close enough before he puked. "Midoriya," Shoyuta calls out, But the boy doesn't react and Shoyuta steps in, closing the door behind him for the moment. Avoiding the puddle of somewhat fresh vomit, he reaches for the comforter covering the teen and slowly pulls at it. There's no resistance as he peels it back to find a pale face covered in sweat. Dark rings are under his eyes while a flush rides high on his cheeks as he shivers almost violently. Brows going up, Shoyuta presses a hand to his brow and hisses at the heat coming off of his skin. Pulling back, Shoyuta takes a step away, pulling out his phone as he aims for the boy's bathroom. Grabbing a hand towel, he opens the faucet on its coldest setting as he brings up Chiyo's number and hits the call button. "Izuku-kun, it's far too early for an emergency," Chiyo comments mildly. "I'm going to need you to come to 1S dorms. Midoriya's sick," Shoyuta informs her, putting the towel under the water to soak it with cold water. "Oh, what are the symptoms?" she asks as he hears her gathering her things. "Fever, sweating, shivering. He vomited sometime in the last 4 to 6 hours, and hasn't woken up since I've come into his room. He claimed he wasn't feeling well last night and hardly touched his food according to Uraraka, so more than likely this has been going on for a while and he's only now started to feel really bad," Shoyuta mutters. He presses the phone between his ear and shoulder as he wrings water out the towel. Recovery girl sighs softly over the phone. "That boy," she huffs, but he can hear the concern in her voice. "I'm on my way, keep the others away from him in case he's contagious, though they've possibly already been exposed," she informs him, and he can hear the frown in her voice. Shoyuta hums in acknowledgement and walks out of the bathroom before he notices the body on the bed. "Shaking. Sheet," Shoyuta mutters before dropping the wet towel and rushing forward while still holding the phone. "Chiyo, call an ambulance." "He's seizing," he orders into the phone as he keeps the boy on his side while he shakes. Shoyuta distantly hears her agree over the phone, but he's focused on the boy seizing, counting the seconds, not sure how long he'd been seizing by the time Shoyuta had come back in, or if he'd already had a seizure before he even came into the dorm room. What feels like forever, but is only about 10 seconds, the taut muscles in his frame go lax and he slumps like all the strings cut from a puppet. Getting up, he grabs the towel he dropped and he hurries back over, wiping at the boy's face and neck, trying to cool him down. His phone rings shrilly and he grabs it from where he dropped it on the bed. He answers it without looking. "What?" he snaps. "The ambulance is 2 minutes out. I've already informed Ectoplasm and he's covering your training with present Mike. I've tried calling his mother, but she's not answering," Nedza states simply, and Shoyuta nods, even if the rodent can't see it. "Fine," Shoyuta says and hangs up before opening the door some to show which room it is. A few minutes pass and then the sound of pounding feet reach his ears as the door is pushed open and paramedics rush in, a gurney out in the hall. He's got a high fever. He had a seizure of at least 10 seconds. He's vomited within the last 6 hours and hasn't woken since I found him, Shoyuta lists off and they nod, the man pulling the blankets fully off the teen and runs a quick exam while the woman starts pulling supplies out of a case on the gurney. Finished with the exam, the male paramedic grunts and lifts the short teen up off the bed and quickly lays him on the gurney. The woman easily adjusts his arm and finds the vein there before she slips in the needle for the 4 fluids as the man pulls out an oxygen mask and pulls it over Midoriya's face. Shoyuta follows behind them, though there's not enough room for all of them in the elevator and he takes the stairs, rushing to meet them down below. Most of his class is still milling around the common area, no doubt having seen the ambulance's arrival and the paramedics rush into the dorms. "Sensei?" Ida calls out as he appears from the stairwell just ahead of the elevator. "Not now, Ida," Shoyuta snaps. "You and Yaoyorozu are in charge. Ectoplasm and present Mike will meet you for training," he quickly explains as the elevator door opens and the paramedics wheel Midoriya out on the gurney, gasps of shock rippling across the room. Shoyuta ignores their concerned questions, following the gurney to the waiting ambulance and hauls himself in after them, sitting off to the side as the man shuts the back doors and hurries into the front cab to start driving towards the hospital. Shuta's phone, which he had thankfully grabbed before following them, chirps with a text. He glances down to see a message from Nedzu and Chiyo. Nedzu, still unable to reach his mother. "We'll try other means. Chiyo, I will meet you at the hospital." Tucking the phone away, Shoyuta keeps his eyes on the trembling teen as he lies so small on the gurney. The woman starts pulling out ice packs, placing them around his form to try and cool him down as his fever continues to burn away at his body. Shoyuta knows the distance to the nearest hospital from Yui. They all know, just in case something happens. It normally takes about 10 minutes to reach Mizudafu General Hospital with minimal traffic. It takes nearly double that as they hit rush hour traffic this early in the morning, and Shoyuta has to grit his teeth to keep from yelling at the driver to hurry up. Eventually, they reach the hospital and the ambulance comes to a screeching halt, Shoyuta having to grab a roof handle to keep from tipping over. The front door shuts with a slam and then the back door is being pulled open as the woman unlocks the gurney's wheels and starts to push it out of the vehicle. Doctors and nurses start to swarm around them as they enter the emergency center and the woman quickly rattles off Midoriya's symptoms. Shoyuta follows right on their heels, listening as a doctor starts rattling off orders before he's abruptly stopped at the door, one of the nurses barring him entry. "That's my student," he growls out. "I'm sorry, sir, but only hospital personnel beyond this point. If you'll just head to the waiting room, someone will be with you shortly to get as much information on him as we can and you can fill out his admittance paperwork," she informs him gently, and Shoyuta has to hold back a growl before he nods curtly and stalks off to the waiting room she pointed to. He's handed a stack of paper by a nurse to fill out and he does as quickly as he can, handing it back. No one has come out by the time he hears a voice call out, "Izawa-kun," and he looks to see Recovery Girl walking briskly through the emergency center towards the waiting room he's in. "How is he?" she asks once she draws near. "I don't know. They wouldn't let me back there and no one's come out yet to tell me anything," he grumbles. "Ah, well, come along. Try not to make a scene," she adds, and he jerks up from his chair to follow her into the back area. A few of the medical staff eye Shoyuta, but one look at Recovery Girl, a well-known figure in the medical community, and they look away. Chio stops at the nurse's station to find where they've taken Midoriya and then marches off briskly, parting the people in the halls in her passing. They come to a room with a few nurses working around Midoriya, getting him settled into a bed just as a doctor steps out. "Excuse me, Dr. Amanji," Chio calls out. He looks up from his file, sees who called him, and straightens, no doubt recognizing her. "Recovery Girl, so good to see you in our fine establishment," he says with a smile. "How is Midoriya?" Shoyuta asks over whatever Chio might have said, impatient to know what is wrong with his student. The man blinks, not having noticed Shoyuta, and turns to him. "I'm sorry, who?" he asks. "The boy in that room, he's my student," Shoyuta explains. "Ah, yes, I was just about to send someone to ask you some questions," Amanji says. He pulls out a clipboard from beside the door and flips the cover open. "Do you know if Midoriya-san has ingested anything in the last 24 hours? Drugs or other substances?" "No, I don't think so," Shoyuta answers. "Has he been feeling unwell leading up to you finding him like this?" he asks. "Yes, one of my other students said he mentioned not feeling well and that he didn't eat much the night before," Shoyuta explains. "Any known issues we should be aware of?" he asks. "Not that I'm aware of," Shoyuta answers and glances at Chio, who shakes her head to confirm his statement. "Okay, well, we're running blood tests to see if he picked up a bug or something, and we'll run a few tests to see if this might be something hereditary. One last question, what is his quirk?" he asks. "He doesn't have one," Shoyuta informs the man. Amanji looks up from the clipboard. "He's quirkless?" he asks, and Shoyuta nods, picking up something in the man's voice that sets his teeth on edge. "Ah." Amanji snaps the clipboard closed. "Well, that changes things certainly," he says evenly. "I think it might be best if he is transferred to a different hospital. One that can accommodate someone like him," Amanji says simply. "I'm sorry, what?" Shoyuta asks abruptly. "Amanji-san," Chio speaks up before Shoyuta can go off on the doctor. "Are you saying you're refusing to treat a patient because he is quirkless?" Chio asks sweetly, eyes hard behind her visor. "I'm simply stating that there are hospitals better suited for his kind is all," Amanji says back with a heavy frown. "Amanji-san, are you aware that the refusal to treat a person based on their quirk or lack of is in fact a criminal act after the passing of the Fair Medical Act of 2XX, and that by refusing to treat him, you are in fact discriminating against him?" As such, the minimum punishment for such an incident is the suspension of your medical license, or removal if this is not your first incident with a mark on your record, and the max is jail time with a minimum sentence of 6 months or longer depending on how good a lawyer a defendant has. And as Midoriya-kun is a student of Yui, he would have the very best lawyers backing his case. As well, I recall that Yui donates a sizable amount to this hospital. It wouldn't look good on your hospital if Yui were to suddenly pull its funding. People might start to question just how fine an establishment this is, Chio says mildly. Amanji progressively grows paler and paler as she speaks, and even the nursing staff still in the room has stopped working to listen in, eyes flicking between the unconscious teen and Chio. And now, let's not be too hasty. It was merely a suggestion, but we at Muzudafu General are more than happy to treat Midoriya-san and fix whatever is ailing him, Amanji says quickly, nervously looking around as he adjusts his tie. Of course, Chio says with a bright smile. Here is his file. It is up to date, and if you need any clarification, I will be remaining here for a time, she says, and he nods before hastily walking away. Shuta's blood has barely simmered down, but he looks down at Chio, whose lips have thinned as she looks in on Midoriya. Would they have really transferred him out? He asks quietly. Just because he's quirkless? Chio sighs softly. Unfortunately, that is not an uncommon mindset in the medical community. Many quirkless people refuse to go to hospitals because they know they'll be turned away, forced to wait even with severe injuries, or mistreated by staff. I find it abhorrent, she mutters darkly. We're not going to just let that go, Shoyuta says angrily. Peace, Aizawa-kun. I will handle Amanji and the staff here. Nedzu will not take kindly to any ill treatment to one of his students. You focus on Midoriya-kun, she orders, and he sighs, but nods. He knows when to pick his battles. Besides, Chio and Nedzu will have this well in hand. Excuse me, Chio calls to the two nurses finishing getting Midoriya settled in his room. What can you tell me of his condition? Chio asks as she steps in and Shoyuta follows. Ah yes, recovery girl, the older of the two nurses says quickly. We've managed to get his fever lowered, thankfully. He was severely dehydrated, so we have him on 4 fluids right now. As well, he had another seizure on the way, and so we've put him on an anti-seizure medication for now to prevent more. Ah, thank you, Chio says, pulling out the chart at the foot of the bed to read over it. Aizawa-kun will be remaining in the room. He is his acting guardian while we try to get a hold of Midoriya-kun's mother, so if anything needs to be approved for treatment, you can ask him. Of course, the woman says, and Chio smiles at her before returning to the clipboard to its holder. Aizawa-kun, remain here and keep an eye on Midoriya-kun. I will deal with everything else, Chio orders, and he nods, walking over to slump into the vacant chair in the room. Chio walks off to wage war with the medical staff at the hospital, and soon after, the two nurses finish setting everything up. If you need to get a hold of someone, just press the call button and someone will come quickly, the older nurse informs him, and Shoyuta nods before they leave him alone in the room. Shoyuta sits quietly and stares at Midoriya. He'd always been a small teen, but he looks even smaller in the bed hooked up to wires and tubes as he sleeps. He's still pale with red flushing his cheeks from the fever, but he's not shivering as hard as he had been before, though he doubts the problem child is resting peacefully. Sighing, Shoyuta settles into his chair to wait for news on his problem child. Shoyuta glances down at his phone as it rings and answers it. Hey, Zashi, he murmurs tiredly. It's been almost 2 hours since they arrived at the hospital, and other than nurses coming to check on Midoriya, no one has come in to tell him what they've found. Hey Sho, how's the little listener? Hisashi asks subdued. Still unconscious, Shoyuta mutters. Still no word on what caused this. They're running tests, but... He trails off, unable to convey how useless he feels right now with his student in the hospital and no idea why. I know, Hisashi says, able to hear what he's trying to convey. He'll get better. Midoriya's a fighter, we've all seen that, Hisashi says, and Shoyuta laughs softly. How are my health spawn? He asks, glancing over to the bed to watch the rise and fall of a thin chest. Distracted, Hisashi admits ruefully. They didn't make much progress this morning, and we decided to give them a short break before going back to training. They keep asking if there's any word yet, he adds. We told them what we know, that he's sick and was taken to the hospital, he adds. Tell them to focus on training and not Midoriya. Distractions can get people hurt and killed in the field, Shoyuta mutters. So, they're worried about their friend, and they're not in the field, they're in training. They're allowed to worry, just like you are right now, Hisashi adds softly. Shoyuta lets out a long sigh. I about went off on the doctor, he admits softly, rubbing at his face tiredly. What happened? Hisashi asks. He tried to get him transferred out because he's quirkless, Shoyuta mutters angrily, still feeling rage simmering in his chest. That's discrimination, Hisashi says sharply in shock. I'm aware of that. Chiyo's got it in hand. I'm sure she and Nedzu are tearing the hospital a new one right now. I knew it was bad, but I didn't think it was this bad for quirkless people, Shoyuta murmurs quietly. Yeah, Hisashi huffs out and Shoyuta can hear the sound of papers being shuffled. That explains his pain tolerance though, Shoyuta adds and hears Hisashi stop what he's doing. He couldn't go to the hospital for any of his injuries so he handled it all at home, Shoyuta says and hears a faint trembling sigh let out from Hisashi's end. I hate people sometimes, Hisashi murmurs and Shoyuta hums in agreement. I need to get back to help with your class. Keep me updated please, he asks. I will, Shoyuta agrees easily. He hangs up and rubs at his eyes. A few minutes later, the door opens and he looks up to see a different doctor stepping into the room. Hello, you are Aizawa-san? She asks. Yes, Shoyuta says, sitting up straighter. I'm Dr. Kaido Sakura, she says softly, bright green eyes serious behind her glasses. Dr. Amanji has been removed from Midoriya-san's care, she explains and Shoyuta nods, feeling a vindictive curl of warmth at that but being knocked down a peg. Have you found anything? He asks. She nods. The first of the tests have come back and we've been able to rule out most bacterial and viral causes for his symptoms. We're running more thorough tests just to be sure. However, we did find traces of some sort of chemical in his blood work. Do you know if Midoriya-san takes any prescription medications or perhaps something over the counter? She asks. Not that I'm aware, aside from something for pain relief. He's a hero student and they all take it for injuries sustained from training, Shoyuta explains. Is that what is causing this? He asks. It's hard to say yet. We're still running tests to see what it is he ingested, but some of his symptoms are common with someone going through withdrawals from extended drug use, she explains evenly. Shoyuta frowns, not sure what he wants to say. We'll look into it to see if we can find anything in his rooms, he decides on. Of course, we believe it is a pill form as there are no signs of track marks on his body, she adds and he nods. I'll be back once we know more, she continues and Shoyuta nods again absently before she does a quick check over Midoriya and writes something on his chart before leaving him alone again. Frowning, Shoyuta pulls out his phone and scrolls through his contacts for one in particular before calling it. Aizawa-kun, Hound Dog greets over the line. How is Midoriya-san? He asks. They're still running tests, but they've ruled out most bacterial and viral causes, Shoyuta says evenly. That's good. Did you need something? He asks. Yes, Shoyuta says, rubbing at his eyes again. He can feel a headache coming on from stressing so much. They found traces of something in his system. They're not sure yet what it is. Could you go over his room? See if he's got something stashed there that he doesn't want people to find. Shoyuta asks. Yes, of course. I'll get back to you once I'm done, Hound Dog says gruffly, already getting what Shoyuta isn't saying. Thanks, Ryo, Shoyuta says and hangs up after saying goodbye. Sighing, Shoyuta slumps back in his seat again to continue waiting. Shoyuta rubs at his face in exhaustion, a cup of bad hospital coffee half drunk in his hand. It's already late afternoon and other than nurses coming and going and a second visit from Dr. Kaido to confirm that the tests were still running, nothing has changed. Midoriya is still unconscious, his heart monitor beeping softly in the background. His chest still rises and falls, and Shoyuta is about ready to tear his hair out. A knock at the door has him glancing up to see Hisashi in civilian clothes standing in the doorway with a faint smile on his face. Hey Sho, he greets, stepping in and Shoyuta can see Nedzu riding on the blonde's shoulder. Zashi, Nedzu, Shoyuta greets tiredly. No changes then? Nedzu asks as he hops down from his perch onto a vacant chair. No, Shoyuta admits. He'd gotten a call not even an hour after he called Rio to be told that other than some over-the-counter pain medication, there were no drags or medications, prescription or otherwise, in Midoriya's room. How are you holding up? Hizashi asks, coming to stand beside him, running a hand through his husband's hair gently, Shoyuta leaning into the touch. Other than drinking too much crappy coffee, I'm alright. It's just the waiting, he admits softly, looking up at Hizashi. I'm sure, Hizashi murmurs. A tap at the door has them all turning and they see Dr. Kaito standing in the doorway. Oh, I didn't know there were more visitors. I can come back, she says. No, that's fine. Nedzu is the principal of Yui and Hizashi is another of Midoriya's teachers at Yui, Shoyuta explains and she nods. Hello, she greets, holding a file in her hands. The door shuts behind her and she comes further into the room. Well, most of the tests have come back, she explains and Shoyuta sits up with sharp nod. There are no signs of a bacterial infection or a viral infection in his body, so any classmates he came in contact with are fine, she explains. You said you found something in his system, Shoyuta says. We did. We were able to isolate it and figure out broadly what it is. We're still running tests on it to better figure out what type it is, but, she pauses. It would seem Midoriya-san has some form of quirk suppressant in his system, she states bluntly. What? Hizashi asks sharply, eyes wide. I am aware of Midoriya's quirkless status, which perplexed us, because judging by the concentrated buildup in his system, he's been on them for a long time now, she admits. Are there any repercussions from long-term use of these suppressants? Nedzu asks when Shoyuta remains silent as he takes in her words. Long-term use of any quirk suppressant can have lasting side effects, the severity depending on the length used. Until we pinpoint exactly what type of suppressant was used, we won't know for sure. I'm going to schedule some scans and a full battery of tests, just to be sure. Now, I need to ask this to be sure, but are you sure he is quirkless? If he's been on these for a long time, he might be hiding a quirk, she states bluntly. Dr. Kaito, as far as we are aware, Midoriya-kun is quirkless according to all legal documents. We will be looking into this as well. Please keep us updated on what you find out. Nedzu explains politely and she nods before tucking the file into his chart before leaving after a quick exam of Midoriya. The three of them wait in silence for the doctor to leave before speaking. How can a teenager, let alone a child, get access to prescription-grade quirk suppressants? Shoyuta finally asks the question burning on his tongue. They can't, Nedzu states simply, black eyes hard. I have been unable to reach Midoriya Inko all day. I managed to find her work number and contacted them, but as of 5 days ago, Midoriya Inko no longer works for them. Apparently, she just quit out of nowhere and left. I had the Muzutafu police send over an officer to their address listed in his file. The apartment is empty and when they asked the landlord, he said she ended her lease early and moved out, though she didn't leave a forwarding address. Nedzu informs them softly, voice somber. Wait. You're saying his mother has been doping him with quirk suppressants? Hizashi asks shrilly, eyes wide in shock. It was only after Midoriya transferred into the dorms that this all happened. It's been nearly a week since he moved in, enough time for the withdrawal symptoms from the drags to get bad enough to hospitalize him. It was only after Midoriya moved into the dorms that his mother left. Wasn't she against the move? Nedzu asks Shoyuta. All Might said she fought against it, was even considering withdrawing him, but at the last second, changed her mind. Shoyuta admits softly, gut-churning with anger and impotent rage at what has been done to his student. Do you think he actually has a quirk? Hizashi asks softly. We won't know for sure until the tests are finished. Either way, I'll inform Rio about what has happened. I do believe we'll need his services once Midoriya-kun wakes, Nedzu murmurs softly. Tsukachi is looking into the case and they'll look for Midoriya Inko, but she's got a very good head start on us, I'm afraid, he adds. Sheet, Shoyuta murmurs, rubbing at his face again. They aren't able to do the tests until mid-morning the next day, so Shoyuta leaves Hizashi with Midoriya long enough to go back to campus to shower and change into something cleaner. He gets waylaid by his students and has to reassure them that everything possible is being done for the boy and that they will update them as soon as they know more. He gets back to find Hizashi had ordered some food for them and they eat in silence, Netsu having left a while ago to get back to campus with Recovery Girl. They field calls and texts from the rest of the staff asking about Midoriya and just try to wrap their heads around what has already been brought to light. Shoyuta sends Hizashi off to check on the rest of his health spawn and to sleep, determined to stay the night and keep vigil over his student. He sleeps fretfully, waking every time a nurse comes in on their rounds, but they don't tell him to leave. Not that he would let them. His back is one big knot by the time morning rolls around, but he doesn't care. Around 9, a group of nurses come in to disconnect Midoriya from his machines to take him for scans and other tests. Shoyuta forces himself to stay in his chair and not pace, despite how he wants to. 2 hours later, the boy is back and then nothing as they wait. Noon rolls around and Hizashi appears with lunch for them. He updates Shoyuta on his students' progress and what moves they are attempting to create. Shoyuta takes it all in, but he's distracted. Finally, around 1, Dr. Kaito arrives with a new file and a heavy frown on her face that has both men sitting up at attention. She shuts the door behind her before turning to them. Well, the scans have come back as have the other tests, she states simply, and they nod. Based on what we found, I decided to run a quirk factor screening, to see if Midoriya-san does indeed have a quirk. It came back positive, she says, and Shuta's heart clenches a little. Were you able to determine what kind of quirk he has or what quirk suppressant was being used? Shoyuta asks. Dr. Kaito nods. We finally narrowed it down to a mutation quirk suppressant, she explains before walking to a screen on the wall. His scans confirmed it, she says, and the screen lights up before she brings up X-ray images of Midoriya's upper torso. Here and here, she points to 2 spots on Midoriya's back. These are Midoriya's scapula, his shoulder blades. Now a normal person's scapula is shaped like this. She brings up a different image to show the difference. But this configuration is built more along that of an avian. Wings? Hizashi asks. Exactly. It was a little hard to get good imaging with the X-ray, so we did a better scan and found this. She changes to a new image and they can see the shapes of what appears to be wings, tiny wings. Avian mutation quirks don't grow in their wings. They're born with them partially formed under the skin as a protective measure. As they grow, so do the wings, and eventually, they breach from the back. It's incredibly painful, so I've heard, Kaito explains. These have the appearance of a child's development. Best guess, around 4 or 5 years of age. Had he not been on suppressants, they would have grown and developed quickly over the course of about 6 to 12 months before breaching. He also has the musculature that would support flight, the double pectoral muscles and back muscles, nerves and veins to the wings, as well as the extra toe joint to facilitate landings. Are there any side effects from taking these suppressants long-term? Shoyuta asks the most pressing issue. Dr. Kaito sighs before she grabs a chair to take a seat herself. As I said before, taking suppressants long-term of any kind can have long-term effects. Mutation suppressants are probably the worst, depending on when you start taking them. Mutation quirks aren't like other quirks. Many are born with the quirk and then grow into it. In order to stop the growth of a mutation quirk, there are 2 options. Wait for it to finish growing in and then remove it physically, or stunt its growth with a suppressant. However, in order to stunt the growth, you need to block the growth hormones that let it grow. Unfortunately, the growth hormones that allow a mutation quirk to grow are also the same growth hormones that allow children to grow. By taking the suppressants, you can stunt their growth permanently, depending on how long they take them. Mutation quirk suppressants are almost never used on children unless absolutely necessary. You can't get them from just any doctor either. However, there is a growing trend of anti-mutant sympathizers and people have started to sell the suppressants on the black market. Midoriya isn't the first person to have had this happen to them. There are parents who don't like their children's quirks, so they get them removed and place them on suppressants to ensure they can't come back, or start them young to keep the quirk from fully developing, she explains with a heavy sigh. So, is he short naturally, or is his growth stunted? Hizashi asks with a frown. Dr. Kaito shrugs. Who can say? I'm sure it is stunted somewhat. Stunted growth isn't just in height though. It's muscle mass, bone density, organ growth, you name it. I would recommend a very thorough exam at a later date to ensure there aren't any malformations or anomalies, she adds. Of course, Shoyuta says. What can we expect once the suppressants finish flushing out of his system? Shoyuta asks. She nods. If you're asking about his quirk, it's hard to say. He's been on them for a very long time. It's possible the wings will have atrophied and won't grow any further. If that happens, we can always go in and remove them. He is still fairly young and he hasn't had his last growth spurt yet. Perhaps, under the right conditions and carefully controlled introduction of additional growth hormones to encourage growth, they will grow and be strong enough for use. That will be up to him to decide. Having been raised to believe he is quirkless for so long, I'm sure there will be issues around this new development, she cautions, and they nod. As for his own body, he'll probably grow some, but I doubt he will gain much more in height. He'll definitely have an increased appetite, growing pains, muscle strain and fatigue as his body returns to normal and attempts to fix what was stunted. We'll need to monitor not only his wings if he does want to try and grow them in, but the rest of his body as well for weaknesses. Usually, when the body goes off a drag that suppresses something, it goes into overdrive producing what was suppressed. Things that grow too fast, especially bones, can have weaknesses form that could be detrimental to a person's health. We'll be sure to get Recovery Girl included in all his treatments and come up with a plan to monitor him, Shoyuta says, already drawing up plans in his head. And Hound Dog will help with any mental and emotional distresses this causes, he adds. Any idea when he'll wake up? Hisashi asks. Kaido shrugs. It's hard to give an estimate. Could be a few days, could be tomorrow. Now that we know what is causing his symptoms, we're taking steps to lessen the withdrawal symptoms while giving him medication to counter the suppressants and flush out what is built up in his system out. He's obviously been dealing with the symptoms for a while, and it was only recently that they got bad enough that he couldn't brush it off. Once he wakes up, we'll keep him here for a few days for observation, and then he should be ready to be discharged back into Yui's care. Thank you, Shoyuta says, and Dr. Kaido nods before standing. She does a quick check over Midoriya, marks a few things on his chart, and then leaves. Shoyuta mutters, rubbing at his face in exhausted anger. Why is it always the problem child? He asks the heir. I'll inform Nezu and the rest of the staff what's going on. We'll figure out what to do from there, Hisashi offers, wrapping an arm around Shuta's shoulders to pull him into a hug. He'll have all the support he needs to get through this. He's going to need it, Zashi, Shoyuta says softly. That's a thing? Yagi asks in shock a few hours later after Hisashi finishes relaying everything they learned from the doctor. Apparently, Hisashi says with a sigh. Has there been anything on the boy's mother? Nemuri asks softly, eyes a little damp at the distressing news. Tsukachi-san has people looking, but I doubt she will be found anytime soon. I've already begun the process of placing Midoriya as a ward of Yui. Without a legal guardian to speak for him, we will need to step up, Nezu says simply. Someone will need to sponsor him and act as his guardian, he continues. Sho and I will. Hisashi speaks up before anyone else can. He's already his temporary guardian as his homeroom teacher and Midoriya trusts him. Very well, I will get on that. Chio-san, will you need any help with getting Midoriya's treatment program done up? Nezu asks the older woman. I should be fine with the staff at the hospital. I'll let you know if we'll need any specialized equipment for the boy. Dealing with long-term suppressant withdrawal on top of the possibility of growing in wings are not things I do every day, she admits with a frown. Keep me informed and I will get you what you need. Ryo, are you able to handle Midoriya's case? If need be, we can get help from outside Yui's staff, Nezu asks, looking towards Hound Dog. I should be fine, but I have a few contacts I can consult with and possibly bring in if necessary. I think the fewer new faces we bring in, the better. This will be overwhelming, no matter what we do, Ryo growls out. Of course, Nezu says with a nod. I will keep you all updated should any new developments happen. For now, we are keeping this quiet until Midoriya-kun decides what he wants to do and whether he wants to inform others of his new status, Nezu adds, and the teachers nod. Izuku hurts. That's the first thing to come to mind as he starts to wake up. It's not the pain of a day after an intense workout, or even the pain of a strained muscle or bruised limb. It's a bone-deep ache. His joints feel like there are knives in them. His muscles feel like they were stretched far past their capacity and they tore somewhere along the pull. His head feels like it's stuffed full of cotton that's on fire and there's rocks as well rattling around in there. He hurts is what he's trying to say, and he doesn't know why. With a lot more energy than the action usually requires, Izuku peels back his eyelids to try and figure out what happened, and frowns up at the white ceiling above him. He can hear a faint, unfamiliar beeping and turns his head on a neck that twinges painfully as he looks around. It takes far too long to realize that he's in a hospital room. To be fair, he's only been in a hospital room twice in his life, once when he was 6 and got really sick, and the other time was after everything that happened in Hosu. So, a big gap in his memories of hospitals and how to recognize them. But why is he in a hospital? Did he get hurt in training? Why hadn't Recovery Girl healed him? Was it bad enough that she couldn't? If so, what happened? "Hey, problem child," a familiar gruff voice says softly, and Izuku finally focuses on the hunched figure next to his bed. "Sensei," Izuku says softly, voice crackling a little from how thirsty he is. "Yeah, kid," Aizawa says, holding out a cup with a straw, and Izuku drinks from it heavily before he pulls away. "How are you feeling?" he asks, setting the cup aside. "Hurts," he admits with a frown. "Where am I?" he asks. "Mizudafu General Hospital." "You got really sick there, problem child," Aizawa explains gruffly. "Sorry," Izuku apologizes automatically for causing them problems. "Not your fault, kid," Aizawa assures him. "I'm going to get a nurse in here," he says, and Izuku nods wearily as the man presses the call button. Time flows by disjointedly before he finds a new face by his bedside. "Hello, Midoriya-san, I'm Dr. Kaito Sakura," she says, pale blue hair pulled back in a tail. "Hi," Izuku says softly, trying to wake up more. He's just so tired right now. "How are you feeling?" she asks. "Hurts, tired," he adds. "I'm sure." "What's the last thing you remember?" she asks. Izuku frowns, thinking back. "That's it," he says softly. "And how long had you been feeling off?" she asks. Izuku shrugs, not really sure. He's always had a low-grade ache for as long as he can remember. It made it hard sometimes to realize he'd hurt himself until it started to hurt worse than usual. "That's all right if you're not sure," Kaito assures him. "What's wrong with me?" he asks, guessing if he was sick, it was more than just a common cold. He didn't feel sick, not like it usually presented. This felt more like someone hit him with a truck a few times. Dr. Kaito frowns, and Izuku doesn't like that expression. She snags the chair next to Aizawa-sensei and sits down. "You've been unconscious for a few days now, Midoriya-san. You came in with a high-grade fever, seizures and vomiting," she explains frankly. Izuku frowns. "That sounds really serious. We ran a number of tests to determine what the root of your symptoms was." "And?" Izuku asks, hearing his heart rate rise through the monitor clipped on his finger. Dr. Kaito sighs softly. "After quite a bit of blood work, we determined you were going through withdrawals from extended use of exenophorial," she explains. Exenophorial is the name of a quirk suppressant used for mutant-based quirks, she says quickly, cutting right to the heart of the matter. Izuku's mind goes blank as he tries to comprehend her words. Quirk? Suppressant? But he's quirkless and he's never taken anything besides over-the-counter medicine. "I'm quirkless," Izuku whispers. "He went to a doctor and everything, saw the DMing X-ray of his foot. We did a lot of tests, Midoriya-san, including a quirk factor test. It would seem you were misdiagnosed as a child," Kaito explains softly, sympathy all over her face, but Izuku doesn't notice because his thoughts are spinning. "I saw the X-ray," Izuku whispers. I'm quirkless. Why would I hide a quirk?" You're wrong. You've got to be wrong. If I have a quirk, then why am I treated like I'm quirkless?" Izuku demands angrily. His heart monitor is beeping shrilly as his emotions rise. He tries to sit up and winces as pain radiates from his body. "I don't take anything. I can't have taken suppressants," he points out, trying to rationalize their answer. "Your mother," Aizawa speaks up and Izuku stills, staring at his teacher, the first teacher he ever had who didn't care that he's quirkless. Aizawa looks gutted as he speaks, like he doesn't want to say anything, but knows he must. Your mother has been dosing you, he explains softly in the silence only broken by the monitor. We tried to contact her after you feel ill. She quit her job and moved out of your apartment within the last week. She knew it would come to light what she's been doing and she left, Midoriya, Aizawa informs him. What? Izuku croaks out, throat getting tight. His mom would never, she loves him. She was so sad when he was diagnosed. She kept apologizing after they got back from the doctor. If she would never do this to him, would she? Condemn him to the horrible life of being quirkless? Midoriya, Izuku, Aizawa calls out and Izuku realizes his teacher is suddenly much closer and his heart is very loud in his ears. I need you to breathe, problem child. In, he exaggerates his breathing. Out, he continues and Izuku tries to copy, but it's too much, too much. He's quirkless. They have to be wrong. They have to be wrong because if they're right then what is real about him? He doesn't hear Dr. Kaido's words, doesn't see her grab something from the cart in his room and inject it into his fore. He does notice when the world starts to grow hazy, his thoughts growing sluggish as the constriction around his chest eases. Aizawa is there, easing him back and Izuku swears he sees tears in his eyes, but that must be just a trick of the light. He's got dry eyes. He shouldn't be crying for him. He needs to save his tears for himself. Sleep is a siren call and he falls for it with ease. The last thing he sees is Aizawa staring at him, hand pressed to his mouth as he watches Izuku and then darkness takes all. Maybe everything will make sense when he wakes up. This was obviously some strange nightmare. Shoyuta curses softly under his breath as Midoriya finally succumbs to the sedative Kaido injected into his foreline. He's not sure he'll ever be able to forget that utter look of betrayal on the teen's face after explaining about his mother. Dr. Kaido lets out a slow breath and Shoyuta pretends not to see the faint sheen to her eyes that she quickly brushes away. They never truly prepare you for things like this in school, she huffs out, slowly pulling herself back together. They can't prepare anyone for this, Shoyuta says back and she nods with a wan smile. How long will he be out? He asks. That was a mild sedative, so only a few hours. She answers, writing stuff down on Midoriya's chart. I've got to continue my rounds, but if anything happens, just use the call button. I'm on shift all today and into tomorrow, she adds. Thanks, Shoyuta says and she tucks the chart away before leaving. Shoyuta waits until she's gone and the door is closed before letting out a heavy sigh. He hates the world sometimes. Izuku wakes sluggishly, but as each second goes by, he can feel clarity coming to him. He'd had the strangest dream of being in a hospital, being told he wasn't quirkless, that his mother had been dosing him with suppressants and had lied to him all his life. Had apparently abandoned him and run after he went to the dorms. It had to be a dream, right? Izuku opens his eyes to the dim lighting in his room and sees Aizawa is gone. Instead, there's the familiar blonde hair of present Mike seated in one of his room's chairs reading a book. Mike-sensei? Izuku asks quietly. Mike looks up with a bright grin and Izuku frowns a little because it looks more forced than usual. Hey little listener, Mike says with ease, leaning forward. How are you feeling? He asks. All right, Izuku says. He does feel better, not in as much pain as before. Where's Aizawa-sensei? He asks. I sent him to go take a shower and get something to eat. He spent most of the last 3 days in your room, he explains softly. Oh, Izuku says softly. I'm sorry I'm causing such a fuss, he apologizes. It's no problem, little listener. You're our student and we just want to see you getting better and thriving, Mike explains like it's the simplest thing for him to say. I think you're the first teachers I've ever had to think that, Izuku admits quietly, not really thinking as he speaks and doesn't see the pained expression on the blonde's face. By the time he looks back, Mike has schooled his expression back to his usual smile. Can I ask you something? Izuku asks softly. Of course, Mike says with ease. Was earlier a dream? He asks, hoping Mike says it was. It has to be. The voice hero's expression drops and Izuku knows before any words leave his mouth what he's going to say. No, it wasn't a dream, Midoriya, Mike says softly, expression sympathetic. She really, he can't finish the thought. I'm sorry, Miyazuku. She's dead, Mike says, reaching out to hold his hand, and Izuku pulls away, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. Izuku gingerly turns over and away from Mike as he cries, trying to stifle his sobs like he'd learned to do so many years ago. Mike doesn't try to touch him again, or even speak with him, but Izuku doesn't hear him leave either. He doesn't know how long he cries, but he must eventually fall into an emotionally exhausted sleep, because the next time he wakes, there's more light in his room coming from his windows. His eyes feel dried out and a little swollen. Everything is muted in his head. Thoughts, emotions, memories. He's kind of glad for that. He's not sure what to feel right now. Izuku turns over onto his back and sees Mike is gone, and instead it's Aizawa again. Hey problem child, he greets softly. Hi, Izuku croaks out, throat raw from so much crying. I'd ask how you're feeling, but that's a stupid question, he says, and Izuku smiles wanly. You hungry kid, he asks. Izuku shrugs, not really sure. He probably is. He didn't eat much that night, and he's apparently been in here for a few days unconscious or sleeping mostly. I'll call a nurse, Aizawa says simply, and Izuku nods. The nurse comes and does a quick exam over him. When she finds nothing wrong, she promises to have a light breakfast sent up as well as the doctor. They fall into silence, and Izuku lets time flow by without really thinking. It's kind of nice to not think. Usually, his thoughts are constant and he can't stop them. He's broken from his numbness by the door opening and the doctor from before coming in pushing a cart in front of her. Breakfast, she says simply. Izuku glances at the cart to see a bowl of oatmeal with a few flavor packets to mix into it off to the side. There's a small cup of apple slices and 2 sealed bottles of what looks apple juice and orange juice. We weren't sure what you might like, so we got a little everything, she explains. Thank you, Izuku whispers. She doesn't comment on his lassitude, simply presses the button beside his bed to lift the head up so he can sit without having to move much. She pushes a rolling tray over his lap and sets meal before him and sits back beside Aizawa like before. How are we feeling today? She asks and then amends, physically. I'm still tired, but it doesn't hurt as much, Izuku says softly, reaching out to grab the spoon beside the oatmeal. He doesn't stir any of the flavor packets into the oatmeal. It's not like it will make this meal any better. He shoves a spoonful of the gummy, chewy oatmeal into his mouth and swallows it unchewed. Midoriya-san, Dr. Kaido says softly, and Izuku sets his spoon down, but doesn't look at her. I know things are hard right now. I can't imagine the turmoil you are going through, nor will I pretend I do. I am sorry, though, for what has been done to you and what has been denied to you. If there are any questions you would like to ask, pertaining to what we told you, I will answer as best I can. As well, I would like you to know there are options you can take. If you want to talk now, we can, or we can discuss them later at a time when you are better able to process them. We work at your pace and no one else's, she says easily. Why? Izuku asks softly, looking at her. Why what? She asks. Why do you care? My entire life, I've been to the hospital twice. Do you know why? He asks, voice rising a little. He answers before she can. Because no one would see me if I was hurt. It's pointless to help someone like me, worthless, quirkless. Why waste resources on someone like me when they can go to someone who deserves it? So why do you care? Because I suddenly, magically, have a quirk? Have I somehow gained a use in society now that I'm not scum? Izuku yells out, the monitor beeping shrilly as his heart rate speeds up. Kaido takes his words with a straight face, not even flinching at his anger. When Izuku stops to catch his breath, she finally speaks. My sister was quirkless, she says quietly, and Izuku stills. I spent much of my time cleaning her up, patching up cuts, sewing torn clothes, soothing her as she cried. I watched this horrible excuse of a medical profession spit on her and deny her treatment, simply because she was born different in a society that supposedly embraces different, Kaido says calmly. She's the reason I went into medicine. I wasn't able to save her when she killed herself while I was away at medical school. I'm doing this because I actually take my oath seriously, Midoriya-san. Everyone deserves fair treatment. You may not be quirkless, but it doesn't matter because in your mind, you still are and you have the scars to prove it, don't you? She asks softly. Izuku's eyes burn as tears well up, but he doesn't try to hide them. The room is quiet as he cries softly with his head leaned back as he tries to get himself under control. She silently hands him a tissue box a few minutes later and he wipes at his face. The suppressants were for mutation quirks, so I'm supposed to have some sort of mutation, Izuku says huskily, still looking up at the ceiling. What kind of mutation? He asks. Quirks he understands, has always been able to understand. He needs to focus on this for now and not the boiling, writhing ball in his chest that is everything else. Kaito nods. An avian quirk, from what we can tell, she admits and holds up a tablet with his images brought up. You were actually born with fledgling wings that, had they been allowed to develop, would have emerged from your back and then grown along with you, she says softly. Izuku's actually intrigued by the pictures, staring at them thoughtfully. He's studied a lot on quirks. The science behind them, the theories, their progression across the generations and the ways they have mutated, even the ways they are suppressed. Am I small naturally? He asks, trying to recall what he's heard of the drag exonophorial. Mutant suppressants affect growth hormones. I remember reading something about how heavily regulated they are because of that, he says softly. They do, and to be honest, we're not sure. Your mother is fairly short, so it's possible you are just naturally short, but we plan to do a full physical scan to check for any abnormalities, Kaito explains. Izuku nods, still staring at the scans, and she hands over the tablet to let him look closer. You said I have options? He asks detachedly. You do, she explains. It will be a week or two before the last of the suppressant is flushed from your body. Once gone, your body will once again begin to produce a normal level of growth hormones, though you will need to be monitored to make sure it doesn't overproduce and cause problems, she explains. That can cause growth defects and abnormalities like mutated cells, Izuku says, remembering reading a really interesting paper on cell replication and the many ways it can go wrong. Exactly, Kaito agrees. So what are my options? Izuku asks, setting the tablet aside to look at her. Right now, there are 3. The first is nothing. You let your body do what it needs to while monitoring to make sure nothing serious occurs, she explains. There is a chance that your quirk would continue coming in with the reintroduction of growth hormones. Wouldn't they have atrophied by now? Izuku asks, mind pondering the dilemma that is his quirk. It is a possibility, which leads to your second option. You have been raised quirkless, have learned to live without your quirk, and there is no guarantee that your wings will grow. If you would like to remain quirkless, we could go in and remove the limbs, ensuring you won't have to worry about complication from them in the future. I can't guarantee that other aspects of your quirk won't come forth now that the suppressant is gone, but that at least would be removed, she says simply. Option 3. Izuku asks without saying anything about that option, expression painfully blank as he tries to keep his emotions under lock and key. There is the possibility that through the introduction of your growth hormones and a few other drags, we could reactivate your quirk, so to speak. Encourage growth and hopefully, they would emerge in a few months' time fully functional, she explains. We have a few specialists on staff with quirks that are used in similar situations, helping atrophied or diminished limbs return to functionality, she explains. I would have wings? Izuku asks in an almost detached voice. Yes, though I can't say for sure if they will be fully functional or that you would be able to fly. Though I can consult with some avian specialists to learn how the wings develop and when true flight might be capable, she explains. So my options are, do nothing and see what happens, removal, or try to get them to grow and emerge? Izuku asks. Yes, Kaito admits, sharing a glance with Aizawa though Izuku doesn't notice, too lost in the technical side of his thoughts. We wouldn't be able to do anything until the suppressants are out of your system anyway, so you have a few weeks to think on this of course, Kaito explains. Oh, Izuku says softly, taking another bite of his now cold oatmeal. What about school? Izuku asks softly, dreading what Aizawa might say. You will still have a place in my class, Midoriya, Aizawa assures him firmly. You'll be given as much time as you need to process and recover from this, And whatever decision you come to, you will have Yui's full support. Oh, Izuku says softly, not expecting that. It's strange to think that adults actually want him to succeed. My mom is gone though, Izuku forces out, keeping a tight grip on the anger and betrayal that wants to emerge from the box he's shoved it into. That is true, but when she signed the paperwork to allow you to stay in the dorms, she signed partial custody of you over to us. You will be brought in under Yui's custody as a ward of the school with Mike and myself acting as your guardians until proper accommodations can be figured out, Aizawa explains simply. What about the provisional exam? Izuku asks anxiously. He's already days behind everyone else. He'd hate to have to miss that because of everything. I don't know, Aizawa admits softly. Right now, we're more focused on getting you better and figuring out your living situation. Once the doctors feel you're strong enough to go back to training, we'll start figuring that out then, okay? Aizawa asks. That sounds reasonable. He does feel pretty bad still despite the lessening of his pain and exhaustion. The thought of going back to training sounds exhausting right now. Does everyone else know about me? Izuku asks, anxiety causing his heart to skip a beat. They know you're sick, but not what caused it. What you decide to tell them is up to you. Though, depending on your choices, it will get out eventually, he reminds Izuku. Oh, yeah, Izuku murmurs. Silence settles over them for a few seconds as Izuku stares at his half-eaten meal before Kaito finally speaks up. Do you have any questions for me? She asks seriously. Izuku thinks, but honestly, he's got too much going on in his head right now to think up any questions he might want answered, so he shakes his head. Alright, well then, I'll leave you to finish your meal. If you do have any questions, I'll be available to answer them. Depending on your exam this afternoon, we'll determine when you can be discharged, okay? She asks. Yeah, Izuku murmurs. Nodding, she does a quick look over his chart before writing something in it and hanging it back on his bed and leaves the room. Izuku pokes at his food, suddenly not very hungry. You need to eat, Midoriya, Aizawa reminds him gently. Grimacing, but guessing his teacher is right, Izuku stuffs another bite into his mouth and swallows it whole to avoid tasting the bland food. They don't talk any the rest of the morning, and once he's done eating, Aizawa offers to take it for him. Once the man is out of the room, Izuku turns on his side and tries to go back to sleep, preferring the nothingness of sleep to the chaos of his thoughts right now. Izuku smiles thinly at Aizawa-sensei as he hands over his shoes to put on. He's been in the hospital for 5 days and is finally being discharged. His teacher had brought him a change of clothes since he was brought in wearing his pajamas. Ready? He asks evenly once Izuku has put his shoes on, and Izuku nods. Dr. Kaito is waiting outside his room with a smile on her face. It's good to see you up and about, Midoriya-san, she says. I know things aren't okay right now, but I'm sure things will start to change for the better, no matter what you decide. I'm always available if you have any questions, and I'll be in contact with Recovery Girl for when you do make a decision, she informs him. Okay, Izuku says softly and waves stiltedly at the doctor before following sedately behind Aizawa. The elevator ride down is quiet, and Izuku fiddles with the cuff of his jacket sleeve as he watches the numbers count down. On the ground floor, Aizawa leads him out the front door into the early evening darkness, and Izuku starts in surprise to see Mike-sensei standing near a car, waving at them. Hey little listener, it's good to see you up and about, Mike says with a bright smile. Hi, Izuku says softly. I'm sure you're tired of this place, so let's get going, Mike says and gets them settled in his car. He chatters through the short drive, catching Izuku up on what's been going on since he was taken to the hospital. Izuku listens mostly, but mainly he just stares out the window at the passing city as the car heads up the hill towards Yui. Back on campus, Izuku quietly gets out of the car. Mike and Aizawa seem to have some sort of conversation without speaking, and Mike says goodbye before heading off to check on his dorm while Aizawa leads him towards 1's dorm. Izuku stops abruptly and stares up at the building, anxiety suddenly surging up. Do they know that I'm coming? He asks softly. I said you were being discharged soon, but not when. If you'd like, we can go in the back way so you don't have to talk with anyone, he offers. Izuku contemplates it. He really doesn't want to face anyone right now, but he'll have to eventually. It might as well be tonight rather than in the morning. I'm okay, Izuku whispers, steeling himself for the commotion to come. He can see people are still out in the common area, the lights showing their shadowed silhouettes. Okay, Aizawa says simply, and they start to head up the path towards the front doors. No one notices them at first, busy making dinner, going over summer homework, or just watching some show on the TV. It's like nothing has changed while Izuku was away, and it hurts to think that nothing changed. Then someone gasps and Izuku can see Uraraka staring in shock at where he and Aizawa are standing just inside the door. More eyes turn their way and suddenly Izuku is the center of attention in ways he doesn't like. Midoriya-kun, you're back, Uraraka says excitedly, rushing towards him as a few others jump up as well. Before they all get too close, Aizawa clears his throat, eyes flashing red briefly, and they all stop. Not right now, he orders, and they all nod slowly. It's good to see you back, Midoriya-kun. We missed you, Uraraka says softly. Yeah bro. You had us all really worried, Kirishima adds. Sorry, Izuku murmurs and turns to follow Aizawa up the stairs rather than taking the elevator to the second floor where his room is. His room is as he left it except for the pile of get-well-soon cards and balloons on or hanging over his bed. They were really worried about you, Aizawa says simply, and Izuku nods numbly. He's never had anyone be this worried about him except his mom in a long time. Thoughts of his mother have his stomach twisting horribly. Do you want dinner? He asks. I'm not hungry, Izuku whispers. Aizawa sighs but doesn't push him to eat. I'll let them know you want to rest and to not disturb you, he says instead. We have a meeting with Netsu tomorrow morning at 10, so don't worry about sleeping in, he orders. What about training? Izuku asks, anxious to get back to work. He's lost so much time. You've got a meeting with Recovery Girl and Hound Dog tomorrow as well afterwards, and if they give the okay, we'll start on some light training to get back into the swing of things, he says simply. Izuku nods a little and Aizawa sighs softly. I'll be nearby if you need someone to talk to, he says instead, and Izuku nods again. With nothing left to say, the man leaves Izuku standing just inside his dorm room, shutting the door behind him. Not sure what to do with himself, Izuku heads to his bed and sits on the edge of it, the cards and balloons shifting slightly as he does. Around him, All Might and other heroes stare down at him from across the room. It's not just that though, his mother bought them and right now, he can't have any reminders. With shaking hands and a slowly forming tension headache, Izuku painstakingly starts to take everything down. Rolling up posters, boxing figurines and other items, he stuffs everything into a corner of the room. He does carefully set the cards and balloons aside to go through later when he's up to it. It's a stark bareness throughout his room, but it suits his mood right now. It manages to find his spare comforter, one provided by the school along with other simple furnishings should students not be able to afford to have them brought in. Settling it over his bed, Izuku slides under the comforter in an attempt to sleep. Hours pass in darkness and silence with his swirling thoughts to keep him company. By the time midnight rolls around, Izuku is too wound up to sleep and his thoughts are bouncing angrily in his head. He just wants the numbness back, if only for a little bit. He feels too full of energy to stay still and he needs to move. Running always helped him quiet his mind, if only a little, so Izuku gets out of bed, ignoring the thought that it's technically after curfew. Dressing in simple exercise clothes, he grabs his running shoes and heads downstairs. The dorms have a simple gym for those who only want to do basic exercises. Moving quietly through the dark halls, he finds the gym and slips in, the motion lights flicking on and illuminating the room. There's a couple of treadmills, some exercise bikes, and a few racks of general weights stacked nearby. He didn't think to bring his music like he normally would, but that's fine. It's the movement he craves right now. At the treadmill, Izuku sets it up for a fast walk, not willing to push himself too hard after Dr. Kaido's warning about pushing himself too far too quickly. He still feels a little weak and right now is more about getting out of his head than pushing himself hard. Setting the equipment to go, Izuku starts to walk. He starts out slowly, just a fast walk that has his muscles stretching and burning a little from being disused for 5 days. He slowly inches up the speed until he's jogging, breath coming a little raggedly, but his mind quiets a little bit. He counts each step, the repetitiveness keeping everything else at bay. Eventually though, it becomes too much and Izuku is forced to slow back down to a walk, cooling down before stopping the machine. His chest burns and his lungs ache from the strain. He still itches to move, to not think, so without really thinking about it, Izuku heads for the weight rack nearest him. Some light weights should be okay. As he reaches for the weight, movement catches his eye and he looks up to see himself reflected back in the mirrored wall. He can't help but stare. It's the first time he's really seen himself since he woke up in the hospital. He looks pale, paler than usual, shadows under his eyes. His eyes are drawn to his hair, the familiar dark green and the same green eyes, just like his mother. Like a bomb going off, everything comes rushing back out that he's tried to lock away and ignore. The anger and betrayal, the grief and shock, it all floods his mind in a torrent that leaves him gasping for breath more than the run did. Tears burn his eyes and anger slowly takes over, his hand clenching tighter around the weight he'd picked up before. With a low scream, he throws it at his reflection at her. It shatters the mirror and a second one soon follows before with a sob, Izuku just collapses to the ground, strings cut as gut-wrenching sobs tear from his throat. Hitoshi can't sleep, like usual. Then again, he always gets like this in a new place and the dorms are still new, despite having been here for over a week. There are too many strange noises, smells, and the way the room feels around him. He's not used to it, so his mind won't turn off. With a frustrated sigh, he pushes up from his bed and heads out to grab a drink of water and cool off. It's strange to be here, in the 1A dorms. He'd been promised the spot for the second semester, but after the small pervert had been expelled from the heroics program right before the final exam, they felt it was easier to bump him into the class early rather than waiting for the next semester, though he was excused from the heroics exam. He'd not been with them on that disaster of a training camp either, but he's honestly glad he wasn't. He feels too inexperienced to have reacted well in that situation. And yes, he's aware of that irony considering they were also only in their first semester of the program. So here he is, a new body amongst an already established class, trying to play catch-up. While they go off to do their own training, he gets trained by Aizawa. Well, usually. After Midoriya had fallen ill, it had been passed on to Nedzu, Midnight and Present Mike while Aizawa was keeping an eye on the sick teen. He'd listened quietly as everyone worried in one way or another over the smaller teen. Hitoshi's not sure what to think of him. He beat him at the sports festival despite being quirkless. Hell, he'd made it into the program through the entrance exam, which has always had Hitoshi wondering just how exactly he did that. The teen is nice, always greeting him in the morning before they went their separate ways, and he's tried a few times to include Hitoshi in conversation, but Hitoshi's not sure what to make of it, nor does he want any friends. Reaching the kitchen, he opens the fridge to grab a bottle of water to take back with him when he spies light reflecting off the nearby toaster. Glancing behind him, he spies a small sliver of light down the hall that leads to the gym. Curious, Hitoshi shuts the fridge and starts to make his way towards the gym. Halfway there, he hears the sound of shattering glass and rushes forward, thinking someone is hurt, and comes to the door right as more shattering sounds out and sees Midoriya standing in front of the broken mirror, shoulders heaving, tears running down his cheeks before he just collapses where he stands and starts to sob. Frozen, Hitoshi's not sure what to do in this moment. Hands shaking, thankful he brought his phone with him, Hitoshi steps back from the door and hits Aizawa-sensei's number and waits with bated breath for the man to pick up. "Shinso, why are you calling me this late?" he demands sharply, obviously annoyed with being disturbed, though he wasn't asleep judging by how clear his voice sounds. "Sensei, I think something's wrong with Midoriya. He's down in the gym and he shattered the mirror," Hitoshi says quickly. A sharp curse is the hero's answer before he barks out for Hitoshi to stay put and that he's on his way before the line cuts off. Not even 5 minutes later, the man himself appears from the shadowed end of the hall. Hitoshi follows behind him skittishly, staying by the door as Aizawa slowly walks into the room. "Midoriya," he calls out softly, though the smaller teen doesn't seem to hear him, still crying. Crouching next to him, Aizawa sets a hand on his shoulder. "Izuku," he murmurs, and Midoriya hiccups before he looks up at their teacher. "It's not fair," he whispers huskily, still crying. "It's not fair. Why did she?" He can't seem to finish his sentence before he flings himself at Aizawa to keep crying. Aizawa simply wraps an arm around his shoulders before murmuring something Hitoshi can't hear to the smaller teen. A few minutes pass before Midoriya seems to eventually cry himself into an exhausted sleep. With a grunt of effort, Aizawa picks him up and carries him towards Hitoshi. Sharp, dark eyes catch Hitoshi and hold his attention. "You will keep what you saw to yourself, understood?" Aizawa says evenly. "Why yeah." Hitoshi agrees easily. Is he okay?" he asks softly. "No, he's not, but he will be eventually," Aizawa says with a look of anger and grief that is quickly wiped away. "Go to bed, Shinso. You've got training in the morning," he reminds him. "Yes, sensei," Hitoshi says and follows Aizawa away from the gym towards the common area. Rather than take the sleeping teen back to his dorm room, Aizawa heads in the direction of the teacher's apartment and Hitoshi heads to his own room. He sleeps fretfully, mind still catching on what he saw before he finally falls asleep around 3. He wakes up exhausted, but he's used to it. When he checks on the gym curiously to see if what he saw actually happened, he finds the shattered mirrors cleaned up and replaced as if it never even happened. Deciding to put it aside for now, Hitoshi goes to grab a light breakfast before training. He sees neither Midoriya nor Aizawa that morning. Shoyuta wants to hit something, preferable Midoriya Inko, as he carries the sleeping teen to his apartment rather than back to his dorm room. Hizashi is waiting for him as he steps inside. Shutting the door, the blonde's expression grows solemn at the sight of his burden. "I'll make up the guest room," he says simply, and Shoyuta nods in thanks, following him down the hall. It's quick work to put clean sheets on the bed and to tuck Midoriya into it after pulling his shoes off. It's pointless to worry about him cleaning off the sweat. He'll just have to shower in the morning. After they finish settling Izuku into bed, they head for their own room. "What happened?" Hizashi asks, settling on the bed and patting the spot next to him. Apparently he went to the gym to exercise a bit. Probably couldn't sleep. Something set him off and he shattered 2 of the mirrors down there with some of the weights, Shoyuta informs him with a grimace. Pulling out his phone, he shoots off a quick text to Nedzu, who promptly responds that it will be taken care of. "He's not hurt?" Hizashi asks. "Not physically," Shoyuta murmurs, exhausted by the last week. "You don't have to shoulder this all on your own, Sho. We all want to help him. If you need a break, you need to ask. I don't want you getting burned out by trying to do everything yourself," Hizashi orders sternly. Shoyuta sighs, but nods. "I will," he promises. "We'll take care of your class tomorrow. Just focus on getting him checked over and talking. I'm sure getting back into a routine will help once he's okayed for it," Hizashi adds. "Yeah," Shoyuta agrees and starts to slide further up the bed, Hizashi following. They get settled and turn off the lights. If it takes a while to find sleep, neither points it out. The office is silent as they watch Nedzu prepare tea for them. Izuku's not really sure what to feel this morning. He'd woken up in a strange room still in his exercise clothes with his eyes sore from crying so much and a throat that felt a little raw. When he'd slipped out of the room, he'd found just Aizawa-sensei sitting at a kitchen table drinking coffee and reading over something on his phone. The man hadn't said much besides reminding him that they had a meeting with Nedzu at 10 and then the 2 others after that. Izuku had been grateful that he hadn't tried to talk with him about last night. He's not sure what to say about it, only that it had happened, and he's not sure if it did much besides make him feel exhausted, emotionally and mentally. He'd snagged his shoes from the front entry and had headed back for the dorms, realizing that it was fairly late and that the others would have already left to start their training. It had been a relief to step into the dorms and not see anyone as he'd headed up to his dorm to grab a change of clothes and his shower things to go get cleaned up before the meeting with Nedzu. He hadn't felt like eating as well, and Izuku thinks Nedzu is aware of his lack of eating, judging by the pile of various pastries on a plate set on the table between the 2 couches they've taken up. A knowing glance from the rodent's dark eyes as he hands over a freshly prepared cup of tea has Izuku sighing and reaching for a pastry, if only to have something to nibble on as they talk about whatever this meeting is about. Aizawa accepts the cup as well, and then Nedzu sits back with his own tea. "Well, we might as well cut to the heart of the matter, since we are all well aware why we are here," Nedzu says somberly after taking a sip of tea. He looks over at Izuku. Midoriya-kun, as of right now, you are officially a ward of Yui pending your mother's arrest and sentencing for child neglect, abandonment and any other charges that can be levied against her, he states bluntly, and Izuku nods mutely, unable to get any words past the lump in his throat. As of right now, nothing will really change in your day-to-day. You'll still be living on campus in the dorms, eventually going back to class once the new semester starts up. If you have need of anything, Aizawa-kun and Yamada-kun will be acting as your guardians in the interim. Are you okay with this? Netsu asks evenly. Why yeah, Izuku gets out huskily and thankfully neither comments on how rough his voice sounds. As of now, you have no parent to take you in. We have tried locating your father, but have been unsuccessful. If you could perhaps tell us anything you might know in locating him, as there is no one listed on your birth certificate, Netsu asks leadingly. Izuku sadly shakes his head. I never knew him. Mom never told me much, only that I got some of my looks from him. I think he lives in America. That's where she said she met him at least, Izuku admits softly. Ah, well, we'll keep looking into that. Currently, we are scheduling an appointment with child welfare to get you a representative and see about getting you possibly into a foster home. We will be heavily scrutinizing all options given before allowing any kind of transfer of custody to ensure your safety and that you will be able to continue your education here, Netsu explains patiently. Izuku frowns. You said Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei would be my guardians, Izuku says softly. Temporarily, Aizawa speaks up. While we do have a license to foster, we want you to have a choice in which foster parents you will be staying with. As well, there are some who might see it as a conflict of interest if we were to take you in. These things take time to iron out and finalize. Nothing will be decided without your say-so, he reminds Izuku. Okay, Izuku nods, taking a bite from the pastry still in his hand. Now, the question I'm sure you want answered most, the provisional exam, Netsu says a little more cheerfully, and Izuku sits up a little straighter. That unfortunately is entirely dependent on you, I'm afraid. You have some choices to make here soon in regards to your quirk. Depending on what you decide will decide how we proceed. It won't preclude you from joining your class in competing for the licenses, but we might have to put limits and restrictions, Netsu informs him. And training? Izuku asks. That is what your meeting with Recovery Girl will mainly be about. She wants to get a baseline today, as well as going into detail on what exactly each of your options will entail. After which, you will then have a meeting with Hound Dog, Netsu informs him, and Izuku dims a little at the thought of speaking with the man. I know you don't want to talk about this and we can't make you, Midoriya-kun, but something very traumatic and emotional has happened to you. We as a school cannot ignore this fact. What goes on in your session is between the two of you, and if you'd like to continue them, you can. Just remember that there is nothing wrong with needing help to get past this and healing from this, alright? Netsu asks softly. Fine, Izuku finally gets out stiffly. Good, now finish your pastry and tea. I'd hate for Recovery Girl to think we weren't feeding you, Netsu says cheerfully as he sips from his cup and Izuku follows, forcing himself to eat. Izuku watches quietly as Recovery Girl puts his blood through some strange machine in her office. They'd spent the first half hour discussing everything that his 3 options would entail and the plans drawn up to follow said choices. They were extensive, which is kind of relieving. He likes to have things planned out and he's glad they're taking this so seriously. She'd then drawn some blood from his arm to get a baseline of his various herm and chemical levels, and to see how much of the suppressant still remained in his blood. She turns away with a soft hum. Well, that is that, Midoriya-kun. I'll keep you updated on any changes good and bad. Let's schedule the next meeting for Saturday morning before you start your day, she offers. Okay, I can do that, Izuku agrees. Good, and next time, eat a better breakfast, she scolds him while handing him a few gummies. Yes, ma'am. Izuku agrees sheepishly before he follows her out to the main part of the nurse's office where Aizawa is leaned against a wall waiting for them. All done. He'll be coming Saturday morning for more blood work, she informs the hero. I'll make sure nothing interferes with him coming here, Aizawa says simply. As to his training, he asks. 2 days of light training and then you can go back to your normal regimen, within reason of course. I don't need you back in here because you overdid if young man, she says pointedly. Yes, ma'am, Izuku says with an excited nod. Now go on. You've got a meeting with Hound Dog to get to, she reminds him, which dampens his mood a little, but he still nods and follows Aizawa back out of the room and into the hall. Aizawa leads him through a few more halls before stopping by a door labeled with Hound Dog's name and his office hours. I'll leave you here and be back to get you once your session is done. We'll have lunch afterwards and then you'll join Shinso with his training, Aizawa says simply. Yes, sensei, Izuku says with a nod. Aizawa nods back and opens the door for Izuku to walk in. With a sigh, he does, not fighting their pushing for him to talk about what happened. Aizawa gives a silent nod to Hound Dog, who's seated at his desk, and then with one last shared look at Izuku, shuts the door and leaves him alone with the counselor. Have a seat, Midoriya-kun, Hound Dog says softly, motioning towards the small couch in the middle of the room. Izuku walks in slowly and sits, tense and uncertain how this is supposed to go. Hound Dog stands and walks towards a counter and comes back with a hot water maker. Tea, he asks softly. Or hot chocolate if you'd like that. There's some juice in the fridge as well, he adds. What? Izuku asks, thrown off. I find it's nice to have something to hold when talking, and it gives you something to wet the throat if you talk a lot, Hound Dog says simply. Izuku almost says hot chocolate, favoring the drink, and bites his tongue before saying, green tea is fine, huskily. He doesn't need a reminder of her right now. Hound Dog nods and makes them both a cup of tea. Izuku thanks him softly when he hands it over, and then silence falls over the room. Izuku swallows nervously and stares down at his cup of tea, feeling the heat radiate from the porcelain. How about I lay out some guidelines for us, okay? Hound Dog offers, and Izuku nods slowly. Very well. This is a safe place, Hound Dog says simply. I want you to feel safe enough to talk here. I won't force you to talk or reveal anything you're not comfortable sharing. You can say as much or as little as you want. I will try to help you to work through what has happened to you, Midoriya-kun, but sometimes, a person might need more than this type of therapy or a different type of therapy. Don't blame yourself if that is the case. We'll simply have to find what will help you. Either way, I want you to feel like you can come here to get away from the world for a bit if it becomes too much. No questions asked, alright? Hound Dog offers. Okay, Izuku whispers, guessing those stipulations are alright. How are we doing this morning? Physically, emotionally, mentally, whatever you'd like to share, Hound Dog says simply. Izuku frowns, considering his words. I don't hurt as much anymore, he admits. You were feeling pain before this started? Hound Dog asks evenly. Yes, sort of. Kind of became constant, he admits. Is Recovery Girl aware of this? He asks. I don't know, maybe, Izuku admits with another frown. Had he told her about it? Well, no need to worry. If you'd like, I can inform her, or you can simply tell her at your next meeting, Hound Dog proposes. You can tell her, he decides. He really doesn't want to see her disappointed expression because he didn't tell her. Very well, Hound Dog says with a nod and writes a note on a pad of paper by his elbow before looking back at Izuku. Do you want to talk about anything? He asks. I don't know what to say, Izuku whispers, hands effingly on his lap. How do you put into words everything that has happened to him and what he's learned about himself? That's understandable, he hums softly before crossing his legs and leaning on his elbow. You have a quirk now, one that was denied to you from a young age. It must be confusing considering your upbringing, he points out. Izuku pulls his knees up, wrapping his arms around them after setting his tea aside to keep from spilling it. I don't know if I want it, he whispers softly. I've wanted a quirk all my life and now I have one, he chokes out. Uncertainty, confusion, these are normal reactions to have, especially considering the reason for this new development. And there is nothing wrong with taking your time to work through these feelings and weighing your options before making a decision, Hound Dog tells him. But I have a quirk, Izuku insists. I was going to be the first quirkless hero, but it was a lie and that dream was a lie, and how will I help them? Izuku growls out angrily. And? Hound Dog asks simply, and Izuku stills. Dreams change and evolve, Hound Dog reminds him evenly. So you aren't going to be the first quirkless person to be a hero. Will you let that stop you from helping the quirkless population out there? from being a person to inspire them and fight for their rights. Hound Dog asks. No, Izuku breathes out, feeling tears in his eyes. Are you aware of the growing anti-mutant groups out there? Hound Dog asks suddenly, and Izuku blinks at the sudden change. A little, he admits. Then you are aware that you are not the first person this has happened to, Hound Dog explains, and Izuku pauses, wrapping his head around that fact. There are many this has happened to and is still happening to. Children, teens, and even adults who have gone their whole lives thinking they are one way only to learn they were lied to and forced to be that way. Oh, Izuku whispers. Hound Dog stands and heads to his desk to grab a packet of papers from it before coming back and handing it to Izuku, who glances at it before looking back at the counselor. This contains a support group online for those who have gone through this as well. Sometimes having someone to talk to who understands what you are going through can be a great help. As well, there is an advocacy group who specializes in these cases. They work closely with the quirkless community as well as the mutant community. They're always looking for help and have been very vocal about getting hero support to help back them and change things for the better, he says simply. You want me to help them? Izuku asks. If that is what you want. If nothing else, it is a source of information and a resource for you to pull from in the future. I simply wanted you to know that you aren't alone out there. It is often comforting to know there are those who understand, Hound Dog says simply. Oh, Izuku whispers, looking back down at the papers. I don't know how to tell anyone, he admits suddenly, the words forcing themselves out of his tight throat. This is a difficult subject to just bring up in casual conversation, Hound Dog admits with a wry huff. And depending on what path you chose, it will be revealed no matter what you want, he points out. There honestly isn't any easy way to talk about this with others, but if you want to reveal it to someone, I suggest someone you trust, or who will understand what you are going through will be a good first choice. I guess, Izuku says with a frown. Take your time, Hound Dog says simply. You don't need to rush into anything right now. There's a faint buzz from his phone which had been sitting on the small table next to him, and he glances at it before nodding. Our session is nearly up, he informs Izuku, and Izuku blinks, not having noticed the passing time, but when he picks up his undrunk cup of tea, it's cold. Okay, Izuku says, setting the cup back down. I would like you to come back for another session in a few days. How about Sunday? We can do it earlier in the day or later, if that works for you, Hound Dog offers. Early I guess, Izuku decides. Sundays are their rest days, so he won't have any pressing things to worry about. I'll set you for 9 on Sunday then. If you need to come here and talk with me before then, don't be afraid to stop by. My door is always open and I'm always willing to sit down with you, he tells Izuku. Okay, Izuku agrees. He picks up his pack of papers and stands, Hound Dog doing so as well, and escorts Izuku to the door. When they open it, they find Aizawa leaned against the wall across from the door. All done, he asks. Yeah, Izuku nods. 9 on Sunday morning, Hound Dog informs Aizawa. Thanks, Aizawa says with a nod, before he motions for Izuku to follow him. Thank you, Izuku says with a slight bow to the counselor. You're welcome, Hound Dog says before he walks back into his office and shuts the door. Izuku follows behind Aizawa towards the dorms. The teacher doesn't ask how he's doing or what he talked about, and Izuku is grateful for that. He doesn't necessarily feel better for talking, but he glances down at the papers in his arms and feels a little hopeful that maybe he will feel better. There are others out there that have gone through this, have gone on with their lives, and have hopefully moved past it. So maybe he can too. The dorm comes into view and he can see his classmates moving around in the common area making lunch after getting out of training. Will you be all right on your own? Aizawa asks softly, expression serious as he studies Izuku. Izuku flicks his gaze between Aizawa and the view of the dorm and nods. I'm okay, he says softly. Alright, you have my number. If you need me for anything, text, or come find me in the teacher's dorms, Aizawa says easily. I will, Izuku agrees. I already informed Shinso that you would be joining his training, so just follow him to our usual meeting point. Your gym uniform will be fine for now, he advises. Okay, Izuku says, feeling a bit of excitement bubble up in his chest. He can finally get back to training for the exam and he'll get to train with Shinso, whom he's not had the chance to spare with yet. Go eat, problem child. I don't need you fainting on me because you ran out of energy, Aizawa orders, and Izuku nods before the man turns to walk away. Taking a deep breath, Izuku walks up to the doors and slips inside. It's loud and boisterous inside as people slip in and out of the kitchen where the smell of food is cooking. One of the TVs are on with the volume down, but the subtitles on so people can still understand what is going on. There's a group at one of the tables with books cracked open as they write some things out. Nobody notices him at first, and he considers trying to slip away up to his room, but realizes it's pointless with how many have sensitive senses and how many people are moving about. Someone would spot him anyways. Better to face the music anyways. As he thinks this, it happens. Yaoyorozu pushes away from the table, turning to head for the kitchen, and sees him out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, Midoriya, welcome back," she says easily with a small smile. The shock and silence ripples out at her words as people turn to look his way, a few heads poking out of the kitchen. "Midoriya-kun," Uraraka says happily, smiling. "Are you hungry? We're making lunch for everyone," she says. "Yes, please," he tacks on. "I'm glad you are feeling better. You had us all worried," Ida says, hands chopping the air. "Yeah," Izuku agrees, slowly edging through the area towards the stairs. "Dude, where were you? You missed some things at training this morning," Kaminari calls out. "You'll fall behind if you don't catch up," he adds with a grin, not trying to be cruel, but it still makes Izuku wince a little. He looks away and doesn't see Jiru slap Kaminari on the head with a hissed few words. "Why yeah," Izuku agrees. It's true. He's fallen behind everyone and now he has to work even harder to catch up. "What's that you have?" Uraraka asks curiously, coming closer. "It's nothing," Izuku says sharply, tightening his arms around the pack of papers. "Just some stuff from Recovery Girl," he tries to lie, falling short. I'm going to put this in my room and come back down," he says and quickly skitters across the room for the stairs. Thankfully no one stops him and he makes it up the stairs to his floor. He flings himself into his room and shuts it with a sigh of relief. The stark bareness is still there from last night. It feels even more like a reminder of what has happened. It's cleansed of everything, including her, but also his past. Who is he now? His whole life has been a lie and now he has to try to find himself again. Taking a shaky breath, Izuku sets the papers on his desk with plans to look closer at them after training. Patting his cheeks to try and psych himself up, Izuku heads for the door and steps outside, quickly closing it. As he turns, he jumps to see Katsuki standing a few feet away, leaned against the wall. "Keikaken, I didn't see you there," Izuku stammers out, falling back on his old nickname for the blonde. "The F is up with you?" Katsuki growls out with a glare. "What do you mean?" Izuku asks, heart in his throat. "Don't play stupid, Deku. Something's up with you that's more than you just being sick. What are you hiding?" he demands. "Nothing is up," Izuku tries to deflect. "Bullshit, Deh. I know when you're trying to hide something. You always have that same squirrely look on your face, so spill." "This better not mess up my training," Katsuki growls out. Izuku feels a sudden spark of anger in his gut at Katsuki's words. It makes his blood burn and his spine straighten as he starts to walk towards the stairs, Katsuki blinking at his sudden change in demeanor. "Not everything that happens in my life revolves around you, Katsuki," Izuku snaps at him. "It's time you realize that." Before Katsuki can regroup and retort, Izuku is in the stairwell and marching down the stairs. It's only once he's at the bottom that he lets out the breath he'd been holding, waiting for Katsuki to come after him for snapping back. He takes a breath to steady himself and steps out into the common area. The temperature shifts slightly to his right and he looks to see Todoroki standing near the stairs. "Hi, Todoroki-kun," Izuku says quietly to his friend. "Everything okay?" he asks, eyes flicking up to the floor above. Izuku guesses he saw Katsuki head up after him. "I'm okay," Izuku says with a wan smile. Todoroki doesn't call him out on his lie thankfully and simply nods, before leading the way to the kitchen where the chaos has diminished some as order is placed over the area. "Midoriya-kun, hi, here's your food," Uraraka says quickly, handing him a tray with a bowl of food, utensils and a can of juice on it. Thank you, Uraraka-san, Izuku says with a smile. She grins back, handing Todoroki his own tray before grabbing herself one and following them towards one of the tables. They sit and Izuku forces himself to eat, despite the anger still bubbling in his gut from Katsuki's words. Are you really okay? Uraraka asks quietly to keep the others from overhearing too much. I'm okay, he reassures her. I had a few meetings this morning, one with Recovery Girl to check me over and she says I'm good to go. I've got 2 days of light training and then I can join up with you guys, he explains. Oh, that's great news. If you don't mind me asking what was wrong, she asks softly. I'd rather not talk about it right now, Izuku admits softly. Of course, she agrees without any anger at him denying her answers. I'm just glad you're back and feeling better. I'll have to show you my progress once you rejoin us, she adds, making a fist and flexing her bicep. I've gotten stronger. I look forward to seeing it, Izuku says serenely. You as well, Todoroki-kun, he adds. Of course, Todoroki agrees easily. With that out of the way, Uraraka, with Todoroki chiming in on occasion, tells him about what he missed and all the antics the others got up to during training. Eventually though, lunch ends and they all have to go their separate ways, most going to the gym, while Izuku hangs back with Shinso to head somewhere else. Yo, Shinso mutters with a salute once the others have left. Guess you're with me? Yeah, Izuku agrees with a nod, excited to be doing something that doesn't pertain to his newfound quirk. Where are we going? Izuku asks with a smile. Gym Zeta, Shinso supplies. Izuku's never been in that gym before. He follows Shinso who knows the way and they soon end up next to a tall building at least 3 stories. It's also longer than it is wide. Inside, they see Aizawa is already there. They're both in their gym uniforms, so they don't have to get changed. Good you're here. Shinso, you know what to buy now for warm-ups, Aizawa points out and he nods, setting off at a light jog around the perimeter of the interior of the gym. As Izuku looks up, he can see a strange arrangement of scaffolding and platforms tucked up in the ceiling. Problem child, come here, Aizawa orders and Izuku complies. We're going to start with some basic exercises and stretches. You let me know if anything hurts or feels weird, got it? He demands. Yes, sensei, Izuku agrees. Aizawa starts barking out positions and stretches that Izuku executes. Other than being a little stiff after so many days of being in the hospital, he feels fine. He feels better than he has in a long while, now that the pain from before is mostly gone. Izuku finishes his stretches and maneuvers at the same time as Shinso finishes his laps. The teen is panting slightly, but doesn't seem too winded. He quickly does some light stretches to loosen up at Aizawa's orders. Once he's finished, Aizawa nods. We'll do a light spar between you two to get into the swing of things and test how you pair up, he says simply. Izuku grins, excited about it, and even Shinso smirks a little. They head for an area covered with mats and square off against each other. Nothing too heavy, no quirk this round, Aizawa orders, glancing at Shinso. You stop if I call it or if you're pinned for 3 seconds, he adds. Okay, Izuku agrees, flexing his shoulders a bit. Shinso just nods. Go, Aizawa says simply. They both rush each other, throwing punches, kicks, ducking and dodging. Izuku rolls under a grappling arm and pops up behind Shinso to jump on his back, but the teen seems to expect this and rolls forward, away from him. Eventually, Izuku manages to get a hand on Shinso, despite his greater height and weight. They tumble to the floor and Izuku manages to pin him for a second before Shinso rolls them and Izuku finds himself on his front, pinned to the floor. Shinso wins, Aizawa calls out as the 3 seconds go by. Shinso lets him up and Izuku sits up with a grin. You're good, he huffs out, wiping sweat off his brow. Shinso actually looks shocked that Izuku admitted he was beaten. Thanks, he huffs out. You're not an easy person to get a hand on, he admits. Small is good for some things, Izuku admits with a shrug and stands, offering his hand to Shinso who takes it after a second of staring at his hand. Less chatting, more training, Aizawa speaks up and they both turn to look at him. Go again, be quicker, he orders and they both nod. Go, he calls out. Hitoshi is exhausted as the training comes to a close. Midoriya is a beast with his stamina, the smaller teen still looking ready to throw hands despite being drenched in sweat. It's only Aizawa's orders for them to stop that keep him from continuing. Cool down stretches and then hit the showers. We'll meet up here tomorrow morning. Shinso, bring your capture scarf. Midoriya, bring your costume and be prepared for some climbing, he orders, motioning behind him to where they can see a large climbing wall is situated. Yes, sensei, Midoriya agrees cheerfully. Nodding, Aizawa walks off and leaves them to their cool down stretches. With a groan, Hitoshi starts to stretch out his aching calf muscles. Midoriya settles nearby and starts his own stretches. The silence falls over them, but it doesn't feel strained. He does notice the smaller teen sending him the occasional glance. Finally, Hitoshi grows curious enough to call out Midoriya. Yes, he asks, catching Midoriya in the act. Midoriya jumps before looking away with a faint flush on his cheeks. Sorry, he mutters. You've got a question or something? Hitoshi asks. Midoriya sits up, crossing his legs, and starts to fidget with his fingers. Hitoshi sits up as well, even more curious. Can I ask you something? He asks. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. It's a really strange question and I'm sure it will be weird to answer, he trails off. All right, he agrees, recalling last night and if this is related to that. Really? Izuku asks in shock. Ask your question, Hitoshi says with a huff. Oh yeah, if you could, would you change your quirk? He asks softly. Hitoshi freezes, not expecting such a question. I know your quirk isn't viewed in the best light on a good day. I even heard some people call it villainous. So, would you change it to a more heroic quirk? He asks. Hitoshi frowns considering the question. Would he? He spent so much of his life dealing with bullies and quirkist assholes telling him how he's destined to be a villain, how he shouldn't even try to become a hero. That he should just turn himself in and save the police and heroes the effort. And in spite of all that, here he is at Yui, training to be a hero. Maybe he started this whole campaign out of spite to all the people that pushed him down, but at the end of the day, this quirk is his. He used to hate it once. He even told his mother that he hated it when he was younger. She'd sat him down and explained that hating his quirk meant he hated himself. That his quirk is a part of him and just because others didn't like it didn't mean he wouldn't find people out there who would love him for it. Don't get him wrong, he still did this with 25% spite in mind, but the other 75% is because he truly wants to help people and inspire other kids out there with villainous quirks that they're not wrong and they can dream big if they want. No, Hitoshi says slowly, picking his words deliberately. My quirk, it's a part of me. If I changed it, I wouldn't be the me you see now. I like who I am right now. Maybe when I was younger I would have, but now, no. You can't change who you are and a quirk is just another part of you, you know, he says and then winces because Midoriya is FNG quirkless and he just stuffed his foot in his mouth. Sorry, that came out wrong, he mutters. No, Midoriya says quickly. I get what you were trying to say. You can't change what is a fundamental part of you, even if you could, he says back. Because to change that, you'd have to change everything and then you wouldn't be you, Midoriya surmises. Thanks, he adds softly. You're welcome, Hitoshi answers, confused, but glad he didn't offend him. They finish their stretches and then get up to clean their area up before heading back to the dorms to shower and get changed. They arrive back at the dorms ahead of the others so they split ways and head to their own rooms. By the time they finish and are grabbing a snack from the kitchen, the others come barreling in, having showered at the gym before coming back to the dorms. No one say anything to single out Midoriya more than usual. Instead they fall into a bickering match over what movie they should watch that night as a group. When Hitoshi glances towards Midoriya halfway through an All Might movie, he finds him smiling a little and seeming a lot more settled than he was that morning. Hopefully his words helped him, even just a little. Saturday rolls around with Shoyuta escorting Midoriya to Recovery Girl's domain before training that morning. He technically doesn't need to, but he feels like he needs to, especially now that he and Hizashi are responsible for him. Midoriya doesn't complain at Shoyuta tagging along, so they walk silently towards the main building. The meeting should only take half an hour, plenty of time for them to get there and back before they have to head to the gym for training. The 2 days of light training had done wonders for Midoriya's confidence and getting him back into the groove. It had also shown that Shinso is ready to join up with the rest of the class. He'd already sent word to Cementos to upgrade the gym for Shinso to use his capture scarf. For now though, he focuses on Midoriya as they take the elevator up and head for the nurse's office. She doesn't look surprised to see Shoyuta with Midoriya, so Shoyuta doesn't have to make up an excuse. Instead, he steps aside and leans against the wall while she takes Midoriya back to do her usual exam and draw his blood. 20 minutes later, he's back with a small wrap around his arm where they drew blood. All done. His last blood sample looked good and I'll compare it to this one once it's finished. Hound Dog informed me of what you told him, she adds, and Midoriya winces a bit. Shoyuta sits up at that, wondering what they spoke about. How long had you been feeling the chronic pain? She asks evenly. Midoriya hunches a little at her words. I don't really know. I'd felt it for so long I just got used to it, he admits. Did it wax and wane, or was it constant? She asks. Both, Midoriya says. It was mostly constant, but some mornings it hurt more, or if I did something that hurt me, then the pain was more, he explains. And now, she asks. Is that same pain still there? Not really. Not like before. It's more like spurts of pain, he tries to describe. Not constant though, she asks for clarification. No, not constant, he confirms. Well, the pain you are probably feeling is the residual from the withdrawals. As well, you'll likely start feeling growth pains as your body starts to grow properly again, she admits. Some mild painkillers are fine, but if you take some and it doesn't help ease the pain, you come straight to me or Aizawa-san, is that understood? It could be a bigger issue than just basic aches and pains, she informs him. Yes, Recovery-san, he agrees easily. Good, then I'm all done with you, she informs him, handing over her usual gummies with a kind smile. Midoriya takes them and then pauses. Actually, he starts off with, and they both look at him. I made a decision, he admits softly, and Shoyuta stills. It's only been a few days, Midoriya-kun. You don't need to rush yourself, Recovery Girl reminds him. I know that, but I'll just keep thinking myself into circles and well, this feels right, he admits, fidgeting with his hands. She studies him for a long moment before nodding. What choice have you made? She asks quietly. I want to try and restore my quirk, he says softly, not looking up as he says it. It's a part of me and it was taken away and I'd like to know that part of me, he explains. Shuda's heart twists slightly at his halting explanation. That is certainly one way to look at this situation. How might his life have changed had his mother not done this? Of course, dear, it is most definitely a part of you, Recovery Girl says with a nod. I'll start getting things prepared then, but we'll have to wait until your blood is clear of the suppressant. If you change your mind, don't be afraid to tell me. I'd rather not do something you don't want to do, she tells him. Okay, Izuku says, looking relieved that they didn't try to change his mind or demand a better explanation. Come on, problem child. Breakfast and then training, he tells Midoriya, and the teen nods, looking excited. Shuda's just glad the boy seems to be recovering mostly. Hopefully, time will help him get past this hurdle and on to better things in his life. Shoyuta gets the email on the following Thursday about Nezu wanting to meet with him Friday morning. The week has been, well, not stressful because he might be training 20 students to prepare them for their provisional exam, but for the most part they have the drill down. It's been hectic though, and he's glad for the distraction, even if it has to do with Midoriya and his quirk. Recovery Girl has been getting the things necessary to start returning Midoriya's quirk to him. There are a few specialists that they have to schedule appointments with, medicines to orders, a few bits of tech to make it easier to monitor any growth of said wing development. His last blood screening had shown barely any of the suppressants in his system, so they would soon have the green light to start. So come Friday morning, he drags himself out of bed earlier than he likes to head for Nezu's office for a meeting before he has to do training later. He has a large cup of coffee in his hand, and he's ready to face anything. Until he steps through Nezu's door and is met by the laughing golden eyes and red wings of the current number 2 hero, unofficially until the next billboards in November. Shoyuta just knows that this meeting is going to be painful. Hawks, Shoyuta greets evenly. He's only met the hero a few times in the winged hero's short career. While he doesn't hate the man, he's a good hero and his work ethic is strong. His personality grates on Shuta's nerves sometimes. Eraserhead, Hawks greets back with a big grin. How's Tokoyami doing? We've missed him at the Airy, he says. He's doing well and growing. Stronger, Shoyuta says truthfully, seeing the serenity in the man's words. Glad to hear. Now, what have you called me here about? Hawks asks cheerfully of Nedzu. Of course, Nedzu says, clapping his paws and motions for them all to sit on the side couches where tea has been set up already and is waiting to be poured. Have a seat and we'll cut to the chase, as they say. Shoyuta snags a spot, but turns down the tea, drinking his coffee instead. Shoyuta can guess why Nedzu called in Hawks. Winged quirks aren't that common. Despite what people might think, and with the target on Class 1A, Nedzu would be hesitant about calling in a civilian to consult with, even with Hawks' connections to the HPSC. I've asked you here, Hawks, because we have need of your expertise in regards to your quirk, Nedzu says simply after handing the man a cup of tea. My quirk? Hawks asks in surprise, brow arching. What do you need to know about it? He asks, taking a sip. We know avian quirks are quite rare and one of our students has begun the arduous process of growing in a pair of wings, Nedzu says succinctly. A quirk mutation? He asks. A little more complicated than that, Nedzu admits with a frown. I'm going to need more info than that, Hawks points out. What is said in this room does not leave it, Shoyuta states bluntly, and Hawks sits up a little straighter, eyes sharp and probing as he studies Shoyuta before he nods slowly. It was recently discovered that one of our students was being forced to take mutant quirk suppressants unknowingly by his mother. We only found out when they moved into the dorms and his mother could no longer dose him and he had to be hospitalized due to the withdrawal symptoms. Currently he wishes to try and restore his quirk and we need to know what to expect, Shoyuta states bluntly. Hawks blinks slowly and then lets out a long whistle. That's a lot, he admits, expression somber. You're sure it is an avian quirk? He asks. Positive. Nedzu speaks up and hands over a tablet with the scans of Midoriya's wings. Yeah, definitely avian. You can see the feathers had started to form. Judging by their size and development, I'd say he was a few months off from emerging, he says evenly, eyes scanning through the images as he flips through them. It's your quirkless student then? Well, not quirkless, he amends. What makes you say that? Nedzu asks curiously. It's got to be 1A if Eraser's here and the kid's the only one that would fit the perimeters. Plus, with Yui's issues with the LOV, I assume you wanted to keep this in-house, Hawks adds. Astute, Nedzu admits. Midoriya-kun is indeed the child in question. We're set to start his restoration plan sometime next week should nothing happen in the interim. So you want me to tell you what will happen? Can't your nurse do the research? We may be rare, but the info is out there and published, he reminds them. We want to know about it from a personal experience. As well, there are aspects of avian and other animal quirks that aren't recorded in scientific journals, Nedzu points out. True, Hawks agrees. Well, mine emerged when I was 5, but there were signs a few months leading up to it. As the wings grow, they press against the skin and form 2 ridges. As it gets closer to the time to bring them out, the skin will be sensitive and thin to allow the emergence. It will also be extremely painful, he adds. We're prepared for such an occurrence, Nedzu informs him. I can't say for sure how his will develop due to the extended suppressant use and his age, but they grow fast. If they follow normal development, they will eventually match his stature within a few months, he explains. What about flight? Shoyuta asks. If the muscles are strong enough and there are no abnormalities, he should be able to fly given time to increase his strength and to learn how to actually fly. But it also depends on how his quirk expresses itself. There are a few avian quirks out there where they grew wing, but they couldn't fly, the limbs not able to support their weight, or they were from flightless birds, he points out. What about the instincts? Nedzu asks. Can't help you there, not until we know if he's a true avian or not, Hawks admits. There are some who have wings and that's it, no animal instincts. We'll just have to wait and see if something comes out. He might start showing some of the instincts before they emerge, if he has them, he points out. Then we'll have to keep an eye out, Nezu says simply. Do you know who he got his wings from? Someone in his family might know something, Hawks points out. Unfortunately, the boy's mother is currently on the run. There was no father listed on his birth certificate and he doesn't know who he is. As for other relations, none are living, Nezu states with a huff of annoyance. We assume it was from his father, but can't be sure. Demon kid's got all the luck, Hawks huffs out. Tell me about it, Shoyuta mutters. Would you be willing to stay on for consultation when we need you? Nezu asks. At least once we're closer to his wings emerging, if they do emerge. He will need someone to help him figure out how to live with wings, Nezu asks. Sure, I'm down to help out another wing friend, Hawks says with a grin. Keep me in the loop and I'll swing by when you need me. That would be most appreciated, Nezu says with a smile. Now a few last questions before we let you go, he adds, and Shoyuta settles back to let the rodent grill Hawks for every last kernel of info he can get from him. Hello, Midoriya-kun, Recovery Girl says with a smile as he comes in. Today is the day they start his plan and he's nervous. No need to fret, my dear. We're simply going to take this one step at a time. Okay, he agrees, stepping further into the room. Aizawa is with him again as moral support, which he really appreciates. He didn't get much sleep last night due to strange dreams and nightmares, so he's a little frazzled this morning. Now this is Fujiko-san, who specializes in restoring reduced and atrophied limbs, Recovery Girl explains to Izuku, pointing to the unassuming woman standing near the back with another familiar face. Kaido-san came as well to assist with the initial process, she adds. It's good to see you doing well, Kaido says with a smile, and Izuku waves slightly with his own smile. Before we get started with the procedure, we're going to talk medication, Recovery Girl says, and Izuku nods. You'll be taking 3 pills at different rates, she continues, setting 3 pill bottles in front of him. The first is meant to encourage cellular growth in small amounts. You'll be taking it every other day. The second is an anti-inflammatory, to help reduce any growth pains you might experience. Again every other day, and both can be taken with food, she continues. The last is a herm regulation drug. It will help regulate your growth hormones to keep them from going out of control. This you will take every day 1 hour before you eat, she adds. Okay, I can do that, Izuku agrees. Now if at any time you feel weird with the medication or it starts to have strange effects on you, come to me immediately. Understood, she asks, and Izuku nods. Alright, then we can get started with Fujiko-san, Recovery Girl says, and Izuku nods, following the smaller woman to the back of the room, clutching his pill bottles as they start to explain how exactly this will go down. It's the week before the provisional exam and Izuku is both excited and anxious, a strange combination to have. They'd started his plan and he's been taking his pills. He's scheduled to see Fujiko-san again tomorrow and one more time before the exam. Recovery Girl has been requesting daily scans of his torso, just to track progress and to determine the game plan before the exam. So far, they haven't grown much and he still has the green light mostly to participate. He's worried that it's been too long though and this will all be for naught, but Fujiko-san assures him that they are on track and exactly where she expected him to be. He'd honestly expected something more dramatic, but apparently reawakening a quirk and restoring atrophied limbs actually takes time. Who knew? He's got a late session today with Hound Dog, the man having to work him into the schedule with other students. Izuku doesn't mind coming later. Aizawa simply drops him off at Hound Dog's office with a reminder to take it easy tomorrow, and Izuku nods before slipping into the counselor's office. The counselor is seated at his desk writing something down and simply gestures for Izuku to take a seat while he finishes what he's working on. A minute later, he sets his pen down and pushes away from his desk to come take his usual seat. Sorry about that, Midoriya-kun, he apologizes, and Izuku nods, fidgeting with the pull string on his hoodie he's wearing. How have things been? He asks, letting Izuku decide what he'd like to share. All right, Izuku says with a frown. Pretty much everyone has stopped watching me after the whole hospital visit, so that's nice, he says. You said pretty much. Who is still keeping an eye on you? Hound Dog asks curiously. Izuku frowns. Todoroki-kun still does, but he watches everyone, and I don't mind. Bakugo-san pretends he's not watching, but I notice him from time to time. Shinso-san as well keeps an eye out, but he's a bit like Todoroki-kun and watches everyone, so it doesn't really bother me, he explains. Does Bakugo-kun watching you disturb you? Hound Dog asks. Izuku shrugs, trying to find the right words. He knew me before high school. He knows my Izuku explains, growing quieter after that word. He'll know fully what happened when it does get out, he explains. You and the Bakugo family were close? Hound Dog asks. His mom and mine were friends. I don't know if she is actually aware that she's left, and I've been too afraid to ask what they know, he admits. Of course, this is a difficult situation, no matter how you look at it. If he does anything that makes you uncomfortable, or if he tries to pressure you into revealing things you'd rather not, let myself or Aizawa-san know, understood? No one is allowed to make you feel worse, or pressure you into revealing information you are not ready to, Hound Dog says seriously. Izuku nods with a faint smile, still not used to adults being so willing to defend him. It feels nice though to not have to struggle at everything alone like he used to. Hound Dog sighs through his nose, but it seems more like he's centering himself than annoyance or anger. Now, on to a topic that I'm sure you've already thought about somewhat, he says, and Izuku tenses a little. We've mainly been focusing on the present, dealing with the here and now as you came to terms with what has happened. We should start to consider the future though, as you continue with your plans to restore your quirk, he states bluntly, and Izuku winces. He's been avoiding thinking about that because it's such a charged topic. I guess, he says, fiddling with the drawstring more as his nerves creep up on him. Hound Dog frowns before reaching under the nearby table and pulls out a strange bit of brightly colored plastic. He hands it over to Izuku, who stares at it with a frown. It's a fidget toy. Something to mess with so you don't hurt yourself or mess with your clothes, he explains. Izuku nods, accepting the toy, and absently starts to mess with parts of it as he looks back at Hound Dog. I know this is a hard thing to consider, but unfortunately, we are on a timetable now, though it is still flexible. If all goes according to plan, your wings will breach sometime later this year, a few months of time. You won't have a choice in revealing your wings to the world then. It might be better and easier to inform at least your classmates of what you are going through so they can be prepared for the change, he explains. I don't even know how to begin that conversation, he admits. I never said it would be easy, Hound Dog points out with a sympathetic look. Though perhaps if you reveal it to a close friend first, someone you trust, it will give you a chance to practice before the bigger reveal. Having someone in the know will certainly help in that you'll have someone else to talk to about what is going on. I guess, Izuku admits, considering who all he would consider telling about everything. You don't have to do it now. Just think on it. There's no pressure right now, he points out. Okay, Izuku agrees, putting the problem aside for now. Good, then tell me how your time has been since we last talked, Hound Dog asks, and Izuku gratefully talks about his life rather than think about that issue. Izuku quietly works on an entry in one of his notebooks as the common room fills with everyone the closer they get to dinner. Some are working on summer homework they still need to finish, or their own personal projects. Some are part of the group working in the kitchen making dinner. There's a small group by one of the TVs playing some game that has them cheering and groaning in turns. It's peaceful for the most part, something his life hasn't been in recent weeks. Only now, the closer they get to the stressful day of their provisional exam, do things finally seem to be evening out. Like he told Hound Dog, most everyone has stopped acting like they did when he first came back. There will still be an occasional check-in, but mostly, they act like they did before. How will they react when it does come out about his newly awakened quirk, if everything goes according to plan? He's made friends here in school, something he hasn't truly had in years, not since Katsuki changed so much. He'd had friends, even while quirkless. Will they change when they find out? Will they think he was actually hiding it all this time? He shakes his head of that thought. No, they wouldn't think that. Who would choose to be quirkless in today's society? That's social suicide, and that's not including the hazards that come to the quirkless from others. He's got a lot of scars on his body from other people taking out their frustrations on him, a convenient target. He glances over to Ida and Uraraka, the two chatting while they work on some extra work Aizawa assigned them. They were the first ones he would consider his friend, despite the strange start to their friendship. He's not sure how Ida would react. He's got such a stark view of the world sometimes, and though he's never had issues with Izuku being quirkless, he might have opinions about what happened that are harsh. Uraraka would be accepting, has always been accepting. She was even willing to give up some of her points in the entrance exam for him before even knowing he was quirkless. But she might ask questions he's not ready to answer. Honestly, he doesn't think he'll ever truly be ready to answer them. Todoroki wouldn't have an issue. After he spilled his complicated family history to Izuku after the sports festival, they've been rather close. He's nice, not loud, but calm. He doesn't mind Izuku's muttering, and they often study in his room when everyone else is just being too much at the moment. If anyone can understand just what he's going through, it'd be him. And he wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. Strangely, he started to consider Shino as his friend, despite the other teens' loud proclamation to not wanting friends. After his return and those few days spent training together, they've hung out more, and he's found a rather keen and observant mind under the sleep deprivation, coffee, and sarcasm. He's learned a little about his life before high school, just small snippets, but Izuku is very good at filling in the blanks, and he's well aware how society and one's peers can act. They've kept up their training together, Izuku helping Shinso build up his strength while he helps Izuku with flexibility. If there's another person who might understand what he's going through, he'd say Shinso. Still, he doesn't even want to consider telling anyone until at least after the exam. He's already got enough to stress about with the exam so close. Once he does or doesn't have his provisional license in his hands, then he'll make a decision on who to talk to. He blinks as a cup of tea suddenly appears in front of his face and follows the arm up to see Todoroki standing there with a second cup in his other hand. "You look like you've got heavy thoughts," he murmurs. "Thank you," Izuku says with a smile, accepting the tea. "And yes, I guess you could say that." He takes a sip and hums at the taste. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu somehow always make the best tea, though Principal Ned's tea is a little better. "Want to talk about it?" he offers, not pushing or demanding. He always lets Izuku decide what he wants to share. Not right now," Izuku says with a faint grimace. "Okay," he says without an ounce of annoyance. "Any new quirks you've analyzed?" he asks, motioning to Izuku's abandoned notebook as he'd been lost in turbulent thoughts. "Oh yes," Izuku says brightly, leaning closer to Todoroki to start explaining about the quirk of a new hero that debuted a few months ago. "Well?" Shoyuta asks as Izuku and Recovery Girl come back into the main room of the clinic. Tomorrow is the exam, and they need to know now just what is allowed for the teen. Blood work is good. Chio starts off with first as they settle in front of her desk, and she reads the results that printed out of her printer. Hormonal balance is in a good range, and the medicine is helping to keep things in line. Izuku-kun has told me the pain has been minimal so far, other than what is normal with hard training. His scans. She flips on a screen behind her to show his scans. The wings have finally started to show a little development, and Fujiko-san has given her approval to go ahead, saying they should be fine for the exam. "I see no reason to restrict him during the exam," she says finally. Shoyuta breathes a sigh, glancing at the teen to see him grinning brightly at the good news. "However, I expect you to take care of yourself, young man. Putting your all in the exam is fine, but being reckless is foolish and could even be detrimental to your progress." "Is that understood?" she says sharply. "Yes, ma'am," Izuku says with a nod. "Good, then good luck on your exam, and I want you back in here the morning after just to check things over unless you feel like you need to see me sooner, all right?" she offers. "Yes," Izuku agrees. "Good, then you can go," Chio says with a motherly smile, patting him on the head and handing over her customary gummies. Taking them, Izuku stands up and Shoyuta follows him out of the room, relief flowing through him at not having to restrict the teen for the exam. He would have if he needed to, but he's glad he doesn't need to. The kid doesn't need more reasons to resent what happened to him. They walk together back towards the dorms, the light starting to fade as evening comes over them. It's a nice night and the weather is looking to be good for the exam. Not that bad weather would have mattered. Heroes work in all weather. As dorm comes up and Shoyuta lets Izuku enter first before following through the door. Inside is mild chaos. The class wound up with anxiety and excitement before the exam. Shoyuta watches Izuku head upstairs to change out of his workout clothes he'd still been wearing earlier for training and comes back down a few minutes later in clean clothes, the team making a beeline straight for the table where Todoroki, Uraraka and Ida have taken over. Most of the class has noticed him standing there by the door in partial shadow watching them, but haven't said anything, used to him coming in to watch first. To be honest, this year so far has been a shit show, between the initial attack by the LOV and the following incidents leading up to the summer camp fiasco and Kamino Ward. Now this whole thing with Izuku and his mother, Shoyuta honestly just wants this exam to be a normal exam. No attacks, nothing crazier than a bunch of teens throwing around their quirks. Just a bit of normal would be nice. Shoyuta steps forward and the group quiets down to listen to him. Don't stay up too late, we leave at 5 to head for the exam site. Dress in your uniforms. You won't be changing into your costumes until right before the exam. You represent Yui and you will act accordingly. I'll see you in the morning, he says, and the group bids him good night at various decibel levels before he slips back out of the dorm. Hisashi is already back in their apartment making dinner by the time he gets in. Hey, Hisashi says with a bright grin. What's the verdict? He asks, well aware that Shoyuta and Izuku were heading to see Chiyo this afternoon. We're in the clear, no restrictions besides don't be reckless, Shoyuta says, pulling his capture scarf off and hanging it up with his goggles. Well, that's some good news. Dinner's almost ready. Why don't you take a shower while I finish up, he suggests. Thanks, Shoyuta murmurs, feeling himself unwind a little now that he's home. He won't fully relax until the exams are done, but it's something. He presses a kiss to Hisashi's cheek as he passes by on his way to their room. By the time he emerges in some loose sleep pants and a black t-shirt, dinner is ready. They eat and chat, catching each other up on their day. Hisashi had been off campus most of the day at the radio station. There's thankfully no emergency that calls him away, no alert of students doing something stupid as they are prone to do. Once curfew is about to hit, they both head out to do a dorm check and find all their students in their rooms. If there's a few still awake, he doesn't call them out, knowing anxiety can cause sleeplessness sometimes. They meet back up in their apartment and then head to bed themselves. Shoyuta sleeps lightly, waking a few times through the night, but manages to go back to sleep. He even manages to get 6 hours of sleep, which is nice considering he usually barely scraps by with 4 most nights. Morning finds him dressed and back in the dorms at 3:30, waking the students up. Some are already up and working on getting dressed. Others he has to bang on a few doors to get them going. By the time 4:30 rolls around, everyone is up and dressed to his standards. Someone had the forethought to pre-make breakfast foods and everyone is eating standing up, careful to not get anything on their uniforms. By the buses, Vlad is already there with his class, along with Nemuri, Hisashi and Cementos, the three checking their cases one last time and helping organize the kids getting on the buses. Vlad's lot looks just as tired and anxious as his lot, even Monoma not doing his usual antagonistic monologue. They manage to get everyone on the buses, their gear stowed and on the road only a few minutes after 5, which is honestly a first in a while. They're usually 15 to 20 minutes late on exam days. Shuda's not complaining. He tells them to behave and to expect to arrive at the exam site in 2 hours before rolling up in his sleeping bag and napping the whole ride. Izuku's nerves are high as he listens to the commission person explain how the first exam will go, looking around at all the other hero students from other schools. It's a little unnerving to realize they're the youngest ones here for the most part. Almost everyone in the room is a second-year student and older than them. Shaking off his nerves as best he can, Izuku tries to focus back on the information being given. Yet even as he focuses ahead, part of him is distracted. A shiver keeps going down his spine, like someone is watching him, only when he looks around he can't see anyone looking directly at him. Berating himself silently for his stupid paranoia, Izuku focuses back ahead and ignores the strange feeling and follows behind the rest of 1A to gather the items needed to start the exam. They all decide, after having talked about it the day before over planning, to stick together as long as they can. Strength in numbers and all that, and it helps that they've all worked together at one point or another. They take their place on the field and wait for the alarm to sound the start of the exam. Izuku shifts on his feet, still feeling that feeling of being watched, but he ignores it because he needs to focus on the next few minutes. As soon as the alarm sounds, he rushes with his class and braces to slam into the tide of the Yui crush. Izuku coughs and quickly ducks behind a chunk of stone after picking himself up off the ground. A quick glance around shows there's no one else with him, and that's annoying, but not unexpected after that one student's quirk. Part of his mind is itching to sit them down and just ask so many questions about their quirk, but he shoves that urge down. He's got to focus or he'll be knocked out of the first round. He can hear shouts and explosions in the distance as other students fight each other. He really needs to get some height and see where he landed and if anyone is nearby. A quick glance shows a larger spur of stone jutting out, so Izuku decides to head for it to get a view to survey the area. Keeping low, he starts moving between shadows and chunks of rock towards the perch. Something shifts behind him, gravel scrapping together, and Izuku whirls, looking for someone behind him, but there's no one there. Pausing for a few long seconds, he breathes out a sigh and continues his journey. He reaches the stone and starts to climb. At the top, he looks around, hoping to see a classmate or two. He can see movement further ahead, but he's not sure if it's his people or rival students. Well, he won't know until he gets closer, so with a huff, he makes his way back down, keeping the direction in mind. As he reaches the bottom, the hairs on the back of his neck rise, feeling eyes on him. Heart rate rising, the faintest scuff of a footstep is his only warning, and he ducks right as an arm that would have hit him goes flying by. Rolling away, Izuku comes up to see Uraraka standing in front of him. "Uraraka-san," he asks in confusion. "Oh, Midoriya-kun. So sorry. I thought you were someone else," she says with a sheepish smile, and Izuku finally notices the ball in her hand. "It's fine. I'm glad you're here. We all got separated and I was just about to look for the others," Izuku says. "Oh good, I'll come with," she says with ease and falls into step with him. As she nears, the wind shifts, coming towards him, and a scent reaches him. He can't place it at first, something metallic that sits on the back of his tongue. As she falls into step, it finally clicks, blood. It smells like blood and he can't parse why he's smelling blood. He takes a subtle sniff and it's coming from her. Did she hurt herself? He looks, but sees no signs of cuts or scrapes. In fact, she's skipping along like this is some fun game and not a serious trial to get their licenses. "Hey, Uraraka-san," Izuku says slowly, wary all of a sudden as things start not adding up. "You wouldn't happen to have seen Izumi-san from our class, would you? We could really use their quirk right now," he says with a smile. "Oh no, I've not seen them. We don't need them though," she says with a grin at him. "Okay," he says with a nod, mind whirling, and turns back ahead. He grips his ball tight in his hand. This isn't Uraraka, so it must be someone from one of the other schools. Are they trying to get him to lead them to his other classmates before taking them out? He's not going to let that happen. He jerks his leg out, trying to trip the imposter, and they jump over it and away with a laugh. "Oh, how'd you know?" she complains from a few feet away. "I just did," Izuku snaps out. "Midoriya-kun." A new voice calls out and he turns slightly to see the real Uraraka coming up at a run, Siro just behind her. "What?" she adds when she sees who he's fighting. "That's me." "Ah, I guess we won't get to play after all." "Boo," the imposter says with a sigh and then giggles. She darts forward, faster than Izuku can react, and a line of pain on his cheek is the only indication she landed a blow before she's past him. He turns, holding his cheek, and sees the girl from before when they got off the bus, gray goo sliding off of her. "Bye, Izuku-kun. We'll play some more later," she says and rushes off before anyone can stop her. "Midoriya-kun, are you okay?" the real Uraraka asks, rushing up. "I'm okay," Izuku says with a faint smile. He pulls his hand back from where he's pressed it to his cheek and sees a line of blood from a cut there. "Are you guys okay?" he asks. "We're cool, man." "That okay?" he asks, motioning to his cheek. "It's fine, just a scratch." "Come on, I saw some people over this way. Maybe we can get enough to pass this round," he says, really wanting them to stop scrutinizing him right now. "Sure," Uraraka says with a smile, expression turning serious. As she passes him, he takes a cautious breath, but the scent of blood is gone. He's glad he can't smell that. It had been a little disconcerting to be smelling blood so much. Shoyuta eyes his class as they slowly gather around him before getting on the bus. There are a few scrapes and bruises, but no one got seriously hurt. Todoroki does look like one strong wind will knock him down, wincing at the noise from the headache he no doubt has. That he didn't get a license doesn't seem to be bothering him. He knows he messed up. He eyes Izuku, but the teen is fine. Only a small cut on his face that's been patched up. He looks about one step away from simply floating into the sky, going by that grin as he stares down at his license. To be fair, most of the class looks like that. The only other student that didn't pass is Bakugo, the teen glaring down at the ground. The only reason he's not ranting and raving, explosions going everywhere, is that he can do remedial classes to get it in a few months. Shoyuta calls out and they all shift to look at him. I'm proud of you all. You did your best, showed Yui proud, and showed the other schools just what it means to be a student from such a prestigious school. You've learned, improved and realized where you lack. Take this critique and better yourselves. A hero will always be learning, and anyone who says otherwise is ignorant. Be proud of how far you've come, he finishes. Most look excited, but two stand out with determined expression. Todoroki and Bakugo share a look before they nod and look away. He doesn't need to worry about them, it seems. Aizawa-sensei, can we have a party when we get back? Just some food and drinks, maybe a little music. Mina asks with a grin. Shoyuta eyes her before slowly nodding. I don't see why not. No staying up past curfew though. You have classes in the morning, he reminds them to a few low groans. Now get on the bus, he orders, and they slowly file on, putting their costume cases into the holding area of the bus. The drive is quiet, most students taking the opportunity of a few-hour drive to get a nap in before they get back to campus. Shoyuta, feeling generous, puts in an order for pizza to arrive around when they will and asks Hisashi to get it for them. His husband is all for it and promises to make things festive. Shoyuta dreads to see just how festive it will be. He does send a text to Nedzu informing him of who passed and the two going to remedial classes. A text to Recovery Girl is responded to by letting Izuku have the night to rest and coming in the morning unless he needs to see her sooner. A glance at the teen shows no outward signs of discomfort, but he'll pull him aside once they get back to double-check. Nothing horrible happened. There were no LOV attacks, no one was seriously hurt, and it was overall a normal exam. School starts tomorrow, and hopefully this trend of normal school life will stay. The first day of school dawns with Izuku waking sore and tired, but with a grin on his face as he spies his license lying on his nightstand. Reaching out, he picks it up and stares at his picture. It's a step towards the future, and he's going to keep taking these steps. With a wince at sore limbs, Izuku gets up and gets dressed. He's got to get up a little earlier than the others if he's going to meet with Recovery Girl. It's just a precaution, he knows this, and he's glad it's happening. He feels good though, no pain, other than general soreness from a long day running around. It hits him that he doesn't feel any pain. Not like he used to feel, even the little bits afterwards are gone. To be truly pain-free is a relief. He never realized how much he hurt until it stopped. A quick brush of his hair, he heads out of his room, grabbing his bag as he goes. Aizawa is waiting in the kitchen when he arrives downstairs, a cup of coffee in hand. He motions for Izuku to eat breakfast, and he does with a smile, hungry still despite how much pizza he ate last night as they celebrated. When they're both finished, he follows to the main building and up to Recovery Girl's main office. She's already there and waiting. Good morning, you two. How are we feeling? She asks. I'm good, Izuku says with a smile. I'm glad to hear. You know the procedure by now, she says, motioning towards the curtained-off area, and Izuku nods, following her. A quick blood draw, followed by a quick scan happens in short order. She does examine his back by touch, running gentle fingers over his shoulder blades where the wings sit. They haven't started to show yet, still too early in developing, but in a month or so, they will be. All done. You can put your shirt back on, she orders, and he does before following her back out. The results are printed and the scans are on her computer by the time they return. She spends a few minutes looking over both. Nothing's changed. I don't see any damage, though I will be sending these to the others to double-check. Other than that, you're good. We'll meet at the end of the week for your next scan and your next session with Fujiko-san, she reminds him. Yes, ma'am, Izuku agrees. Good, then you're good to go to class now. You know what to do if things feel off, she reminds him like she always does. Tell you or Aizawa-sensei, he recites. Good, she says with a smile, hands him some gummies and pats his head a little. Go on. Nodding, Izuku leaves the clinic, Aizawa staying behind to talk with her, not that Izuku minds. It's a nice morning, he's got so much to be excited for and it's the start of their second semester. He grins and walks out into the sunlight, munching on his gummies as his mind tumbles over all the cool quirks he saw yesterday. Maybe he'll grab a fresh notebook later and start filling it in with what he saw. The first day back is both thrilling and exhausting. Between the mountain of school work unloaded on them, the new lessons and an assessment to see how they've improved, Izuku is stumbling tired by the time he can head back to the dorms. The others are just as bad off, many complaining about how much homework they've been given. Izuku, for his part, heads up to his room to store his stuff, then finds the notebook he planned to use and heads back down to start writing in it. Todoroki eventually finds him and settles nearby, reading something. Even Shinso, who normally stays apart from the class when he can, sits near him, scrolling through his phone, earbuds in to drown out the noise. When he shifts, Izuku catches a glimpse of his screen and sees a video of some cat. The group eventually winds down, the excitement of the day waning as people start working on homework or other projects. The group assigned to making dinner goes about it with grins and laughter, telling jokes as they cook until dinner is ready and everyone files in to grab some. Izuku plans to wait for the crowd to thin, but Todoroki comes back with a second bowl and hands it to him. Izuku grins and thanks. They eat, chatting, even Shinso pulling himself from his phone to comment on whatever Kaminari and Jiro are arguing about, some artist that they all know Izuku thinks is what it's about. Either way, it's nice and he feels good. The meal ends and the cleanup crew gets up to start clearing things away. Izuku, included in the group, goes about collecting trash. Most of the class has left bags of trash for him to grab, so he makes his way down the halls, stuffing them into his larger bag until he's got 2 sizable bags of trash. Hefting them, he heads to the area behind the dorms where the communal dumpsters are at. It's quick work to toss them in and he grins at getting them in with one clean toss, giving a silent cheer like he made some grandiose throw. There's a thump from his mini jump and he looks to see his wallet fell out of his pocket. Sighing, he picks it up and can't help but look inside where his new provisional license rests front and center over even his school ID. He's made it so far already, despite what's happened. He frowns at that thought and glances at a small corner of paper sticking out of one of the slots in the wallet. Almost involuntarily, he pulls on it, a small photo coming out. It's him and his mom, from his second year in elementary. They'd gone to a theme park for his birthday. They're grinning so big, so happy. His hand tightens and the photo creases slightly at the pressure he's putting on it. He should throw it away. That's a lie, and why should he keep a lie? His heart gives a lurch, thumping harshly in his chest. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I love you, Izuku. I made you Katsudon. I got you a new poster, Izuku. Do you like it? You're so smart, Izuku. You get that from me. Goodbye, Izuku. I'll miss you. Hey. A voice suddenly says right next to him, and with a start, Izuku wheels around, fist flying in shock and fright, chest heaving as he realizes he's having a panic attack. The fist doesn't land, but he does overbalance and he ends up on his butt, trying to calm down and not able to find a rhythm like Aizawa-sensei and Hound Dog tried to teach him. Easy, the voice says again, and he looks up to see big blue eyes, blonde hair and a concerned frown as the older teen settles near him, not crowding him, but staying nearby. Like this, he murmurs, exaggerating his breathing, and Izuku latches onto the rhythm desperately as he's slowly able to calm his breathing. That's right, that's good, the older teen says with a bright grin. With a shuddering sigh, the panic finally ebbs away, leaving Izuku feeling weak and hollow, like a cracked bowl and everything has just leaked away. Tear tracks slowly dry on his cheeks as he catches his breath and he wipes at them briskly. Better now, the older teen asks quietly, and Izuku looks at him. Yeah, he whispers hoarsely. I hope I didn't scare you too bad. I saw you struggling and I just wanted to make sure you were okay. He apologizes. Sorry I tried to hit you, Izuku shoots back sheepishly, feeling a little bad that his first instinct was to lash out. Are you okay? He asks, settling more next to Izuku where he's pressed up against the nearby wall that surrounds the dumpsters. You were having a panic attack, he points out awkwardly. Izuku shrugs, not sure what to say as he pulls his knees up to wrap his arms around them. Is he okay? He thought he was getting better. Thought his talks with Hound Dog meant he was getting better, but one little thing just wreaked so much progress. Will he ever be able to get past this and move on with his life? I don't know, Izuku finally admits, scrubbing at his face in frustration. Thankfully, in his panic he'd shoved the photo away, so he picks up his wallet and stuffs it into his pocket. Thanks for helping, Izuku says, looking up at him, not knowing his name. Of course. Always glad to help. I'm Togata Mirio from 3B by the way. He introduces himself as they stand up. Oh, Midoriya Izuku from 1A, Izuku says with a faint smile. It's nice to meet one of my kohai. Would you like me to walk you back? He offers, not pushing, just letting Izuku decide. Izuku shakes his head. Thank you, but I'm okay. It was nice meeting you, despite the circumstances, he adds awkwardly. Likewise, he agrees with a bright grin. Though a bit of advice from your senpai, whatever is troubling you, I'm sure Hound Dog Sensei would be more than willing to listen to you and help. I've gone to him a few times and he's helped when things got too stressful, you know. Training to be heroes isn't easy and we all need help sometimes, Togata says with a knowing smile. I'll keep that in mind, Izuku says, not saying he's already seen the counselor. Thanks, he adds and waves awkwardly before heading back towards the dorms. He does sigh in annoyance though as he walks away. He knows he should tell Hound Dog about this. He just doesn't want to because it'll mean talking about things he'd rather just forget. He smiles wanly at Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka where they're settled at a table working on homework, but shakes his head when they invite him over. Instead, he heads up to his room. He's not in a good headspace to interact with anyone right now. Sometimes, it's SCKS that the others don't know about what he's going through. If they knew, they'd know how to handle his moods at least a little. But then the thought of telling them leaves him terrified his problems will be too much and they'll not want to be friends anymore. Life SCKS sometimes. He grabs his bag and heads to his desk to start working on his own stuff, putting on some soft music to help him work and drown out any thoughts that might crop up. The next day is better, and he does force himself to go to Hound Dog during lunch to tell him about his panic attack the night before. The hero looks proud of Izuku for coming to him and informing him about what happened, Izuku squirming a little inside because that's not the reaction he was expecting. He does say that these things happen, progress not being a linear journey. It's messy and there are obstacles and stumbling blocks in the way. He says they'll discuss it more at his next session, so Izuku nods and heads out to continue to get lunch. Afterwards, he's not expecting their heroics class to have a guest, or rather 3 guests. Nor is he expecting to see the older teen from the night before, but there he is as one of the big. He's also not expecting to get his butt handed to him, a heavy punch catching him in the gut and sending him down. He at least lasts longer than some of the others. They all scatter once they're given the go-ahead, groups gathering to chat and talk about what happened and the idea of getting a work study with a hero. Izuku stays silent, mind pondering his own dilemma. Can he get a work study? His quirk is still coming in. Once it does, not only will his costume have to be revamped, he's going to have to learn a whole new way of living, moving and fighting. Wings, depending on how big they get, aren't something you just learn to work with overnight. They'd have to tell any hero who might be interested in taking him as a work-study student. Would they want to take him on with all that hanging over him? It'd probably be a huge hassle to take him on right now. Maybe he should wait until, well, everything is finally settled. Yeah, he'll be behind everyone else again, but at least he won't make a fool of himself. With a frustrated sigh, Izuku grabs his bag after tossing his water bottle in it. His PE uniform is tossed in the communal laundry where they'll be cleaned and returned. Rubbing at his face, he steps out of the gym locker room and aims for the outside. He's not expecting anyone to be waiting on him, having told the others to go on ahead without him. He blinks at the sight of Togata Mirio leaned up against the wall by the gym doors. "Hello again," he greets with a huge smile. "Oh, hi," Izuku says quickly. Did you need something?" he asks. "Just checking to make sure you were okay," Togata says, easily falling into step with Izuku. "Oh, I'm fine. I did go to Hound Dog. I've got a meeting soon with him," he adds awkwardly, twisting the drawstring of his hoodie he threw on in his hands. "That's good," Togata agrees with a gentler smile. "Any ideas on which hero you'd like to ask for a work study?" he asks curiously, hitting right on Izuku's current dilemma. No," Izuku croaks out and then clears his throat. I don't think I can ask for one now. I've got some issues going on right now and I don't think it would be a good idea to do one," Izuku says, trying to be vague. "Have you talked with Aizawa-sensei about it?" "I'm sure he could help," Togata says with concern. "He's aware about what is going on, though we haven't had a chance to talk about the work-study stuff," he admits with a shrug. He hasn't specifically told Izuku he should wait, but he hasn't given the green light either. Usually, everyone confers before deciding if he should do something. He'd figured this was the same. "May I ask what the issue is?" Togata asks suddenly and Izuku freezes in his tracks, paling a little because he's been dreading this question. Yet Togata is a stranger for the most part. They've met once before today. If he scares him off, it wouldn't do much to Izuku personally. "You don't have to answer, I was just curious," Togata says with a quick wave of his hands, seeing the panicked look on Izuku's face. "I'm too curious and like to put my foot in my mouth sometimes," he apologizes. Izuku swallows, wetting suddenly dry lips as he tries to find the right words. "I was falsely diagnosed as quirkless as a child and given quirk suppressants and only just found out over the summer that I actually have a quirk and I'm currently growing in my quirk now that I'm off the suppressants, but I have to be careful because I could hinder my progress and I've never had a quirk and have to learn a whole new way of life and I'm not sure if a hero would be okay with that." Izuku spills out suddenly before he slams a hand over his mouth to stop the word vomit he just engaged in, eyes wide as he stares at Togata. Togata blinks, no doubt trying to parse through everything he just heard. "Oh," he says, looking around and Izuku's expecting he's looking for a convenient escape. Instead he looks relieved and reaches out to snag the sleeve of Izuku's hoodie. "Come over here," he says and directs them to a small bench off the beaten path under a few trees. Izuku sits without prompting, more like collapses, knees giving out as he tries to process what just happened. "You've been holding on to that for a while," Togata says softly from beside him and Izuku nods. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry that happened to you." Izuku smiles thinly at him. "Why do you think a hero wouldn't want to take you on because of us?" he says with a wave at the air to indicate everything Izuku just said. "It's such a hassle and I don't want them to feel like I'm being a bother, you know? I'm already taking up so much of my teacher's time and the medical people too who come in regularly for my appointments. I don't want to make their efforts pointless by doing the wrong thing," he admits, stomach nodding at the idea of ruining everything and wasting their time. This is the first time in so long that adults have wanted to help him and he knows it's because he has a quirk now, but still, it's nice. "I doubt they feel like this is a hassle. They just want to help you," Togata says. "Yeah, now," Izuku mutters under his breath and Togata gives him a look, Izuku realizing he's been heard and he'll have to explain. "I grew up quirkless, Togata-senpai. Adults, of any profession, weren't lining up to help me then. The only reason they are now is because I have a quirk now," he explains bitterly, though a part of him twinges at that thought. Togata frowns. "Do you really think so low of your teachers?" he asks and Izuku blinks at him. "Do you really think Aizawa-sensei would treat you differently?" he asks. Izuku looks down at his hands. No, Aizawa-sensei is one of the few he doesn't think that about. Even his other teachers, from before it came out, never treated him badly or differently from the other kids when they all thought he was quirkless. That doesn't mean it's not a true statement. Maybe not the people here, but out there, he waves towards the world outside of Yui, it's true. My last school was horrible. They didn't stop the bullies, only encouraged them. Doctors turned me away, people spit at me, yelled at me, even hurt me for no reason other than that I was quirkless. It's a horrible life to live," Togata-senpai, and to ignore that is wrong, he says firmer. Togata frowns, seeming to be digesting his statement. You're right, that is wrong, and to ignore it is wrong, but to go around painting everyone with the same paintbrush is wrong too, he points out. There's always going to be horrible people, but there are good people out there who want to help because that's who they are. Many of them are heroes or work in professions where they can help others. Maybe they want to help simply because it's the right thing to do. And I'm sure there are some heroes out there who wouldn't care about what is going on with you. They'd still take you on to teach you like any other student, Togata adds. Do you know any? Izuku asks curiously. Togata frowns and then shrugs. Not off the top of my head, but you have to actually ask them first before you'll know, you know. The worst thing they can say is no, but they could also say yes, he points out. I think I still need to discuss it with Aizawa-sensei. They might be planning on holding me back, Izuku says, not wanting to consider his words just yet. If you didn't have all this to worry about, what hero would you have asked to do a work study with? Togata asks. Izuku blinks and then frowns. I don't know. Before all this, I was quirkless. My internship was a huge bust, no one offering me one despite how far I got in the sports festival, and I ended up interning with Manuel because he was on the prearranged list Yui provided, but then the whole Hosa thing happened, he explains, and Togata nods, knowing what he's talking about. Right now, everyone still thinks I'm quirkless, so they wouldn't want to give me a work study. Togata frowns. Does no one else besides your teachers and some doctors know? He asks, and Izuku nods. Not even your friends? Izuku hunches a little. What if they hate me, or think it's all too much and don't want to be friends? Izuku whispers. Then they're not very good friends and good riddance. If they can't be there for you while you're going through such a hard and traumatic experience, then you don't need them in your life. Do you think they would act that way? He asks. I don't know. I don't think so, but sometimes you think you know someone and then they change, he whispers, mind filled with memories from his childhood and Kaken. A quirkless diagnosis ruined so much of his life. How is this any different? Well, don't you think it's better to find out now rather than later? He asks, and Izuku considers his words. And nothing says this won't make your friendship stronger than ever. If you give them a chance, they could surprise you, Togata says with a smile. I'll think about it, is all he says. Good, Togata says and grins brighter. Then he gets a thoughtful look on his face. You know, I could ask Sir Night Eye if he'd take you on. He's mainly an underground hero and his quirk doesn't help him much with combat, so he fights mostly quirkless, so he'd have had no issues with you from before, plus I'm sure he would be okay with what is going on with you now, you know, Togata says excitedly. What? Izuku gasps out. Well, to be honest, it would just be a foot in the door even if he says yes. You'd have to prove to him that you're worth taking on, but then he's like that with everyone. He doesn't take anyone for free, you know? Togata explains. You don't have to, Izuku says, not wanting to get his hopes up. What are senpais for? Togata says with another grin. Here, give me your phone and I'll put my number in it. I'll text you when I've asked him, okay? He offers and Izuku nods dazedly, slowly handing over his phone to let the older teen put in his number. And if you ever just need someone to talk with who is in the know, I'm always willing to hang out again, okay? He adds softly as his own. Phone beeps from sending a text, looking at Izuku seriously. Don't feel like you have to shoulder this all on your own. Thank you, Izuku whispers wetly and runs a hand over his eyes to get rid of the evidence of his tears. Of course, that's what friends do, he says, and Izuku smiles a little at that. Now, I've held you up enough. I'll get out of your hair, but let me know what Aizawa-sensei says and I'll ask Sir when I next see him, Togata offers. Okay, Izuku whispers and stands with the older teen. Togata abruptly pulls him into a hug and Izuku blinks before relaxing into it. You're going to be okay, Togata says, and it's like a balm on some of the hurts he's been hiding. The adults have been saying something similar to him, trying to help him, but somehow, the way Togata says it makes him actually believe it. Thanks, Izuku says and then pulls away. I'm sorry for unloading so much on you, he adds with a slight bow. I don't mind. I'm just glad I could help. Now I've got to go, but I'll see you around. Don't forget to text, he adds, and Izuku nods before Togata rushes off. It's only as he looks that he notices two others standing further away and recognizes the other big three who must have been waiting for Togata as he talked with Izuku. Togata waves at them and then they start to walk away. Izuku turns and starts to head for the dorms, but he can't help thinking over Togata's words. He recalls Hound Dog's words as well, about telling people. He won't be able to keep it hidden or quiet for long, and there's something about taking matters into his own hands and telling people himself rather than them finding out that speaks to him, control. He's not had a lot of control in his life for a while. And he wants to tell people, his friends specifically, he just needs to find the courage to do so. It'll hurt if they don't want to be his friend after finding out, but at least he won't have gotten his hopes up. Sighing, Izuku slips into the 1A dorm and finds the common room is fairly empty, everyone either out of the dorm still, in their rooms, or sitting around working on stuff. He spies Todoroki on a nearby couch and as soon as the door shuts, he looks up to see Izuku coming in and stands, a faint worried frown on his face. "Everything okay?" he asks softly once he's close enough. Izuku winces internally. He knows he's been acting weird lately and disappearing a lot to go to appointments, and there was the whole hospital scare. Todoroki has been sticking a little closer since then, checking up on him in his own way. Would he really care about Izuku's new status change? "Sorry, I was talking with Togata-senpai for a few minutes about something is all," Izuku reassures him with a smile. "Ah," Todoroki says with a nod. "Want to work on homework?" he offers, motioning where his stuff is on the coffee table. "Oh, sure, let me just get some things from my room," Izuku says with a smile and heads at a brisk pace towards the stairs to grab some things and put some stuff away. He'll table his thoughts for now and focus on schoolwork. He still needs to talk with Aizawa-sensei about work studies and then text Togata, and he's got his appointment with Hound Dog soon and his appointment with Fujiko-san this weekend. His week is looking busy, but maybe that's a good thing. Less chances to dwell on things he doesn't want to. Grabbing his things, he heads back down the stairs and settles next to Todoroki to work on some math homework. Shoyuta and Hizashi have just settled in to read and grade papers, the apartment quiet around them, when there's a knock at their door. With an annoyed huff, he waves Hizashi off from getting up and heads to the door himself. He's not expecting to see Izuku, the teen having been busy hanging with his friends while they worked on a group art project Namuri had assigned them all. "Hey, problem child," he greets and steps back, letting Izuku in. This whole dorm situation has their whole fostering situation sitting weirdly. Technically, Izuku should feel fine to come and go as he pleases, this is his apartment now too, but with the dorms being so close, it's just been easier to interact with him there in a teacher capacity than as a guardian capacity. "You know you don't have to knock. We gave you a key for a reason," Shoyuta reminds him and him nods sheepishly. "Sorry," he murmurs, shrugging awkwardly. I'm still getting used to everything," he admits. "That's all right," Hizashi calls out. "Are you hungry, thirsty?" he offers. "I'm okay," Izuku says with a smile, Hizashi's good cheer easing the whole awkward interaction. I actually had a question," he admits. "Then sit and we'll discuss it," Shoyuta says simply, leading the way back to where his work is at, though he sets everything aside and focuses on Izuku. "So, what's the issue?" he asks. "Oh, it's about the work studies actually," he says, fidgeting with his hoodie sleeve. I don't know if I'm allowed to, what with everything going on," he finally says. "Of course you're allowed to," Hizashi speaks up before Shoyuta can. "Why wouldn't you be?" he asks. "It's just, there's a lot going on and I don't want to cause issues because of this. Won't they consider me growing in a quirk as too much?" he asks curiously. "If they do, then they're not very good heroes or teachers for that matter. Quirks, especially quirks of children, are still growing and developing even in high school. They don't completely settle until at least around the mid-20s, around when the human brain finally finishes developing too. People have been known to have spontaneous mutations in their quirk or discover new aspects of it well into their 20s. To fault a child for growing as why they won't take them on is ridiculous. And to fault you for something that isn't your fault shows they're not a good hero and I wouldn't want you learning from them anyways," Hizashi rants, hands gesturing angrily at the hypothetical slight against Izuku. Shoyuta can't help but smile at his husband for his defense, and when he looks at Izuku, The kid looks poleaxed, like Hisashi's words are not something he'd ever considered. How many times in his life has he been blamed for things outside his control? Shoyuta wonders bitterly. It's a testament to today's society how much emphasis is put on quirks, especially heroic quirks, and how little regard is put to the people behind them. When the world only cares about what your quirk is, what do you do when you have none? We weren't planning to restrict you from work studies, Shoyuta finally says. You would still need to do the legwork and contact the heroes you'd like to ask for a work study, and then once contact was made, we would inform them of the current situation. At most, they might restrict you from certain duties, just until your quirk finally emerges, but other than that, you would still be doing the same thing as your other classmates, Shoyuta explains simply. Oh, Izuku whispers, blinking in shock. Did you have a hero in mind? Hisashi asks. I was talking with Togata-senpai earlier today and he offered to ask Sir Night for me, he explains, rubbing the back of his neck anxiously. He's a good hero and he'll certainly teach you a lot, Shoyuta says with a nod of approval. If he gives the okay to interview, I'll contact him and fill him in, Shoyuta adds. Would he be all right with my situation? Izuku settles on. He's worked with others who have hard quirks to control or were late coming into them before. Togata, before Night Eye took him on, had a hard time controlling his quirk and Night Eye helped him learn control. I'm sure he won't care about the situation of how your quirk is coming in, Shoyuta reassures. But that's if he's willing to take you on. He might not be taking on new work-study students. He usually only takes on 1 or 2 at a time and they have to impress him first, he adds. I understand, Izuku says with a nod, looking relieved at his words. Maybe this is a relief to him, to not have to worry about someone treating him as different or fragile because of his still growing in quirk. I'll text Togata-senpai to ask and then I'll let you know when I've heard from him, Izuku says. Alright, keep me informed. Anything else you've got questions about? Shoyuta asks. No, that was all. Thanks Aizawa-sensei. You too, Yamada-sensei, he adds with a grin. Always glad to help. Do you want a treat before you go? I can make some hot cocoa, Hisashi offers. Thanks, but I should head back. Todoroki-kun is waiting for me back at the dorm. I was only meant to be gone for a bit, he explains. Go on. I'll see you tomorrow then, Shoyuta says and he nods before doing a quick bow and fast walks out, the door shutting quietly behind him. Geez, Shoyuta huffs out, rubbing at his face. You okay, Sho? Hisashi asks. Yeah, but I swear, I'm gonna burn society to the ground one day, he grumbles and Hisashi gives him a sympathetic nod. He's getting better and one day he's going to make the world better. All the kids are, Hisashi says brightly and Shoyuta nods. It's Friday morning and Izuku has finally come to a decision. He'd texted Togata about the okay and hadn't heard back yet, though the older teen had sent a few funny pictures of cats he saw around, so he's just waiting on that. But his thoughts have been swirling and constantly coming back to the same thing over and over. He needs to tell his friends. Maybe not all the details, but enough so they won't be surprised when he one day comes in with freaking wings. So, he decides Friday is the best day. Or he thinks it's the best day, but there will never be a perfect day to tell them, so Friday it is. He waits, and one by one, gets them alone, asking them to meet him at the private meeting room near 1A to talk with them about something after class. They all agree, even Shinso, who looks suspicious, but not hostile or even annoyed, which is a big change from how he was when he first came to 1A. He also informs Aizawa-sensei at lunch, finding the teacher in his office. He's supportive, as usual, and says he'll hang out in 1A after classes and just in case Izuku needs someone to talk to or things take a sour turn. Izuku is honestly glad Aizawa is his teacher. He just seems to know the right thing to say to help Izuku get past some of his anxiety. Finally, classes end and most of 1A leaves in a rush for the weekend. They've still got training tomorrow, but other than that, the weekend is theirs, so they're all excited to have some time off. Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka and Shinso are all waiting by their desks, letting the others go on ahead of them. They turn to look at Izuku who gulps, but stands. Aizawa clears his throat, catching all their attention and gives them a look before jerking his head to tell them to leave. The group does, Izuku leading the way silently to the private room and nervously opens the door before slipping in, the other 4 following. Uraraka is the last one in and she locks the door so they won't be interrupted. Everything okay? Todoroki asks quietly, seeing how pale Izuku is as the door locks. I guess, it's complicated, Izuku finally settles on. We're here for you, Midoriya-kun, Ida says with his usual arm motions. Whatever you have to say, we'll listen. Thanks, Izuku says with a wan smile and settles on a chair. The others slowly follow, settling on seats and quiet descends. It's a little hard to talk about, you know, but you're my friends, or at least I consider you my friends and I'd like you all to know first before it eventually gets out, he explains. Are you dying? Shinso asks suddenly with a heavy frown. What? No, Izuku exclaims. The group seems to relax a little and Izuku realizes how his words might have sounded. Well, if you're not dying then it can't be that bad, Shinso adds with a smirk and Izuku huffs faintly. We definitely consider you to be a friend, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka speaks up with a grin. Thanks, Izuku says with a slow sigh. He pulls in a steadying breath before he starts. I'm sure you've noticed I've been acting off lately and the whole disappearing a lot and all the meetings, and the whole hospital thing, he adds quietly. The 4 are silent, but nod. I wasn't sick like everyone believed. Or well, I was sick, but not in the conventional flu or cold situation, he explains. It's a little hard to explain, but I was so sick from drag withdrawals, he finally says. I didn't know it, but I was being given a drag for a long time. When I came here, I wasn't taking it anymore and my body reacted badly. Oh, that's wow, Uraraka says slowly. If I may, what was the drag? Ida asks, seeming to find the right chord to hit, and they all look at Izuku. Izuku grimaces but nods. It's called exonophorial. It's a quirk suppressant, specifically for mutation quirks, Izuku says softly, hunching slightly as the words finally leave his mouth. A quirk suppressant, but Uraraka trails off as the words finally connect. You have a quirk, Todoroki finally speaks, a mutation quirk. Apparently, Izuku says, hugging his knees as he waits for someone else to say something. So, Shinso says in the quiet, what's your quirk? He asks and Izuku looks up. Shinso looks anxious, but like he's trying to lighten the mood in the only way he knows how. I'm currently growing in wings, he admits. What? Uraraka says in excitement. Really? Izuku nods. It's why I've been disappearing so much. I have regular checkups with Recovery Girl and usually once a week I meet with a specialist who works with atrophied or diminished limbs. I've also been seeing Hound Dog as well because of, well, he trails off. My mom's the one who was doing this and now she's run off, so I've been taken in by Aizawa-sensei as a foster kid, so it's been a lot to work through, he explains. He's thrown back as a body collides with him and he looks up to see Uraraka has thrown her arms around him. I'm so sorry, Midoriya, she says sadly. Slowly, Izuku wraps his arms around her. A few seconds later, a body slots in on his right, Todoroki throwing an arm around his shoulders. Ida lays a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Shinso doesn't come closer, but he sends a supportive look. Izuku sniffs wetly, burying his face in Uraraka's shoulder as a few tears escape. They don't hug for long, but it feels nice to finally have this burden off his shoulders, to finally have told them. That they don't hate him or even seem to care is a relief. He'd been expecting, well, a more explosive reaction actually. They pull away and slowly retake their seats, a few wiping at tears. So, what happens next? Uraraka asks with a watery smile. Not much, Izuku admits. I plan on telling the rest of the class later, when it's closer to the big reveal. It's apparently going to be a painful and messy experience to finish growing in wings, so I'll probably miss a few days of class. At their frowns, he grimaces. They have to breach from my back, he explains. DMN, Shinso whispers. I thought my quirk was bad when my voice started to change, he mutters. My engines coming in had been horribly painful, Ida confesses. I had to wear gloves for months until I figured out how to control mine, Uraraka confesses with a huge grin. I felt like I had a stomachache the whole time too. Do you want us to be there, when it happens? Todoroki asks, not offering his own story, but Izuku's heard some of it and knows it's not nice. Izuku shakes his head. No, I'll have plenty of help and you really shouldn't see me like that. But you can come visit me afterwards to see what they look like, he adds. Deal. Uraraka agrees with a grin. Do you think you'll be able to fly? Shinso asks curiously. Maybe, I don't know. I've done some research and it depends on the quirk. Some people have wings but can't fly. Either way, we won't know for sure until they've finished growing large enough to support my weight, if they grow large enough. That is always an option since I was on suppressants for so long, Izuku explains. If you ever need to talk with us or just vent, we're here for you, Uraraka says and the others all nod. Thanks. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, he says softly. You told us when you were comfortable telling us. That's all that matters. Shinso speaks up suddenly and Izuku blinks before smiling a little. Don't think this will spare you from all the bird jokes once they do come in, he adds with a smirk. No, Izuku whines and the others laugh as the last of the heavy atmosphere lifts. Come on, let's get some food and we'll have a study group in one of our dorms, Uraraka suggests and they all agree. Shinso's the first to the door and unlocks it, opening the door before he freezes in his tracks. Izuku cranes his head to see Aizawa leaned against the wall directly in front of the door. Everything good? He asks, expression serious as he looks over them all for anything negative. We're good, Izuku says with a watery smile. Aizawa eyes him and then smiles faintly. Good. Don't stay up too late, and if you all have any questions, come ask me, got it? He orders and they all nod. Get going, he orders and they file out of the room. Aizawa thankfully heads in the opposite direction, probably to his office, and they head to the dorms. They gather some snacks, their homework, and end up in Todoroki's room where they talk and work well into the evening. Izuku's able to explain some things in detail that he kind of glossed over, the others asking questions about other things. It honestly helps him feel better to get this all out. Maybe Togata, Hound Dog and Aizawa were right. Talking about it does help. The group finally breaks up once it's dinner time. They offer to keep the whole group thing going, but Izuku waves them off, needing some time to himself. Having his friends all behind him is nice, but there's still one more person he needs to tell. He doesn't want to, but he knows if he waits and tells Katsuki with the rest of the class, he'll react badly. Plus, Katsuki knew his mom and their moms had been friends. There's a history there. Maybe it's not a healthy mindset to think Katsuki deserves to know, or the fact that he wants to rub his quirk in his face for all the pain he caused Izuku as a child. Maybe it's a bad idea all around and he should have told Aizawa his plans on this as well, but he doesn't care. Something in him needs this, so he's going to do it. It helps that Katsuki is easy to predict, his schedule unchanging since the start of their stay in the dorms. As well, he's been quieter here lately since they got back from the exams. Izuku knows he and Todoroki have their first remedial class this weekend, being exempt from training tomorrow since the class is all day. He bids his time, waiting and watching, and on cue, Katsuki heads upstairs to go to bed. Izuku waits a few minutes, scrolling through his phone before he bids the others good night, saying he's tired after such a hectic day. They don't question him, guessing why he's tired, and Izuku slips up the stairs easily. He doesn't stop on his floor, keeps going until he reaches Katsuki's floor. It's not hard to find his room and Izuku takes a quick breath, quelling the anxiety building in his gut, and knocks softly. It takes a few minutes before he hears annoyed grumbling and heavy steps, the door opening harshly as Katsuki glares out of his room. He does blink a bit in shock at Izuku standing there. What do you want, Deku? He demands, though he at least keeps his voice low to keep someone from overhearing them. Hi Katsuki, can we talk? He asks softly for once. Managing to keep eye contact, and Katsuki frowns at the serious tone in his voice. He looks like he's about to say no and Izuku speaks up again. Please, he adds softly. Katsuki disses, but nods finally, stepping back to let him in his room. Not here, Izuku says, not wanting Katsuki to start using his quirk inside when he hears what Izuku has to say. He doesn't want him to get in trouble for setting off the fire alarm, and outside means people are less likely to hear him. Frowning, Katsuki nods and steps out, closing his door behind him after stuffing his feet into some sandals. He follows Izuku to the stairs, But rather than go down, he goes up to where the roof access is. The roof actually is accessible to them with covered areas and benches, even some trees, the area for people to study under, to just sit and relax, or even to do exercises if they wanted to. The door closes behind them and Izuku walks further out onto the roof. It's a nice night, not many clouds out. There aren't any stars visible, but the moon is shining brightly and a breeze keeps the air cool, but not cold. Though he doubts that will last. Summer is coming to an end and soon it'll start getting colder. What did you want? Katsuki demands, but even now his voice is hushed, like he can sense this is something serious. Izuku sighs, wrapping his arms around his chest. Some things came to light when I was in the hospital over the summer, Izuku says without preamble, and Katsuki stills. I'm not sick or dying, he adds hastily. Just some medical stuff and why I got sick, Izuku says with a wince. He should really learn how to say this better. Yeah, so what? Katsuki asks, frowning. Apparently, I was going through withdrawals from a drug called exonophorial. It's a quirk suppressant for mutation quirks, Izuku states bluntly. Katsuki stills, his arms starting to uncross as he frowns, processing Izuku's words. Are you talking about? He demands, looking confused. Mom was dosing me with a quirk suppressant to keep my quirk from growing in. Apparently, she'd rather I be quirkless than have a mutation quirk, Izuku states, anger building in his chest as he starts to pace. Are you effing joking around right now? Katsuki demands. Why the would I joke about something like this, Kakin? Izuku snaps, spinning to glare at him, and the blonde flinches at the way he uses his old nickname. Mom is gone, he yells, and Katsuki actually takes a step back. She ended our lease on the apartment, quit her job and left. She's gone because she knew it would get out what she'd done, Izuku yells, tears starting to flow down his cheeks. Silence descends, the wind picking up, and Izuku turns away, wiping at his eyes. Why are you telling me now? Katsuki growls out, but he sounds subdued. Izuku shrugs. You'd find out eventually. Once my quirk finishes growing in, it's going to be kind of hard to hide it. I planned to tell the rest of the class before that happened, but you're the only one who knows me from before and knows Mom. You'd have put pieces together, and I really didn't feel like hashing this out in front of everyone, Izuku says wearily, suddenly tired. Also, Auntie Mitsuki should probably know before she tries to contact her and can't, Izuku adds. Katsuki doesn't say anything and Izuku wants to scream at him, throw it in his face that he was wrong, that Izuku's not a worthless, quirkless Deku like they used to call him, like Katsuki used to call him, but he's suddenly just done with this whole day and conversation. It's not worth it for the petty comeback. It won't change what was done to him and he doubt it will change much of how Katsuki will act from now on. Sighing, Izuku rubs the last of his tears away, shivering a little as the breeze sneaks under his hoodie. I just wanted to tell you this. Take it as you will, Izuku finally decides on. I'm going to bed now. He walks back towards the door and Katsuki remains standing where he's at. If you need to ask questions, Aizawa-sensei knows, Izuku throws out, and then he's through the door and going back downstairs. He finds Aizawa standing on the stairs a floor down, arms crossed as he leans against the wall. Okay, he asks. Izuku guesses he came to check on the class and couldn't find Izuku, so he went looking. Izuku shrugs. Come here, problem child, and Izuku lets him pull him into a loose hug. Sorry, he whispers huskily. It's not a problem. Do you want to stay in the dorms or come back to the apartment? He asks. Izuku thinks on it and finds his dorm room to be very unappealing with the packed boxes, still a glaring reminder of what is going on. Apartment, he whispers. Alright, go pack some pajamas and clothes for tomorrow. I'll meet you at the back door and let the class know not to bother you, Aizawa says, and Izuku nods, eyes pricking with relief at not having to face anyone right now. Maybe doing this hadn't been the best idea after all so soon after such an emotional talk with his friends. Izuku goes to his room, and ignoring the glaring reminder in his room, packs a quick bag of his pajamas, a change of clothes for tomorrow, his phone and his charging cord. He'll text the others to let them know where he'll be and that he'll see them tomorrow. He sneaks to the back door, glad the stairs don't open to the main room. No one sees him go and soon, The darkness is enclosing him again as he steps outside. He aims for the front of the dorm and meets Aizawa outside. "Hey kid, let's get you in bed," Aizawa murmurs, wrapping a loose arm around Izuku's shoulders and helps guide him to the apartments where the teachers stay at. Yamada-sensei is there and smiles softly at Izuku, letting him know the room is already made up and that he can stay as long as he'd like. Nodding gratefully, Izuku heads for his room and collapses to the bed, exhaustion eating at him. It takes a lot of work to get changed into his pajamas, but he manages it. He sees a few texts in his group chat from the others, newly created after their talk today. He doesn't say much, just that the day caught up to him and he's staying with Aizawa tonight and that he'll see them tomorrow for training. There are confirmations all around and good nights. Izuku is so glad he told them. As he's getting under the blankets, his phone chirps again and when he looks at it, he sees a DM from just Todoroki. "TS, did something happen between you and Bakugo?" "Tis. He just came from the roof and rushed to his room looking weird." Izuku frowns, but finally sighs. "Am I?" "Yes." He doesn't say anything else. And Todoroki doesn't ask anything more. Relieved that he doesn't need to explain himself, Izuku lets sleep drag him under and thankfully, he doesn't dream about anything, at least not that he can remember. Despite the emotional upheaval Izuku went through, nothing changes. He gets up the next morning to a breakfast spread courtesy of Yamada-sensei, who is very much a morning person to Aizawa-sensei's dead to the world without caffeine attitude. It's nice though. He hasn't had a normal morning and breakfast like this in a while. Before, well, everything. He didn't see his mom much, the woman working early shifts, so their time together had always been limited in the morning. There are good mornings from his friends on his phone when he checks it, a few funny cat memes from Shinso included, but for the most part, they act normally besides checking in with him to make sure he's okay and reminding him they're there. Smiling, he sends back that he's fine and would be coming to the dorm shortly. He thanks them for letting him stay last night and for the breakfast. Yamada-sensei says he can come any time, that is his room, and Izuku smiles in thanks. He waves and heads out, needing to get ready for training today. They haven't really had a chance to finalize his whole foster situation, but when they do, he'd really like to stay with Yamada and Aizawa. If they get what he's going through, have been there since the beginning. It would be strange to not have that and to have to explain to someone unknown to him about what has been happening to him lately. Most everyone is up and no one comments on him coming in from outside. He usually gets up early to go exercise and such, so it's not uncommon for him to do so. Unfortunately, Todoroki is already gone, heading for the place where the remedial classes will be at, so he can't say good morning to him. He does send a good luck text to him and gets a thanks back. On the plus side, Katsuki is also already gone, so he doesn't have to deal with that awkwardness just yet. The others are out and greet him. He waves, heading over to where they're settled. Shinso has a cup of coffee, Ida some orange juice, and Uraraka looks like she has apple juice. "Ready for training today?" he asks. "You bet. I hope we do some sparring." "I'm really in the mood to throw some hands," Uraraka says with an evil grin, fist clenched, and Izuku laughs at her enthusiasm at beating up the rest of them in the name of training. An hour later, Aizawa arrives and tells them to go get ready and to meet at ground beta. Excited and curious, the class rushes off to do as told and Izuku does so as well. Today is a new day and he's not going to let the emotional roller coaster of yesterday affect him today. Shudo sits in the chair provided by the teachers and works in the notebook provided as well. So far, this first day of remedial training has been nothing but book work with the teachers, starting each lesson with a demonstration of the proper way to do what they're teaching them. It's a lot like what they've been doing at UE, but with less focus on their other classes as well. It's a concentrated lesson meant to get them up to speed faster. Still, he can't keep his gaze from straying as he waits for the next session to be started. Bakugo is seated one row ahead of him and on his right. The blonde normally has some form of a frown on his face, but this morning, it's more pronounced and Shudo's noticed he's a lot more distracted, more prone to staring at nothing, thoughts on something else. He'd guess it's because of whatever Midoriya and he talked about last night. He'd seen Bakugo coming from the roof looking a little shell-shocked and confused, body tense as he disappeared back down to his floor and into his room, the door closing with a loud snap. If Shudo were to guess, Midoriya told Bakugo about what he told them earlier in the day. He knows the two have a history, grew up together, though they haven't been close in a long time. Maybe it was a shock, but if Shudo had to guess, he'd say a lot of what he saw on Bakugo's face was guilt and shame. The teacher steps up and he focuses back on them only to see a break is being called and they're being released for 30 minutes to stretch their legs and do as they like. They're reminded too that the second half of the day will be first aid drills and to be prepared for some exercise. Shudo heads for the outside wanting some air and to maybe grab a drink from the vending machine. Thoughts of Midoriya have him pondering what Midoriya told them yesterday. He'd known Midoriya was quirkless since they started class. Had been confused how he got into the program, but once he saw how hard-working he is, how intelligent, he figured it was that got him in. It hadn't mattered to him that he was quirkless and trying to be a hero. As long as he stayed out of Shudo's way, what did he care? And then they'd been paired to face off in the third event of the sports festival. Shudo had been tired, exhausted by his quirk use and so cold, but he'd thought it would be an easy win with Midoriya. He'd been stupid, underestimated his opponent and that nearly cost him the match. Rather than waste what little energy he had left on another big glacier like he'd done before, he'd gone smaller, more precise, aiming to freeze his legs. Before he even realized what was happening, Midoriya had dodged the attack and closed the gap between them in seconds. Only his own training in hand-to-hand kept him from being knocked out with one hit, ducking the punch. The fight got dirty and messy very quickly, the ice starting to melt around them. He remembers Midoriya yelling at him in fury for treating him as lesser, as weak, for daring to use anything less than his all against his opponent. It had been the first time he'd used his fire like that, and that sudden realization that he was disrespecting everyone by refusing to use his fire, even to spite his father. And then Midoriya said the one thing that truly set him free, "It's your quirk, not his, so fight me." It unlocked his mind like nothing else had and ended the fight with Midoriya knocked out of the ring, Shudo shocked by the ending. He'd honestly expected Midoriya to win. He'd still ended up losing to Bakugo the next round, exhausted by everything, but he hadn't cared, not even when Endeavor had screamed at him for being a failure. He'd sought out Midoriya after that and had pulled him aside, quietly explaining why he had done what he did. Midoriya had apologized for yelling at him, but Shudo had shaken his head. He'd needed it. It finally made him realize what he was doing wrong. He'd promised to never treat Midoriya like that again. After that, he'd stuck close to Midoriya, eventually the two becoming friends. He liked Midoriya, the teen quiet like him a lot, preferring to study away from the chaos of their class. He is also smart, far smarter than Shudo, helping him figure out things about his quirk he never realized and that not even the fancy, expensive quirk counselors ever realized. They faced off with the hero killer in Hosu with Ida, solidifying their friendship with the other teen too, had been together when they faced the LOV at that disastrous summer camp and after, when they went to save Bakugo. Midoriya had done all that while quirkless. And now he's not. Shudo doesn't care whether Midoriya has a quirk or not. He's amazing no matter what, but the thought of him having a quirk has him wondering how much stronger, better, he'll be now. Shudo has been in awe of him from the moment they faced off and Midoriya showed his true self. How can he face him with a quirk added? There's the sound of footsteps behind him and when he turns, he sees Bakugo standing behind him. Yes, he asks evenly, not interested in talking with the blonde, but guessing Bakugo won't let him leave without some sort of talk. "You're friends with Deku?" he snaps out. "I'm friends with Midoriya," Shudo says pointedly and Bakugo sneers, ignoring the barb. "Did he tell you about—" He waves his hand in the air, trying to emphasize everything that Midoriya had told them. "He did," Shudo says, seeing no reason to lie. Midoriya never said he needed to keep this secret. And? Bakugo demands. "And what?" Shudo asks, not getting what he wants. "Is it true?" he demands again, looking one wrong word from snapping. Why would Midoriya lie about this? Shudo asks in confusion. "To look better or something," Bakugo snaps. "Aizawa-sensei has already confirmed it with me." Midoriya has no reason to lie, Shudo points out. The fact that you can't accept this has no sway on the validity of his words. Why would he lie to you anyways? Shudo asks and Bakugo just gets even angrier. Thief if I know. That Deku has always been a Weasley little sheet. Always followed me around when we were kids, muttering and watching. Always going on about how he'd become a hero when he FNG knew he was quirkless and couldn't, Bakugo says snidely. He was right, Shudo points out and Bakugo frowns at him. He got into Yui without a quirk, got into the heroics course without one either. Beat a lot of students in the sports festival without a quirk. He was well on his way to being a hero without a quirk. Imagine how far he could go with one, Shudo murmurs and Bakugo growls lowly. Just because you're scared of what he can do doesn't mean I am. What are you so afraid he'll see in you? Shudo asks, starting to see what Bakugo's deal is. Afraid he might find some secret you'd rather not be known? I'm not afraid, Bakugo snarls at him, but even then he looks a little pale. Then prove it, Shudo murmurs. To him, not me. I don't care, but for someone who says he doesn't care, you seem strangely obsessed with someone you consider beneath you. What does he have that you don't? Shudo asks pointedly. With another low snarl, Bakugo storms away, faint pops following as he lets off steam. Shudo doesn't follow. Maybe now Bakugo will leave Midoriya alone, at least until he gets his head on straight. He reminds him a lot of Endeavor, who is so insecure, constantly striving for perfection when he doesn't even know what perfection is. It's honestly a little pitiful. His phone chirps and he glances at it to see a text in the group chat. Opening it, he finds a picture of Midoriya and Uraraka in their hero costumes, the two of them sweaty and looking like they took a tumble through some dirt, but grinning at the camera either way. In the background, he can see Ida and Shinso talking, also in their costumes, Shinso just starting to look at the camera as it was snapped. Hope you're having fun, Todoroki-kun. We miss you. Good luck. Smiling, Shudo sends back a thanks, with a smiley face before taking his drink with him back to the building, their break almost over. He's got a lot of catching up to do, but hopefully he can walk besides Midoriya and the others without feeling like he needs to hold back. It's his quirk, not Endeavor's, and he's ready to prove that to the world and to himself. Sunday rolls around with Izuku excited for a day off, not something he'd been expecting. Yesterday's training, while fun, had left him exhausted. Aizawa-sensei had worked them hard at their lessons on urban patrolling and fighting. He'd been quite clear, quirks would only get someone so far. Knowing not only how to find your way through a city if lost, but how to use the environment to your advantage and to make anything a weapon if needed, those are the lessons that would help them the most. They'd spent a lot of time getting lost after being blindfolded and left somewhere in the mock city to find their way back. They also sparred in various places, alleys, streets, a rooftop, and even in a fountain for one of the pairs. Aizawa-sensei had imparted important advice to them, helping them where they struggled and berating them for stupid mistakes they should know not to make by now. So needless to say, he's expecting an easy morning to relax, maybe work on some homework and to go to his appointment with Fujiko-san that afternoon. He's not expecting to have Aizawa-sensei find him in the kitchen that morning eating breakfast. Hey problem child, he greets, a cup of coffee in his hand. Good morning, sensei, Izuku greets with a tired grin. Finish that up quickly. We've got a meeting with Netsu in 30 minutes, he informs Izuku. I'll explain when we're heading there, he adds before Izuku can ask and sees him glance behind Izuku where some of the others are up and about. Okay, Izuku agrees with a shaky smile and quickly finishes off his breakfast. Thankfully, he'd already gotten dressed, so once he's done and his dishes have been cleaned and set aside to dry, he's ready to go. They're silent as they leave the dorm, Izuku waving to the others in the common room as they leave. Todoroki sends him a look and Izuku tries to send him a reassuring smile before he's forced to face ahead and step outside. What's this about? Izuku asks. He'd not been expecting this meeting. Himeji-san is here, Aizawa says and Izuku blinks. Himeji-ran is Izuku's child welfare representative. He's only met with her a few times over the last handful of weeks since everything happened. She's nice, if a little distant. She at least doesn't treat him differently, though whether that's because she doesn't care about his situation as a whole, or that he's actually got a quirk now, he hasn't tried to ask, not wanting to shake things up. Oh, Izuku says and follows quietly behind Aizawa to the main building and up to the principal's office. Himeji is indeed here, the woman's dark hair pulled back into a tight bun, her sensible pantsuit clean and pressed. Dark eyes watch him enter, a clipboard and a couple files resting beside her on the couch. "Good morning, Midoriya-kun," Netsu greets with a smile. "Sorry for the sudden meeting, but we finally have everything finalized with your fostering situation and we'd like your input," he explains. "Okay," Izuku agrees, heart rate rising just a bit in nervousness. "Good morning, Himeji-san," he greets with a small bow. "Good morning, Midoriya-san. How have we been?" she asks coolly. "Good, I got my provisional license," he admits. "Glad to hear," she says back. "Now, let's get down to business so you can go about your day." Izuku nods and takes a seat next to Aizawa-sensei. Now, we managed to secure a potential place with 3 other foster families. They're all aware of Midoriya's situation, have the training to help him should he need it, and are all within a short distance of the school itself. Here are their files if you'd like to go through them. Midoriya-san, we agreed that you would get to choose your fostering arrangement, so read over them and pick what's best for you, she continues. "What?" Izuku asks softly. "Fostering. Like we discussed at our first meeting," Himeji explains patiently. Izuku stares at her and then glances at Aizawa. His face is passive, nothing showing. Izuku numbly reaches out for the files and flips through them, words coming at him, but he doesn't retain much. He's sure they're nice. Some even have pets or children of their own or other fosters. What about Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei?" he asks tentatively, afraid to look up. "They were a temporary stopgap until we could secure you a foster home. They were never meant to be a permanent foster home," Himeji explains patiently still. But they could be," Izuku points out. He remembers them saying they could be permanent so many weeks ago. "They could," Himeji agrees neutrally. "However, they are already your teachers. It would be pointless to have them be both," she points out. Izuku looks down at the files in his hand. They're full of strangers. People he knows nothing about, in homes he's never been to or seen. Izuku shakes his head. "You said I get to decide," he points out, and Himeji frowns faintly before nodding. "I want to stay with Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei. They know me, what is going on. I trust them. I don't trust these people," he brandishes the files. "I couldn't stay with someone I didn't trust. And maybe they look nice on paper, but that doesn't mean they're nice behind closed doors," Izuku points out heatedly. "We have thoroughly vetted them," Himeji points out. "So were my old middle school teachers, and yet they let bullies do whatever they wanted," Izuku states bluntly. "People act different when they want something or know someone is watching. I'm fine where I'm at," Izuku says with finality. He waits, breathing a little harder, for them to say no, to tell him to pick. Himeji sighs faintly through her nose and then glances towards Aizawa. "The final say is up to you and your husband," she points out. Aizawa is quiet and Izuku glances at him out of the corner of his eye. He finally stirs. "We'd already put our names forward to make this permanent. You were the one who insisted on making this meeting happen. We're still in agreement about making this a permanent foster," he adds. Himeji purses her mouth a little like she bit into a lemon before nodding. "If that is what he wants and the foster parents are in agreement, then I see no reason to change things. I'll draw up the appropriate paperwork and send it over for you to fill out and sign. I'll arrange a home check for next week as well," she adds pointedly. "Of course. We look forward to seeing you," Aizawa says with ease. Nodding briskly, Himeji stands and with a last soft goodbye to them, leaves the room. Izuku looks between Netsu, who has remained silent through this whole thing, and Aizawa, who is watching Izuku with a guarded expression. I can stay with you too?" he asks, shocked. "You can," Aizawa agrees with a faint smile. Grinning suddenly, Izuku launches himself at Aizawa, who carefully wraps his arms around Izuku's back, mindful of his still growing in wings. "Thank you," Izuku says into his chest where his face is pressed. "I can't let my problem child out of my sight. You'd get into too much trouble otherwise," Aizawa jokes, and Izuku laughs wetly, no one commenting on him crying, breath hitching. Eventually, the meeting is finished, Aizawa walking Izuku back to the apartment where Yamada is sitting at the kitchen table. Aizawa nods at him and he grins brightly before offering a hug to Izuku, who takes it with a grin. He honestly wasn't expecting this, but now that it's happened, he's glad it did. He hadn't realized how unsettled part of his life has been until this was finalized. The rest of the day is a bit of a blur, emotions all over the place. He grins a lot for sure, but he's happy so he doesn't care. The others all sigh in relief when he tells them what happened and congratulate him. Izuku fidgets nervously as the train rocks slightly. Togata is seated next to him, acting as both support for his nerves and an escort to Sir Night-Eye's agency. He'd gotten the text 2 days ago that Night-Eye had agreed to an interview. He doesn't know if Aizawa had managed to talk with Night-Eye about his whole situation, but his teacher had given the go-ahead for the interview, signing off on the pass off campus. "You're going to do fine," Togata says, seeing how nervous Izuku is the closer they get to their stop. I hope so," Izuku says with a glance at the route tracker to see how much longer they had until their stop arrived. Any advice?" he asks hopefully. Togata frowns slightly, considering the problem seriously. "Sir is very strict, prefers things by the book. He's told me stories about things not going by the book and cases being dismissed because something was done incorrectly, so I can see why he pushes it so much. But he also has a sense of humor, though many people don't realize it. If you can make him laugh, even just a little, I think he'll really like you, but just be yourself. Don't try to be anything else, he'll sense it. You want him to like you, not what you think he'll like," Togata finishes with a shrug. "That's a little hard right now," Izuku admits with a wry smile. "I'm still trying to figure out who I am now. Nothing's truly changed, not your core at least. Everything else is just extra bits. You are still you. Do you still want to be a hero, to help people, save them?" Togata asks quietly. "Yes," Izuku says firmly. "Then you're good," Togata says with a huff of laughter as their stop is announced and Izuku jumps from nerves. "Come on, we still have a short walk," he reminds Izuku and he nods, standing to follow him off the train as it opens the doors. The room is silent as he steps into Night-Eye's office. The man himself is seated at his desk, watching Izuku from behind his glasses with a neutral expression on his face. Good morning, Sir Night," Izuku greets stiltedly. "Good morning," Night-Eye says evenly. "You're Midoriya Izuku?" he questions. I am," Izuku assures him with a nod, hands twisting together before he consciously forces himself to stop. "Sit," he orders, motioning towards the chair across from him, and Izuku does as told, swallowing nervously even as he stares in wonder at all the all-might merch around the room. Izuku holds out the work-study form for Night-Eye and he takes it, their hands brushing briefly before he sets the paper on his desk and Izuku sits. "Togata has vouched for you, so I've allowed this interview. Whether anything will come from it is on you," he reminds Izuku. "Of course," Izuku agrees. Did Aizawa-sensei inform you about?" He trails off, still not knowing how to phrase his strange situation. "He has not. I don't care about whatever makes you unique or special or limited in someone else's eyes. I will make my judgment of you today by your words and actions, not what someone else tells me," Night-Eye says evenly and Izuku winces slightly. "So, you think you deserve a work-study with me?" he asks. "I don't think that," Izuku starts off with reflexively before hastily adding, "I'd like a work-study with you, but I don't." He trails off again, anxiety rising as more negative thoughts start to eat at what little confidence he has. "Why should I take you on? What can you bring to my agency that I don't already have?" he demands brusquely. Izuku frowns. Is it presumptuous to think he has anything of value to add to this agency? He's smart, good with quirks, decently strong and quick, something that mainly came about from avoiding bullies and some hasty training before getting into Yui. It's been honed by Aizawa with training, but still, is it worth anything? Until his quirk comes in, he's still basically quirkless, and even then what can his as of yet unknown quirk add to this? Wings won't add much for now. Izuku looks down at his bag and decides to at least show what he can do. "I'm smart," Izuku says hesitantly, reaching for his bag. "I really like quirks, breaking them down, analyzing them, finding how they're weak and strong, that stuff, Izuku says, starting to word vomit a bit as he rushes to get the words out before they clog his throat. He holds out his notebook, one of his newer and better ones. Night Eye doesn't even glance at it or take it, and slowly Izuku lowers his hand. I'm strong, quick, I learn fast, His words finally die out in the face of such an impassive stare. So not much then? Night Eye asks simply and Izuku flinches. Izuku shrugs, shoulders hunching a little. This was such a bad idea. He should have just not even tried. If that is all you can offer me, then you've wasted my time, Midoriya. I don't see this being worth my time, Night Eye says simply. His ears ring hearing those damning words. He's dreaded hearing them, and now, Izuku stands from the chair before Night Eye has to tell him to leave. I'm sorry to have wasted your time, he murmurs, eyes burning and ears ringing as he bows slightly. He turns away, heart a heavy drum in his chest, shame blaring in his head. Just be yourself. Don't try to be anything else, he'll sense it. You want him to like you, not what you think he'll like. Izuku pauses just inside the door, recalling Togata's words. Was he being his true self? What is his true self? He's wanted to be a hero for so long, to help people, to save them, but is that all? He'd wanted to be the first quirkless hero ever, to show the world he and they are worth more than pain and disdain. Now, he can't do that dream, but dreams change, like Hound Dog said. Maybe he can't be the first quirkless hero, but he can still be a hero, a DM good one who fights for everyone, but especially those who have no voice, no protection. Something uncurls in his gut, a hot anger at Night Eye dismissing him so. Who does he think he is, assuming that Izuku has nothing to offer? He would be lucky to have him. Even Togata sees it, Aizawa-sensei sees it, Yamada-sensei, Hound Dog, Recovery Girl, his friends. They all see worth in him. Why can't Night Eye? His thoughts swirl and coalesce on one thing. He's going to prove him wrong. Too fast to really think about it, Izuku pulls out a pen from his bag and turns, hurling it at Night Eye with as much force as he can. Night Eye snatches it from the air like he knew Izuku was going to do it. Izuku sees the way his eyes flash, just a hint of color completely different from his normal color. An eye-based quirk, one that isn't passive, but consciously activated. Something that allowed him to know what Izuku was about to do. The predictive quirk, something that showed him things before they happened, allowing him to react in time, like catching Izuku's pen. He pulls out a pencil next, throwing it to the side of his head, and Night Eye catches it as well. This time, Izuku sees the change from his normal eye color to his quirked eye color. Your quirk is a predictive mental-based quirk in your eyes. It shows you the future, probably in bursts, but possibly further. I'd need to run more tests to be sure. He frowns, considering the whole meeting that just happened. It requires sight, your sight, no eye contact, you kept trying to catch my eyes with yours, and touch, he finally realizes. Night Eye had grabbed his form so weirdly, deliberately going for a grab that would force their hands to touch. You need to physically touch your target before you can see anything, he finalizes. Night Eye watches him passively, the pen and pencil set down on the desk. Izuku feels that anger surge again. You asked what I can bring to this agency, but what can you provide to me? What do you have to teach me that I should learn? What makes you so special that I would want to come here? Izuku demands angrily. What can you provide that I won't get from someone else too? He snaps out. Night Eye stares at him in the growing silence, the anger still simmering in his gut, and then he sits back, a faint smile on his lips and a soft huff of laughter escaping his throat. I'm sure I can teach you plenty, Night Eye says softly. But you have yet asked me to teach you, you only stated that you would like to learn from me. Usually you have to ask for something if you want it, Night Eye reminds him. Izuku feels like his legs have been cut out from under him at Night Eye's words, and he blinks in surprise. Just ask? When was the last time he asked for something because he wanted it? He'd learned a long time ago not to want things or to ask for them. No one would give it to him, and he'd more than likely get yelled at or hit, or sneered at or laughed at for wanting something. Even him claiming he was going to be a hero wasn't a want. It was a need, a hope, but he never asked if he could because he feared what people would say if he did ask. Swallowing that instinctive urge to hunch up, anxiety rising so high, Izuku looks Night Eye in the eye. "Will you please teach me, Sir Night Eye?" he asks, bowing low to the hero, heart a tattoo in his ears. There's a low thump, and when Izuku looks up, he sees Night Eye picking up a stamp off of his form where he just signed off on his form. "This won't be an easy work study. I'll work you to the bone, demand perfection from you and further, berate you for your mistakes, but I'll also praise your triumphs and show you how to be a hero you can be proud of. Do you think you can handle this?" Night Eye demands. "I'll strive to do my best." Izuku agrees with a grin, disbelief etched on his face, eyes burning with tears again, but happy tears this time. "I look forward to working with you. Now, I think you should go find Togata and take a break. You look like you need one." Night Eye comments mildly and Izuku nods, feeling a little wobbly indeed. "I'll contact your teacher to go over everything and set up a schedule with him." "I'll contact you with that schedule once it's done, okay?" he asks. "Yes," Izuku agrees easily. "Good, then we're done. Go take a break," he orders, and Izuku nods again, bowing one last time before stumbling out on weak knees. He rounds the corner of the hall and leans heavily on the wall as what happened finally hits. Izuku sniffs faintly, wiping at his eyes. "Midoriya-kun, are you okay? Did it go badly?" Togata calls out, rushing up the hall to him. "No, it went fine, I'm just..." He can't find the word. "Happy, excited, over the moon?" Togata offers with a bright grin. "Yeah," he agrees to all of them. "Then we're going to celebrate. We don't need to be back for a bit longer, so how about we grab some lunch, my treat for your accomplishment," Togata offers. I could go for a bite to eat," he agrees, managing to straighten, no longer afraid his knees will give out. "Then come on. I know an excellent cafe just around the corner. It's where I usually grab some food when I'm here," Togata says, leading the way out of the agency. Izuku laughs and lets the older teen take charge, just glad nothing went horribly wrong. Shoyuta wants to strangle Night Eye. He'd seen how Izuku looked after he came back from the interview, excited for getting it, but also a little fragile too. Instead, he takes the seat across from him with only a glare, setting Izuku's file on his lap. "This seems a bit much, Eraserhead. You could have just emailed me his info," Night Eye comments mildly. "This isn't something that can be easily covered in an email," Shoyuta states bluntly, and Night Eye's brow goes up, curiosity rising, but also that instinct that heroes get when something is about to happen that won't be good. He'd had that feeling when he first saw Izuku's file after Nedzu had finalized who had passed and given him and Vlad their class lists. He'd known having a quirkless teen would be hard, he just hadn't realized how bad things would get. They're thankfully getting better, but there are a lot of loose threads to take care of, and until they do, Izuku's life is going to be in a constant state of flux with no solid ground to stand on. "Show me," Night Eye says instead of asking questions, so Shoyuta hands over Midoriya's file. It's not his school file, but his personal one Shoyuta keeps on his students. It's the one he's been using for all of Izuku's things as his guardian as well. There's a lot of medical paperwork in there. Night Eye reads quickly, his frown steadily growing more pronounced the further he gets. Finally, he snaps the file closed and sits back in his chair, rubbing at his chin a little as he digests what he read. "So that's why you called me before," he mutters, and Shoyuta nods. Night Eye had refused to hear him out, and he can see why, but it had still irked him. "This doesn't change anything," Night Eye settles on. "It better not," Shoyuta mutters. Night Eye eyes him, but wisely doesn't comment on his words. "You'll keep me updated on his progress and let me know when it's closer to time?" he asks. "Of course. We're still a few months at least from anything," Shoyuta informs him. "Any restrictions I should be aware of?" he asks. "Not currently. There probably will be the closer we get. From what I've been told, it will get quite painful on his back as it gets closer to breaching. We're taking this a week at a time honestly," Shoyuta says with a heavy sigh. "And the mother?" he asks, tapping the file that contains the police report in it. "Nothing yet. Tsukachi is on the case since it's in his district, but she had a few days head start and seems to have some knowledge of hiding her tracks both digitally and physically. My guess, she's done something like this before," Shoyuta admits. "It's a working theory he's mostly kept to himself. No one disappears this well or easily without experience, or someone with connections. I'll message him and see if he needs any help. I've a few connections that can help. Look, Night Eye offers, and Shoyuta nods in thanks. Thanks. Do you need a copy? He asks, meaning the file. I think I'm good. If I have any questions, I'll email you, Night Eye says. Okay, I'll get out of your hair. Shoyuta says, standing with a grunt. I'll send you my offered days he can come. I suggest the days Togata is coming, since security is so high because of the LOV attacks. That way he won't need an escort, Night Eye points out. I'll check it over and get back to you, Shoyuta says and accepts the file back before waving and walking out. He takes the train back, mind going over everything he needs to as he heads back to campus. What? Uraraka cries out later that evening when they've all gathered in Shinso's room to study, and so Izuku could give the good news. I got the work study, Izuku says, still unable to keep the grin off his face. Congrats, Shinso says with a small grin of his own. I'm still trying to decide who I would want to go with, he admits. Same. Gunhead can't take me. I was talking with Suchan earlier and she's having some difficulty too, unable to go with Selkie either, Uraraka explains. Maybe you should ask Hato-senpai? Izuku offers. I got mine through Togata-senpai. She might know someone who you could ask, he offers. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll text Suchan tonight and we'll see if we can't find Hato-senpai tomorrow to ask. It's something at least, Uraraka says with a frown. Was it hard? Todoroki asks softly and they all look to him before glancing at Izuku. Izuku frowns, recalling the roller coaster of emotions he went through in the span of 10 minutes in that office. He'd been exhausted afterwards, so wrung out by everything. Only his elation has been keeping him going the rest of the day, but he knows he's going to sleep hard tonight. Yes, and no, Izuku settles on. I think I made it harder on myself and so Night Eye used that against me, but once I just outright asked him, he said yes, Izuku admits, rubbing at the back of his neck a little. I got so caught up in my head I forgot to even just ask, he jokes. Ah, Todoroki says and the others look thoughtful. At that moment, a huge yawn hits him and he feels his jaw crack a little bit. Sorry, he mutters, rubbing at his eyes. Go to bed, Midoriya, before you fall over, Shinso orders and Izuku grins sheepishly. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow, Izuku says, gathering his stuff up before getting up. Good night. They all call out good night and then Izuku slips from Shinso's room to head to his, which is actually next to Shinso's. He slips into his room and flicks the light on. It's quick work to get changed into some pajamas, heading to his bathroom to brush his teeth and finish getting ready for bed. He does lift his shirt, glancing in the mirror to see if anything has changed from the last time he looked. His back is still smooth, no noticeable lumps like he's been told to expect. Shrugging, he pulls his shirt back down and heads to bed. He plugs in his phone and settles into his bed, but before he can turn off his lamp, his eyes are drawn to the pile of boxes and rolled-up posters in the corner of his room. He just sits there, blanket over his lap and stares at it for a while, thoughts distant and not really focused on anything. Maybe he should just get rid of everything, a clean break so to speak, a fresh start with nothing connected to his mom. Even as he thinks it, he balks, unable to let that tie go, even after everything that's happened. Will he ever be able to get past this? He wonders silently before he lies down, hand hitting the switch on his lamp and plunges the room into darkness. The room is silent and bare of anything, but the most basic of necessities. She doesn't need much, not when she's trying to remain undetected. When she'd made contact a few months back, she hadn't expected to call in the favor, hadn't expected things to escalate so suddenly in such a short time. She's glad she did, even as her decisions finally came to light and ripped her carefully constructed life to shreds. With sigh, Inko reaches out and picks up the lone piece of her heart she's brought with her. Izuku grins in the picture, dressed in his All Might costume, posing as a hero would with his arms ped. He'd been 4, maybe 5 then. He'd been so small then, just starting his real steps into the world. And now, she's lost all ties to him. She cut them herself, but it still burned like acid when she did it. Her little boy is lost to her, probably forever, and there's nothing she can do to fix it, not right now. A knock at the door has her jumping, heart hammering, breathe coming quickly as she waits, and the knock comes again in the code she was expecting. Carefully setting the picture aside, Inko gets up and heads to the door. A peek through the door's sight shows a familiar face waiting patiently for her to open the door. Inko opens it a few inches, peeks through just to make sure, and then opens it the rest of the way. "I thought we were keeping contact to a minimum," Inko whispers as the woman steps in, quickly shutting and locking the door behind her. "Yes, well, things have changed," she mutters, rubbing at her face. "My people have lost track of him," she admits. "What?" Inko whispers, eyes widening as fear rises up. "Last location was in New York, but he managed to slip my tails. Best guess he's heading this way," she admits. "He doesn't know where we're at," Inko insists. "Not you, Inko, but your son has made a lot of waves here lately, and that broadcast from the sports festival was internationally viewed. The odds of him not recognizing Izuku as his were slim at best. You knew this, hence why you contacted me to begin with," she points out, and Inko looks down at her hands. "Yui will protect him, I know they will. We just need to lay low and hope he decides to leave," Inko whispers. "Have you ever known your ex-husband to ever let go of something willingly once he claimed it as his?" she asks pointedly. "Isn't that why you ran away with Izuku to begin with? Because you knew he would never let you go willingly," she adds. Inko sighs again, knowing she's right. "What do I do?" she demands, anger sparking. "For now, you lie low, avoid anyone recognizing you. The cops are still very much looking for you. I'll lay some false trails to distract him away from Izuku and you. It won't distract him for long, but it will be a start. As for afterwards, I don't know," she admits. "You might need to get more help than I can provide," she admits with a shrug. Inko looks over at the photo she just put down and nods. "Do what you have to," she agrees, and the other woman nods before seeing herself out. "Here, problem child," Aizawa says, holding out his costume case. Izuku frowns, not expecting to be given the case so suddenly. "I sent it to the support department for some updates," he explains, and Izuku nods. "They installed some protective padding specifically to the back to protect your wings for now. As well, my Jima wants to sit down with you soon to start planning out the updated costume for when your wings do emerge," he adds. "Okay," Izuku agrees. Should I go try it on now?" he asks. "Probably best, in case it doesn't sit right," Aizawa advises, so Izuku heads down the hall from his office to the nearby changing room. It doesn't take much to slip into it. He'd decided on practical originally when designing his costume. With wings added, he'll need to really think about what he wants in his costume. Zipping up the top, he flexes his body, shifting around to see how it feels. He can feel the extra padding in the back, which he honestly appreciates. He hadn't been thinking about that, too focused on his upcoming first day at his work-study. Thankfully, it's not too difficult to move in, and as he wears it more, it will get easier, he's sure. There's a tap at the door to the chaining room. "How's the fit?" Aizawa asks through the door. Rather than answer, Izuku opens the door so he can see. "Nothing feels off?" he asks. "It feels fine. A little stiff, but I'm not used to the padding and I think it just needs to be broken in," Izuku says. "Good, pack it up. You leave with Togata shortly. Don't forget to eat breakfast if you haven't already. You'll be excused from your classes today. I expect you to make them up when you get back. I'll leave any work assigned in your room," he adds. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. I promise I won't let my work slip," Izuku assures him. "I'm not too worried about that, problem child. Just be careful and do as you're told, okay?" he asks, and Izuku nods. "Good, then finish getting ready," he orders. "I'll meet you back in my office." Izuku nods and the door shuts between them. He gets changed quickly, throwing on his uniform again before tucking the costume back into its case. Once he's ready, he heads back to Aizawa's office where Togata-senpai is already waiting. "Oh, good morning, Togata-senpai," Izuku greets with a grin, excitement fizzling through him. "Good morning," Togata greets. "Ready?" he asks. Izuku nods and then glances at Aizawa. "You've eaten and taken your medicine?" he asks bluntly. "Yes, Sensei and Recovery Girl said I was good to go yesterday too," he reminds Aizawa. "All right, you're good to go," Aizawa says with a sigh, but a small smile graces his face at Izuku's excitement. Don't do anything reckless, problem child. I don't need any gray hairs, he orders, and Izuku grins bigger before nodding. Togata laughs. I promise to keep him on the straight and narrow, and then starts to herd Izuku out of the office. The excitement carries Izuku all the way to the train station and on it before nerves start to hit him. It's his first day, and yes, he proved to Night Eye that he deserved the work study, but he doesn't want to make a mistake and make him reconsider. You're going to be fine, Togata says, sensing Izuku's sudden nerves. The first half of the day will be getting you acquainted with everyone and the work area, getting your stuff set up and going over procedures and such, he explains. And the afternoon? Izuku asks, a little mollified. We'll do a patrol more than likely. Nothing serious, but you've got to get your toes wet at some point, he points out, and Izuku grins again. The last time he went patrolling was in Hosu, and that, well, it started out fine until the whole attack on the city thing happened. The rest of the ride is less nerve-wracking as he chats about some of the things they're working on in class. Togata chiming in with similar things he did in his first year and offering advice or tips. They get off eventually and head for the agency. Night Eye is already waiting for them once they arrive, and it is a long few hours of him getting Izuku added to their systems, touring the agency, meeting everyone who works there, showing their programs, their filing system, how they do certain things, and what exactly Izuku's main job would be at the agency. Being the newest and most junior member of the agency, he would be doing a lot of paperwork or file fetching. He'd be given case files to study, and Night Eye would quiz him on them later for important info. He would still get to patrol and do other things involved with being a hero work-study student at the agency, but first he had to prove he could handle the menial work as well. When Night Eye hands him a small stack of files, he swallows, but nods. Togata laughs at his expression. I had to do this too, don't worry. It's good work to learn, but it can be a bit boring, he decides on. Let me know if you get stuck on anything or need a break. Okay, Izuku agrees. He isn't going to complain. He has to start somewhere, and this is as good a place as any. After lunch, you'll be going out with Togata on patrol, so make sure your gear is ready as well, Night Eye adds with a small smirk, and Izuku perks up more, grinning at the older hero who chuckles. Nodding, Izuku takes his stack of files and finds one of the free workspaces to start doing his assigned tasks. Izuku crumples up the wrapper of his store-bought sandwich. Across from him, Togata is finishing his food as well, the two having grabbed food for lunch and brought it back to the agency. He throws it away and then settles back at the table. Togata-senpai, were you nervous when you first started here? He asks. Togata finishes his last bite before answering. Oh, definitely. I was so shocked that Sir offered me a work study. Before that, I had a lot of trouble controlling my quirk, and I made a bit of a fool of myself at my first sports festival since I couldn't wear my costume that works with my quirk and, well, I might have flashed a few people, he admits with a chuckle. That was you? Izuku asks in shock. I watched that festival on the TV, he explains. Yep, I thought for sure I wouldn't get any offers. Then Sir sent in an internship offer and afterwards, the work-study offer. He helped me figure out how to use this unruly quirk of mine without hurting myself or others, he explains. It can hurt you? He asks, curious about Togata's quirk after his demonstration at the start of the semester. Togata nods, getting a little serious. I can phase through any material, but if part of me isn't solid, like my feet, I go through the floor. And when I'm intangible, I can't see or breathe either. Does what? Have to be careful not to become solid while going through something as it forces me out and I can hurt someone else or even myself if I'm not prepared. That can be very bad, he explains. Oh, Izuku whispers, guessing he's learned some of this from experience. Togata glances at the time and stands with a grin. Let's go get ready. It's almost time to start our patrol, he advises, and Izuku nods, standing as well before heading to the changing area he was shown earlier. He finishes getting ready and rushes out of the changing room to wait for Togata. The older teen soon joins him and Izuku stares at his costume in amazement. He can guess where he got some of his inspiration from for said costume. Do you like? Togata asks, posing a little. It's so cool, Izuku says with a grin. How does it work with your quirk? He asks as they start to head for the lobby. Oh, It's lined with my DNA so it doesn't fall off me and my quirk works with it like it's a part of me. Neat, huh? He asks and Izuku nods. He pauses once they get to the lobby, expecting to see Night Eye waiting for them, but he's not there. Where's Sir Night Eye? He asks. Oh, Sir's on a stakeout right now with Bubble Girl. We're going to be doing an easy patrol of the nearby area while he's away. I'll show you the route we normally use and point out important places to keep an eye on, Togata explains. Okay, Izuku agrees and falls into step beside him as they head out the door. They walk for a bit before Togata finally speaks up. I've been meaning to ask, what is the name you chose for yourself? He asks. Oh, Izuku pauses for a moment, considering. I was using Deku, but with everything that's happened and will be happening soon, I think I need to change it. That name isn't me anymore, he admits with a frown. There is no shame in changing your name if it doesn't fit anymore. Is it alright if I use Deku for now while we patrol? Togata asks. Of course, I don't mind, he assures him. What is yours? He asks. Oh, mine is Lemillion, because I want to save at least 1 million people, even if I can't save everyone, Togata explains for him. I like that name, Izuku says with a grin. Shall we continue? Togata asks, motioning ahead and Izuku nods, following along as they continue on the patrol. It's not a hard patrol, just like Togata told him. They help an old lady across the street with her groceries, help mediate an argument and de-escalate it down from becoming a full-blown fight, and even help a little girl catch her dog that had gotten loose, the mother scolding her once they reunite them. Izuku knows that not every patrol will have action in it, no big fights or stopping criminals, but he'd been hoping for at least something a little interesting, something to tell the others when he got back. He shakes his head at the thought. He shouldn't want bad things to happen. A boring patrol means that everyone is living peacefully. They're just turning to the last leg of their patrol. It's a section that briefly touches into a neighboring industrial section full of big warehouses, manufacturing places, and a warren of alleys. It's an interesting juxtaposition between the brightly colored businesses on one side and the drab warehouses on the other. There's another agency nearby that covers this area, but we overlap our patrols here because a lot of time things bleed over from there, Togata explains as they walk, gesturing to the two sides. Izuku nods along, listening to the older teen, but he catches faintly a gasp of pain, and he frowns. Looking around for the source, he starts to turn when he hears running feet and something comes barreling into him. Instinctively, his arms come around to keep whatever that ran into him from falling and he looks down. There's a small child, a girl judging by the dirty smock and long hair, clinging to his front. She's breathing hard, like she's been running for a bit, and he can feel her trembling ever so slightly. Hey, are you all right? Izuku whispers. Please, he hears whispered just as a second set of footsteps sounds out. The girl flinches, trembling harder, and Izuku looks up to see a man emerging from the same alleyway the girl just came from. He's wearing fairly ordinary clothing, though his jacket has a strange purple ruff on the collar. But what stands out the most is the strange bird-like mask on his face, brightly colored and eye-catching. It reminds him a little of the plague masks he'd once seen in an old history book about pre-Quirk history. Eri, a voice calls out lowly and Izuku feels the hairs on the back of his neck rise. The girl whimpers, clutching him harder, and Izuku's heart speeds up in his chest, adrenaline pumping through his veins as fear makes him break out in a cold sweat. Strangely, followed close behind it is anger. It's time to come back, he continues. Please, Eri whispers near soundlessly, but Izuku still manages to hear it. Izuku looks at Togata and sees a heavy frown on his face before it smooths over and he smiles like everything is okay. Excuse me, but what is going on here? He asks, stepping closer to the man and putting himself between the new arrival and Izuku and the girl, Eri. It's kind of strange to see a man chasing after a little girl, you know, Togata adds evenly. She's my daughter, he says, his own voice even, and yet Izuku still feels like something horrible is about to happen. She ran away from me after I already told her once not to, he adds pointedly to Eri. Izuku looks down at her, really looks, and notices some bandages peeking from under the sleeves of her smock. Why is she covered in bandages? Izuku asks, having to work to make himself speak, to hear anything over the pounding of his heart in his ears. Protectiveness rears its head as he looks down into wide red eyes, tears building. If you're her father, why does she look like she's been hurt? He asks sharply, voice going a bit rough. Izuku sees Togata tense beside him slightly, but he refuses to back down on this. The man simply PPS his head, for all the world unbothered, but that pressure seems to build even higher, making Izuku sweat even more. My daughter is clumsy sometimes and she hurts herself when she falls down. You are heroes, are you not? What agency do you work for? He asks. We're just work-study students, not full-fledged heroes yet, Togata says sharply, drawing the man's gaze back. I'm sure you would like your daughter back and we really need to return to our patrol, Togata says, motioning for Izuku to release the girl. He wants to listen, but he can't make himself let go. This girl, Eri, is obviously in some sort of danger. She's terrified and this man, whoever he is not good news. He can't just leave her to him. That is not what a hero does. What have you been doing to her? He demands suddenly and Togata looks at him, but Izuku can't turn his gaze away from the golden eyes staring down at him. He can't see his mouth, but he's sure the guy is smirking. If you'd really like to know, come into the alley with me and I'll show you everything, he says smoothly. That strange feeling builds even higher and Izuku feels himself pale even as something inside him seems to burn brighter, pushing back against the fear eating at him. He's not given a choice to act on the man's words. Instead, Eri jerks from his hold before he can react and runs over to him, clutching at his pant leg. Her eyes, when he looks at her, are wide and terrified. A gloved hand comes down to pat her head. Good girl, he murmurs and starts to turn. See you later, heroes-to-be. I'll remember you, he says in passing. Izuku goes to stand up, but Togata grips his shoulder tightly, keeping him from moving as the man and child disappear back into the shadows of the alley. Only when that pressure finally dissipates and Izuku is able to breathe without feeling like he's about to pass out, does Togata let him go. Senpai? Izuku asks, feeling anger at being denied the chance to save Eri from what was obviously a villain of some kind. There's also the still lingering fear too, his heart still not at a normal beat and there's confusion, because he can feel that something more just went on here, but he just doesn't have all the facts right now. Not right now, Togata murmurs, looking a little wide-eyed himself. We need to get back to the agency and report this to Sir. We can't just let him take her. Izuku insists, that anger getting bigger. Deku, Togata snaps and Izuku jerks to attention. That man we just talked to, he would have killed us, he states bluntly. The fact of the matter is, Eri just saved our lives. What? Izuku asks. Sir can explain more, but we really need to go now, Togata urges and Izuku nods, following him down the sidewalk back towards the agency. The last bit of their patrol happens in a blur, Izuku keeping watch as they walk, but his head is in turmoil. Togata speaks briefly with Sir Night-Eye on the phone to give him the heads up, but for the most part, they are silent. When they finally get back to the agency, Sir Night-Eye isn't back, so Izuku goes to get changed while they wait. Izuku hides away in his room when he gets back after bidding Togata farewell. The older teen eyes him worriedly, but Izuku tries to put on a convincing face to reassure him that everything is fine. It must work because he doesn't say anything, so now Izuku is in his room pacing. That anger he felt with his encounter with that villain, Overhaul, hasn't dissipated at all. It's been a steady low-grade simmer in his gut. He'd listened to Sir Night-Eye as he explained who Overhaul was. The Yakuza, while much smaller in threat compared to other villains, were still a threat nonetheless. He's been investigating them, specifically Overhaul, for a little while now. He'd actually been staking out one of their bases while they'd been patrolling and ran into him. He'd also explained that Togata had been in the right for what he did, no matter how horrible it felt. Overhaul is not a villain that just anyone can face, let alone two work-study students, one of whom was on his first patrol. Izuku wants to be angry at them, but part of him knows they're right. He remembers that fear as he stared into cold eyes, the way his heart had beat so hard as some animal part of his mind screamed he was facing a predator. No, he's angry at Overhaul for whatever he's doing to Eri. She's just a child. His steps lead him to his bathroom where he flicks on the light and stares at himself in the mirror. Green eyes stare back. He knows what it's like to be hurt by others, by adults and children alike. He at least had his mom, despite what she had been doing to him. Eri has no one to fall back on. No one to comfort her. He needs to protect her, but more than that he needs to get her back. To take her away overhaul and show her there's more to the world than pain. She's his to protect and he's not going to let anyone stand in his way. With his jaw clenched tight, Izuku turns away from the mirror, turning off the light and heads for his desk. He needs to do some research, if only to give an outlet to this impotent anger. He's not going to let fear sway him again from doing what is right. Hisashi stands back and watches the hero students training. Usually, this would have fallen on Shoyuda, but his husband had been called away on a case, so Hisashi had offered to supervise with Yagi as they worked. Normally, he wouldn't be too worried about the students. First years were still learning the basics and figuring out just what kind of hero they wanted to be. Except this year hasn't been a normal year. Between the LOV's attacks on this class in particular, and the recent rise in crimes involving Trigger, the streets have been hectic. Then there's the incident with Fat Gum and his interns leading to Tamaki being without his quirk for 2 whole days. It has him worried. But something else has him worried. His eyes trail across the gym to find Izuku standing there talking with Shinso, the two discussing something. With their fostering situation made permanent here finally, they've been trying to include Izuku more in their lives outside of school-related things. This usually ends up being group dinners and the occasional movie, Izuku spending at least one night at the apartment recently. He's started to notice something off about Izuku though. He's seen him at his best and brightest, and he's unfortunately seen him at his worst and so broken by an injustice done to him. This is new. The teen is determined, has always been determined, but now it's become almost single-minded. He's also noticed him snapping more than once at one of his classmates before quickly apologizing to them. It's not unusual for a teen to be having mood swings, but it's the first time he's seen it with Izuku and it's throwing him off. Is this just normal teenage stuff or something else? He wants to help him figure things out, but how far is he allowed to push? Even regular teens in normal family situations hate to have adults butting into their lives and asking invasive questions. How is he supposed to offer help when their situation is so strange? Sighing, he puts the thoughts aside for now as Kaminari calls for his attention. He needs to focus on being a teacher now. He can be a parent later. Izuku is fine, he's growing, opening up in ways they didn't expect, and he's slowly, but surely healing from the trauma he has suffered. That's all he can ask for right now. Izuku gets an email from Night Eye the night before it asks him to come to the agency the next morning. It's a bit unusual. Sir Night Eye has kept him to a schedule so he's not missing too many days consecutively. Normally, after a day of work study, he's off and he just got back today from patrolling. He'd spent the whole patrol with Togata looking for any sign of Eri, but like before, there's been nothing, though their patrol was changed to a different area, Night Eye not wanting them to run into Overhaul again. Not sure why he's being called back in again, he sends off a text to Aizawa-sensei to inform him about the sudden change. Aizawa allows it, telling him to be careful on his way there. That taken care of, Izuku looks down at his current notebook. There's no title on the cover like his other ones have. Inside is only one subject, Overhaul. He's looked up what info he can on him, even sneaking into the files to snag their file on him to study it before putting it back where he found it. He needs to know everything about Overhaul and his quirk, how it works, what its limits are, and how he can beat it. There is a lot of info on him and his Yakuza group, but even then it's still limited. The info he needs just isn't there. It frustrates him to no end. With an annoyed huff, Izuku scratches harshly at head, ruffling his curls to relieve some stress and then winces at a zing of pain from his scalp. With a hiss, he pulls his hand back and finds just the tiniest bit of red on his right middle fingertip. He also finally notices that his nails have grown longer since he last really looked at them. He's been so busy lately that he's barely had time to shower properly. He must have just scratched a little too hard. Getting up, he goes to the bathroom and gets some stuff out to clean the cut. It bleeds for a bit, but head wounds tend to do that. Finally, it stops and he puts a bit of antibacterial ointment on it just in case. He'd really not like to explain why he has an infected cut on his head to Recovery Girl. She already gives him the stink eye whenever he goes to her for minor injuries from training. Sighing, he puts the stuff away and heads to bed to flop down on it, tired all of a sudden. He hopes that whatever this meeting is about, it puts him one step closer to saving Eri. He feels like he's going to burst if he can't save her soon. Sighing, Izuku turns on his side and just stares at the still-opened notebook on his desk. He needs to be ready for anything. Izuku gets up early the next morning to get ready to head out. It's a bit earlier than he usually has to get up for class, so he's not expecting to see anyone but the true early risers up and about in the dorms. So when he slips out of his dorm and heads downstairs, he's a little surprised to see Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Uraraka all standing around in the kitchen quietly making breakfast. "Oh, good morning," he murmurs in surprise. "Midoriya-kun, good morning," Uraraka says around a yawn. "Good morning, Mido-bro," Kirishima says with a grin full of sharp teeth. "Morning," Tsuyu greets. "You're all up early," Izuku comments, aiming for the fridge to pull out one of his specialty shakes Recovery Girl recommended for him to help with his increased appetite here recently. "So are you," Tsuyu points out. "Oh, I got called into my work-study unexpectedly," Izuku explains before taking a sip of the shake. "Same," Uraraka admits, and the other two nod as well. "Well, then let's all head to the train together," Kirishima offers, and they all agree. They finish their breakfast quickly and once they're ready, aim for the main gate to head to the train. They chat quietly, costume cases in hand as they head down the hill to the station. No one really says anything at first as they all enter, but it quickly becomes obvious that they are all heading for the same terminal, the one Izuku usually takes to get to Nightai's agency. "We can't all be heading the same way," Uraraka mutters with a frown as it becomes apparent they are. "Fat Gum sent me an email last night with a location I've never been to. When I texted Amajiki-senpai, he confirmed the train I needed to take," Kirishima admits. "Ryukyu did so as well," Tsuyu adds with a frown and glances at Izuku. He waves his hand. "This is my normal way to Sir Nightai's agency," he explains hastily. "That is strange though," he adds. Their train arrives before more can be said, so they all get on, exchanging a few theories. When they get off and it becomes obvious that they're all still heading to the same place, Izuku guesses it's something big. He's proven right when they enter the lobby to Nightai's agency, and it is filled with heroes, including the big three from school who must have gotten here just before they did. He's also a little surprised to see Aizawa-sensei standing off to the side talking with Night-Eye. Why are there so many heroes here?" Uraraka asks softly to the big three as they spot them and come over. "It's a meeting for a special case. Something big going by. How many we have here?" Togata speaks up with a grin. "Does this have to do with what happened before?" Izuku asks him quietly. "Probably," Togata admits with a serious look shared between them, and they both nod. Aizawa-sensei finally spots them and excuses himself from the conversation he's having with Night-Eye to come over to them. "Sensei, what's going on?" Kirishima asks. "It's a meeting for a joint task force. It will all be explained in the meeting. You've been allowed here due to your involvement in various aspects of the case. Act accordingly and keep your eyes and ears open. You'll learn a lot from this meeting," he explains patiently. Just as he finishes, a call goes out quietly and people start to aim for the large conference room in the agency, one Izuku has seen, but hasn't been used since he started here. The 4 first years follow quietly and end up seated near the older students and their respective hero instructors as the meeting begins. Izuku is quiet the whole way back to the dorms. There is so much info in his head now. Some of it he knew, but he never realized how much there was about this case he didn't know. He'd only been seeing it from Eri's perspective. He never realized how far spread the Shai Hasaikai is or what it could mean as a whole to so many people. Those quirk bullets sound horrible. When he'd heard Amajiki-senpai had his quirk stopped for just a few days and that Kirishima almost had his done so as well, it had left a shiver down his spine. The fact that they're using Eri to make these bullets, that they're using her quirk and her own flesh and blood to make them, it infuriates him. It was all he could do to not go tearing out of that meeting to hunt down Overhaul and tear him limb from limb. It was only the surprise and uncertainty he'd felt when that surge of emotion had surfaced that kept him quiet in his seat. He'd never wanted to tear someone limb from limb. never felt this strongly about something, this angry about something. Even everything he suffered when the world thought him quirkless hadn't made him feel this way. It's shocking to say the least, and he's not sure if he likes this side of himself. He wants to help people, to make them feel safe when he arrives. He doesn't want to do something that might make someone afraid of him. Maybe he should talk with Hound Dog about this new side of him. Their talks haven't been quite as often as they were when this first happened. He still has scheduled sessions, but with school keeping him so busy, the counselor had felt taking time between each session would be good for him. His next one isn't until the week after next, since he had a session 2 days ago. He'll talk with him then, and maybe he'll understand why everything just feels so much more. Izuku glances up at the others who are on the train. The big three is seated off to the side talking amongst themselves. Kirishima, Uraraka, and Tsuyu are seated across from him, all looking lost in thought with frowns on their face. They're probably all thinking about what he's thinking about too. He doesn't try to talk with them, not wanting to talk himself. This is so much more than any of them probably expected. As a kid, he'd always seen the heroes on TV or in real life and just saw the action, the fighting, the cheering from the fans and the victims smiling, happy to be rescued. He never realized how much wasn't shown: the legwork, the research, the investigations and sleepless nights, the people and families broken or destroyed by these villains and criminals who didn't care. How could he have comprehended such a thing as a child? He can barely wrap his head around it now. The train announces their stop and as a group, they all get up to get off. The walk back to Yui is just as quiet. It's going to be a long few days until they finally have a location on Eri. He's not sure he can handle that without doing something to distract himself. It takes 2 days to get word. For those 2 days, Izuku is distracted at his school work, mind going over everything in a loop of anxiousness and determination. At training, he's hyper-focused, needing to make sure he's ready for this mission. He doesn't want to give any reason for the adults to decide he can't go, and he doesn't want there to be any way the villains can stop him. He still has the okay from Recovery Girl to keep training, his quirk's still growing slowly, but Izuku is fine with that. It means he can't be pulled from this mission because of it. He doesn't think he could handle being pulled. His emotions have been all over the place and it makes things hard sometimes, but he tries to keep the others from noticing, especially Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei, the two watching him closely. So when he receives an email from Night Eye about meeting at his agency tomorrow, that they finally found Eri, his heart soars with relief and anticipation. Finally he can save her, rescue her from Overhaul's clutches and bring that bastard to justice for thinking he could harm Eri. For thinking he could use her and torture her. For daring to touch what is his. He barely sleeps that night, so keyed up, and when dawn comes, he's up and ready to go hours before he needs to leave. He finds Kirishima, Tsu and Uraraka are also up early like he is. He's not surprised to see Aizawa-sensei in the kitchen drinking coffee either. Good morning, Izuku greets with a wan smile. The others all greet him just as subdued, everyone thinking about what's to come. Aizawa steps closer to him, dark eyes looking over him critically. How much sleep did you get last night, problem child? He asks mildly. Enough, Izuku says grimly, daring Aizawa-sensei to take him off this mission. He sighs but nods. Eat up, all of you. It's going to be a long morning and you'll need the energy, he says instead of calling Izuku out on his lie. They all eat quickly and quietly, and soon after they're leaving with Aizawa, costume cases in hand. The big three are waiting at the main gate for them, and as a group they all head for the train station. Their arrival at Night Eye's agency is just as quiet and grim, the heroes called and clustered in small groups going over their gear as they wait for the meeting to start. Finally, the last stragglers arrive and Night Eye straightens. All right, let's get this started, Night Eye calls out and leads the way into the conference room once again. Izuku follows grimly, prepared to do anything to save Eri. Izuku coughs as more dust is kicked up by all the shifting rock. He lifts his mask up, hoping to keep from inhaling more, and glares at the air, waiting for the sound of grinding stone to announce another wall is coming. It comes again, but instead of sending another section towards him and Aizawa-sensei, instead it opens up slightly ahead and they see Rocklock stumble out, looking a little worse for wear. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief, relaxing slightly. He's about to step forward when white fabric shoots past him to ensnare Rocklock. Izuku looks over to see Aizawa's eyes are glowing with his quirk, and when he looks back, he sees Rocklock is melting, another person where he'd been. He blinks both in confusion, but also recognition. He's seen something like this before, but where was it? He doesn't catch what Aizawa says to her or she says back, mind frantically searching for the memory. It finally clicks when he sees how she tilts her head with a large smile. "You were at the exams," Izuku says slowly. Aizawa glances at him, eyes back to normal now that he doesn't need to cancel her quirk. "What?" he demands. "She was at the provisional exams. I ran into her, but she was disguised as another student and she changed herself to look like Uraraka as well. I thought she was a student," he explains, panic starting to rise. Before either of them can do anything, Aizawa grabs him by the arm and yanks him back as a knife suddenly stabs down where he'd just been standing in shock. Part of his capture scarf lies on the ground, cut off so she could escape. "We'll discuss this later," Aizawa says with a glare at her. "For now, stay focused. She's dangerous and prepared to kill," he warns, and Izuku nods, facing forward, pulling out his batons and settles into a ready stance. The sound of fighting behind him echoes Izuku's frantic running steps. He's not sure when, but Aizawa-sensei isn't behind him anymore, but he can't stop to check where he went. Ahead is where Eri is at. He's not sure how he can know this, but he just does. So he runs, pushing himself harder than he has to reach her in time. Ahead, breaking stone and yelling voices greet him. Part of the wall is cracked and open to show some light. Thankfully, he's small enough to fit through the crack and he slides through it to find a wall of spikes in front of him, blocking his view. He can hear Togata shouting at Overhaul, fighting him and his minion while keeping them away from Eri. He peeks above the spikes and sees Togata is mainly on the defensive while he tries to keep Eri protected. He'll never be able to stop them if he has to keep protecting Eri. With a grim twist to his mouth he waits, and when Overhaul and his minion are distracted, Izuku darts out. Eri is surprised to see him, wrapped up in Togata's cape. He picks her up gently. "Shoo," he whispers and darts back towards where he came from. He hears a shout of rage and barely makes it back through the crack before spikes slam against the wall, more following out into the hall chasing him, but Izuku just keeps running. He keeps Eri clutched to his chest, taking one turn, then another, getting lost, but also getting away from Overhaul. He needs to get Eri somewhere safe, somewhere protected. That's all that matters. The world falls away, only the small child in his arms and the muttered mantra in his head left to guide his actions. Shoyuta rushes ahead next to Night Eye, the two aiming towards where Togata and Izuku are. They manage to get through the blocking wall, the stone so cracked and misshapen that it doesn't take much to make it crumble. Inside is a mess. Stone spikes, pillars, and just chunks of concrete are everywhere. Togata still stands in the middle, but he's badly injured, blood staining his costume, even as Overhaul lies unconscious at his feet. Further away, they find two others, also knocked out, one looking slightly crushed by the stones still partially burying him, one of those strange guns beside him. "Lemillion," Night Eye calls, and the teen turns with a pained smile, thumb going up to say he's okay. "Where's Deku and Eri?" Shoyuta asks, seeing no sign of either of them. "Deku grabbed Eri and ran with her. I don't know which way he went," Togata admits with a grimace, starting to list slightly, and only Night Eye's quick reflexes keep the teen standing up. "Sheet," Shoyuta huffs out and leaves the way they came. He stands in the hall and looks around, hoping to find something to show which way Izuku went. As he glances around, he spies a bit of red thread to his left, further away from the destruction. Not seeing Togata's signature cape, he assumes Eri is wrapped in it, so he heads down the hall, following the trail of red thread like a morbid trail of breadcrumbs. The trail doesn't go far, but it is winding, likely Izuku was just running on instinct and not thinking rationally. To be fair, this whole FANG mission went pear-shaped rather quickly. Moving slowly to make sure he doesn't lose the trail, he sees a doorway up ahead and another thread right in front of it. Shoyuta approaches slowly, not wanting to alarm either of them. He listens at the door and can hear faint breathing. "Deku," he calls out, tapping on the door and starting to open it. As it opens, a growl echoes out of the room and Shoyuta frowns. That didn't sound human. Rushing feet approach, Night Eye coming around the corner, and Shoyuta quickly throws up a hand, gesturing him to stop as the door finishes opening and the light from the hall illuminates the dark room beyond. Green eyes glow in the shadowed room. The pupils slit as another growl rolls out. Izuku is crouched in front of Eri, who is still wrapped in the cape, her own eyes wide in fear, but not just at him, she looks at Izuku as well. The young teen is strung tight, ready to rush him if he makes the wrong move right now. They were so FNG stupid. Hizashi had said Izuku was acting off and Finji Hawks talked all about instincts showing before his quirk finished forming. How did they not connect the dots? Right now, Izuku is running on pure instinct, whatever that means for him and his quirk. He can't F this up, not unless he wants to add more trauma onto both kids in this room. Midoriya, Shoyuta calls out softly, slowly lowering himself to the floor until he's crouched and no longer towering. Izuku, he tries, the teen not relaxing, but not reacting worse either. I'm not here to harm you or Eri. You know who I am, Izuku. I know right now everything is just too much, but you need to get control of yourself, Shoyuta continues. He tries inching his hand into the room and Izuku growls again. He pulls back and Izuku stops growling. Izuku, I know you don't want to be like this. You need to calm down, he continues, but it doesn't seem to be reaching him. You're scaring Eri, he goes for the low blow, pointing at the scared child. Green eyes look away from Shoyuta to where he's pointing and focus on Eri. Silence hangs over the room before a gravelly voice crackles out. Izuku gets out of a throat that is probably a little raw right now. Green eyes glance back at him and clarity is starting to show in them. Sensei? He asks, brow furrowing in confusion. What? Hey, take it easy, Izuku. It's okay, everything is okay. You're safe, Eri is safe. I just need you to come here, Shoyuta explains softly. Izuku glances back towards Eri and she eyes him warily. He stands awkwardly and stumbles towards Shoyuta, who grabs him gently and helps lower him to the ground. Easy, problem child. It's okay, he murmurs. I don't understand, Izuku mutters, still looking lost. It's your quirk, Izuku. Looks like something finally woke up, Shoyuta explains and looks up as soft footsteps come closer. Eri still has the cape clutched around her shoulders, but she has a determined expression on her face. Izuku starts to reach out for her and finally notices the claws on his hands, nails grown out and sharp-looking. He panics, eyes wide in shock and shame, and starts to pull his hand away, but not before Eri reaches out to grab it. Eri looks at it curiously, but what fear she might have had for Izuku is fading as she looks over the scared and confused teen. She doesn't say anything, simply holds his hand and settles beside Izuku, letting Shoyuta wrap his free arm around her as Shoyuta nods for Night Eye to approach. When Hizashi gets the phone call from Shoyuta, he wants to curse so hard. He knew something was off with Izuku, but this? He assures Shoyuta he'll be there shortly and then calls Netsu. The rodent only needs a few sentences to explain the situation and lets Hizashi go, already agreeing to cover his class and promising to send Recovery Girl his way as well. He grabs one of the school's cars and drives there as quickly as he can, not willing to brave the trains right now. He arrives and parks before rushing for the hero's ward of the hospital. He brandishes his ID and asks where Izuku's room is, stating he's his foster parent. He's finally pointed where to go and rushes for the elevator. Shoyuta is waiting outside Izuku's room, arms crossed as he leans against the wall. He's in a hospital top, a bandage peeking out of the sleeve, but otherwise seems okay. What's wrong? Hizashi demands. Shoyuta straightens at his approach. He's okay. They're just doing a checkup and asked me to step out briefly, he explains, and Hizashi deflates a little. What happened? He asks softer, cupping his cheek briefly to reassure himself that Shoyuta is indeed whole and okay. What usually happens? Shoyuta mutters, leaning into his touch briefly before Hizashi drops his arm. Everything went pear-shaped from the get-go. The LOV was involved as well and we weren't prepared for it. Apparently, Toga was at the provisional exams too, he adds with an edge of anger in his voice. Izuku ran into her there, and when we ran into her on the raid, he recognized her quirk, he adds. Sheet. Hizashi mutters, not one to normally throw around curses, but this certainly deserves one. What happened to you? He demands. Toga got me in the shoulder with her knife before she managed to get away, he admits, shrugging with his uninjured shoulder. They already stitched me up and I'm cleared for the most part, he explains. You said Izuku's quirk acted up? Hizashi asks, needing clarification. We should have listened to Hawks better, Shoyuta admits with a twist to his mouth like he just bit into something rotten. You said he was acting off and he was. Apparently, his instincts were starting to come out. This mission drove him head first into them. He was nearly feral when I found him protecting Eri in a room, he explains. I guess we'll need to introduce Izuku to Hawks sooner rather than later, Hizashi points out, and Shoyuta lets out an annoyed sigh, but nods. How's everyone else? Hizashi asks, now that the most pressing issue is discussed. Night Eye is good. Rock Lock took some damage from Toga, but he'll be fine. Fat Gum and Kirishima are going to need a few days to heal up. Uraraka and Tsuyu are okay, they just have some quirk exhaustion. The big three need some healing too, especially Togata. I've not heard any word about the other heroes or the police. Eri is being checked over, but they have her in isolation right now because she's got no control over her quirk and it's so dangerous, Shoyuta explains. That's good to hear that no one died, Hizashi says right as the door opens up and a nurse comes out. Oh hello. We're all done and you can go back in. Call us if you need us, she adds, and they both nod before heading into the room. Izuku is lying on the bed, an oxygen mask over his face, a heart monitor clipped to his finger and an 4 in his arm. Hi Yamada-sensei, Izuku says with a wan smile. Hey, little listener, Hizashi says with his usual grin. You're looking a little banged up, he points out and takes one of the chairs by the bed. I'm okay, Izuku insists. He goes to move his hand and frowns at it gets caught on something. When Hizashi goes to help him, he finds Izuku has talons now, the claw caught on a thread of the sheet. Easy, Hizashi says, helping ease the claw out of the fabric. He examines the talons critically. They're not very nice looking, Izuku mutters, sounding a little embarrassed. They would look really good with some nail polish honestly. They're nice and long. I know many women and even some men who would kill for these nails, he points out, and Izuku blinks at him. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. They're just you, Hizashi emphasizes, and Izuku stares at him for a second before smiling a little brighter. Izuku is wheeled into Eri's room. He doesn't necessarily need the wheelchair, but the nurse insisted, so here he is. Aizawa-sensei is with him, Yamada-sensei checking up on everyone else. Eri is sitting on her bed, watching him approach. Hi Eri, he greets. Hi, she whispers. How are you feeling? He asks. Okay, she admits. She looks up at Izuku. You saved me, you and that other person, she whispers. We did, he agrees, though part of him knows he didn't do much. He just ran away from the fighting, Togata doing all the heavy stuff. We're just glad you're okay and that we could get you away from Overhaul, he adds sincerely. Will I see you again? She asks. Izuku grins and nods. As often as you want me to visit, and I'm sure Lemillion would say the same thing, he agrees easily. He glances at Aizawa and he nods, agreeing to it without saying anything. We'll be there for you,